A Vow of Honor, A War of Crowns standalone. Written by Ashley Willingham. Chapter 1. Percival. The walls of Elmoria's capital of Goldreach rose in the near distance, a glittering reminder of all the prosperity and excess the people of the Midlands glutted themselves upon. Percival Umberly could nearly smell the corruption from there. This was a mistake, he growled sidelong to the captain of his guard, Sir Leland Araldi, over the clatter of the carriage rumbling along behind them. At the moment, that carriage sat empty, useless until they collected the woman intended to occupy it from Goldreach's clutches, his future wife. My father has gone truly mad indeed, Percival further complained beneath the oppressive warmth of that autumn sun, if he thinks this will end well. Riding beside him, Sir Araldi lowly observed, "History doesn't always have to repeat itself, my lord. Perhaps Lady Stuart might come to enjoy her new life in the north." But Percival dismissed the very idea out of turn. "Women from the Midlands aren't made for the north, Araldi," he reminded his captain, while trying to steer his thoughts well away from memories of his mother. He failed utterly. Odette Umberly's hazel eyes, so like his own, swam to the forefront of his mind, awash in all of their usual pain and sorrow. His mother had worn her unhappiness like a perfume in those last few years, and it had haunted her steps wherever she went. Until it hadn't. Eyes trained upon the outer walls of Goldreach looming ever closer by the minute, Percival sent up a silent prayer to the Lord on high that for once at the very least he might be proven wrong. Perhaps Sir Araldi was right. Perhaps history didn't have to repeat itself. They passed through the gates of Goldreach by late afternoon. The stench of the city burned itself into Percival's nose as he and his small party rode through the streets, making directly for the palace. There was no fanfare with their arrival. They flew no banner. But painted with the silver varhound of House Umberly upon its black doors, that carriage was more than enough to earn for themselves a flurry of curious glances while they journeyed down the main thoroughfare. It was exceedingly rare to see an Umberly this far south after all. The last time he had bothered had been 7 years ago, and he had only come to pledge allegiance to King Reynard de la Croix on behalf of his family after the Crown Prince had finally ascended to the throne. He hardly remembered his last visit, though. It was now shadowed within his mind by the fact his mother had passed while he had been away in Goldreach. And yet now here he was again, come to retrieve a woman he had never met before, and a disgraced child from the lowlands at that, like a tacksman out to collect a fine. Percival did not care about making a prestigious match. He did not care about forging alliances with another of the great houses, and even if he had, forging an alliance with the fallen House Stuart would not have been his first choice. He hadn't even realised there were any Stuartes left in all of Elmoria, until his father had named one Edith Stuarte his bride-to-be. Hadn't they all been executed some 20 years ago, when Lord Stuart named himself the King of the Lowlands and made a play for the throne? Percival frowned at the very thought. He was an Umberly. His family had held the frozen northern expanse of Elmoria since the reign of King Hamon de la Croix I. Their lands were vast, their people were many. He would have had plenty of hardened northern maidens to choose from. There was no need for this foolishness. It made little sense to him, but then again little his father had done these past 3 years made sense to him. This betrothal to House Stuart was yet another nonsensical decision, in a long line of nonsensical decisions conjured from the mind of a dying man. An abrupt announcement from Sir Araldi of, "We're approaching the palace now, my lord," promptly snapped Percival out of his thoughts and back into the unfortunate reality of his present. He but frowned all the deeper at the sight of the wrought-iron gates of the palace swinging open the moment their party drew near. There was no turning back now. Each time Percival had the great misfortune to be within the capital, he was staggered yet again by how vastly different the palace was from his own family's stronghold of Snowcrest. Where Snowcrest was stark and perfectly functional, even the evergreen trees lining the palace drive had been manicured into the likeness of various woodland creatures, not the least of which was a great many stags, the sigil of House de la Croix. By the time they reached the end of the drive, Percival had counted at least 35 different ways the Crown could save a bit of coin in changing how they managed the palace grounds alone. But he took heart in the fact he wouldn't have to be surrounded by such excess for long. His plan was simple: quietly arrive at the palace, fetch his bride, and then immediately toss her in the carriage and start the long trek back to Varroa. But it seemed the king had other plans. "Umberly," boomed King Reynard from where he and at least a good dozen courtiers stood in the palace courtyard, waiting for something. Or someone. Percival's stomach lurched at the idea that he might be that someone. Reynard de la Croix was the very personification of summer. His hair was golden, his skin was tanned, his eyes were amber, and his temper when it presented itself was just as likely to scorch as was the midday sun. Percival launched himself from the back of his horse before he had even finished pulling the stallion to a stop, so that he might sweep a low bow to the other man. "Your Majesty, what an honour." His mind immediately whirred with the 5 most likely possibilities that would have led the king himself to greeting him in person. Father forgot to ask the crown's approval for the match. My bride is dead. My bride is already married to another. Our taxes are late. He isn't actually waiting for me, but for somebody else. This is just him being polite. When Percival rose from his bow, his gaze ticked across every lady present in the courtyard. He searched for any glimpse of the star sigil of House Stuart. All he found, though, was a cadre of women shivering in the mild climes of an Elmorian autumn. He was on the verge of sweating in his dire bear fur cloak himself. "Umberly, walk with me," the king demanded, and Percival immediately fell into step just behind and to the left of his sovereign. His Majesty was a good bit taller than he, leaving him feeling a bit like a child racing after his father while he hurried to keep up with the other man's longer stride. Sir Araldi soon joined their growing entourage. The sensation of the captain walking just behind him was a welcome one, a single spark of familiarity within the vast darkness of his current unknown. A litany of questions burned upon Percival's tongue, desperate to be loosed into the air. But for the moment, he bit the inside of his cheek and waited for the king to explain himself while they passed through the palace courtyard together. His Majesty's Kingsguard fanned around them. "I wanted to thank you personally, Umberly, for doing this great favour for the crown," the king finally began, speaking just above the crunch of gravel underfoot as they passed from the courtyard to a smaller path which cut across the lawn. "Favour? What favour?" "Yes, well," Percival hedged, his mind scrambling. He busied himself with adjusting the cloak pin bearing the likeness of a varhound he wore at his shoulder. "Of course, Your Majesty. It is our honour to assist." A relieved sigh escaped from the king. "You have my eternal gratitude, Umberly." Yet more differences between the palace and his familial home of Snowcrest presented themselves by the moment. That gravel footpath led the way through manicured gardens, which seemed to serve no purpose, and then further still, until he could spy an archery range in the distance. The tree line of the king's forest loomed even further beyond that. His Majesty rumbled with displeasure the moment they drew near the range, though. "They are supposed to be shooting, are they not?" The king snapped at one of his Kingsguard, a grizzled fellow who hastily bobbed his head in reply. "They were, Your Majesty, I swear it. They were just a half-hour ago." "This is exactly what I mean, Umberly," the king snarled. "This Lady Stuart, if one can even call her a lady, has been a pebble in my boot for as long as I can remember." Percival's stomach sank to his knees when he prompted, "Ah, is that so?" "Ward of the Crown, indeed," His Majesty continued, his voice rising with every word spoken. "And all because my father didn't have the stomach to execute a child." Percival's lips thinned. "Well, naturally, Your Majesty." "There is nothing natural about treason, Umberly," the king bit back, flinging a dark glare his way. "The entire Stuart bloodline should have ended that day. King of the Lowlands, indeed." Jerking his attention forward again, His Majesty lowly added, "What nonsense," before abruptly shouting, "Where is my wife?" Percival embraced a sudden and selective mutism while he stalked along in the king's wake. There was nothing at all he could say at that point that might soothe His Majesty's infamous temper. It was probably best he just let the man forget he was even there. "What in all of Averell has father gotten me into this time?" When they finally reached the range, there certainly was evidence the Queen and Lady Stuart had been there, given the 2 bows and quivers of arrows abandoned next to one target. But there was no sign of the women in question, nor of any Queensguard, ladies-in-waiting or other persons Percival would have expected within a royal entourage. It was as if the women had simply vanished. The tension within their own party was palpable, the silence a profound and dangerous thing. The king stared at the abandoned boughs, as if they might hold some answers to his previously shouted question. Only the sudden trill of a woman's laughter, sounding in the near distance, was enough to pierce through that silence. Percival's attention immediately snapped toward the edge of the king's forest, following the sound. Before he could call out a suggestion to His Majesty that they should search the tree line next, though, the other man was already storming off that way with his Kingsguard in hot pursuit. Frowning, Percival shared a quick glance with Sir Araldi over his shoulder before he and his captain hurried to follow. Movement flitted through the trees, with more of that laughter following close behind, and when they finally broke through the tree line, Percival spied his first glimpse of the woman who was to one day be the Duchess of Varroa. His stomach finished its plunge to his boots at the sight. She was more dryad than woman, that creature who could only be Lady Stuart, and she bounded through the forest with all the grace of a doe. The mud, twigs and leaves currently caking her loose hair, prevented him from even ascertaining its colour. The hem of her gown was a sight. Her face was smeared with yet more dirt, and within her hand she held a dripping glob of even more mud. Like that, she chased after the Queen of Elmoria, laughing like a pixie all the while. "Come back, Sylvie!" the swamp monster shouted at the fleeing queen's back. "Fair's fair!" A girlish squeal erupted from Her Majesty in reply as the queen raced through the forest, looking just as horrendously dishevelled as her companion. Laughter bubbled forth from Sylvia Delacroix's lips when she leapt over a fallen branch, shouting over her shoulder, "You'll never catch me!" in the midst of her jump. But when her eyes fell upon the sight of him and the king standing there, watching them both, that smile upon her lips immediately died. She promptly skidded to a halt. Lady Stuart was slower on the uptake, though, and didn't seem to realise she now had an audience. Without a moment's hesitation, she lobbed that handful of mud at the queen. It squelched wetly against the bodice of what had once no doubt been a rather fine gown, by Midland standards, before then splatting to the ground. Yet more cackling from the swamp creature punctuated the sound. Ever so slowly, Percival wrenched his gaze away from the nightmare vision of his bride-to-be, to turn his attention upon the King of Elmoria instead. A muscle ticked in his sovereign's cheek, and fire blazed within the depths of his eyes. The king roared, "Sylvia Delacroix!" Finally, the leggy creature before him whirled toward them both, her eyes wide. They were gloriously green, those eyes of hers, and the sheer richness of their colour immediately stole his breath. They were just as verdant as he imagined the lowlands of Elmoria had once been. Before House Delacroix had scorched and salted them all. Chapter 2. Edith. Her heart skipped a full beat as she stood there, staring at the king and his companion. Both glowered at her in return. Was that him, Lord Umberly? But he wasn't supposed to arrive until that evening. She was supposed to have one full afternoon left with Sylvie before King Reynard exiled her to the north for the rest of forever. But there he was, that man wearing the Varhound sigil of House Umberly pinned to his shoulder. He looked nothing like how she had imagined an Umberly would. Standing next to His Majesty, the two men's differences were further highlighted in an almost comical way, a true display of night and day. Where King Reynard was tall and broad, golden-haired and sun-kissed, Lord Umberly was short, thin, and pale with a shock of black hair that only seemed to make him look all the paler. She thought all men from the north would sport thick beards to help keep the cold at bay, and yet this one did not. His clean-shaven cheeks gave him a youthful cast, leaving her in doubt as to his age. Wasn't he supposed to be 28? "Sylvie," she whispered beneath her breath, luring her best friend to her side at once. Without a moment's hesitation, she took the Queen's muddy fingers within the clasp of her own. "Sylvie, I'm not ready." A gentle squeeze of her hand was all the reply Sylvie offered to her at the moment, though, before she called out to the king, "Your Majesty, we were just—" "Making fools of yourself, putting yourself in danger of taking ill." The king clenched his jaw and then further snapped to no one in particular. "Will someone find the Queen a cloak before she freezes to death?" Edith bit the inside of her cheek. She grew up with Reynard. She knew better than anyone that when he was in one of his moods, it was best to remain silent. And yet there she was, blurting out against her better judgment. "Your Majesty, please don't be cross with the Queen, it's my fault." The heat of the king's gaze lashed her way at once, leaving her squeezing Sylvie's hand all the more tightly to brace herself against the sudden onslaught of his anger. "Oh, I know good and well whose fault this all is," the king sneered. "But you are no longer my problem any more, my lady." The king seized Lord Umberly's shoulder and bodily shoved the northern nobleman forward. "Lord Percival Umberly, it gives me great pleasure to bequeath to you Lady Edith Stuarte. May she not pitch you into an early grave." Edith's attention flitted from the king to her husband-to-be. When she found the latter frowning at her, she immediately frowned back. "He looks nice enough," Sylvie whispered to her in the wake of that introduction, no doubt trying to be comforting. But Edith was far from comforted. "He looks like he just watched someone toss a Varhound puppy off a cliff." And then her time left with Sylvie was at an end. The king stalked toward them both, a cloak claimed from one of his Kingsguard in hand. The Duke of Varroa's heir trailed in his wake, looking like a man marching to his grave. Edith swallowed hard against the sudden lump within her throat and jerked her attention back to the Queen. This was it, her last moments left with her only friend in all the world. "I don't want to do this," she hurriedly whispered down to Sylvie. "Please, I can't." "You must," Sylvie breathed in reply. "Let us just think of this as a new adventure. You'll be a duchess one day. You'll have everything you ever deserved that I could never give to you." The Queen's eyes shimmered when she added a soft, "at last." But Edith could hear the false cheer within her oldest friend's voice. She could see the weak quality of the smile painted across her lips. "But I don't want to be a duchess," Edith hissed back, suddenly feeling like a little girl whining over the unfairness of life, rather than a grown woman of 25 about to be forcibly wed to a stranger. "I just want to stay here in Goldreach with you." "What in the blazes are you two whispering about?" the king snapped when he finally loomed over them both and settled that cloak about Sylvie's shoulders. Even spattered in mud as she was at present, the Queen of Elmoria was just as beautiful as ever, delicate and soft, with rich chestnut hair and eyes as pale as an overcast sky. Beside her, now standing before the inspection of the dour Lord Umberly, Edith felt just as awkward as she always did when she was so obviously being compared to Sylvie within a man's mind. Edith was too tall and too bony. She possessed only awkward angles in all the wrong places rather than the curves one might expect upon a woman. She hated her body, and in that moment she hated it all the more when her betrothed stepped forward and greeted her not with a hello, a bow, or any other attempt at civility. Instead, the first words Percival Umberly ever uttered to her were a mere, "I thought I was here to collect a lady, but now I see I was sent to collect a swamp creature all along." Pursing her lips, Edith looked down the length of her nose at the shorter man before her. The top of his head only just reached her chin. After a second of consideration, she frostily declared, "If this swamp creature had any say in the matter, you would not be collecting her at all." A throaty chuckle escaped the king while he watched them both with an entirely too smug look upon his face. Leaning forward, Reynard then wrapped an arm about Sylvie's shoulders and planted a kiss atop her head. "Come along, darling, let's get you cleaned up." Edith clung all the more tightly to her friend's fingers even as they were being wrenched from her grasp. "Sylvie." There were so many things she wanted to say, but every single one of them stalled on her tongue. There was simply not enough time to say it all. "Write to me," Sylvie softly commanded, as she finally released Edith's hand, leaving her fingers feeling even colder and more empty than ever before. "I want to know everything." And then she was just gone. The only person left alive in all of Averell who actually cared for her was gone. Leaving Edith alone with Lord Umberly and some armoured man in black and grey livery who lurked at her husband-to-be's shoulder. Cutting a look down at the nobleman before her, she stared at him for a time, more than happy to let the silence between them swell into an awkward beast. But now Edith was no longer sprinting through the forest. The chill of the season finally found all the wet mud spattering her form. She shivered in the cold. Lord Umberly's frown deepened considerably. "You're taller than I was expecting," he finally observed, puncturing that silence between them. Edith immediately arched an eyebrow in reply. "Or perhaps you are simply short, my lord." Her words earned a choked guffaw from the armoured man at Lord Umberly's shoulder. His lordship himself, though, seemed decidedly unimpressed with her sharp tongue. But then the man was in motion, slowly circling about her as though she was a horse at market he was considering for purchase. Beneath the crawling inspection of his eyes, she crossed her arms over her chest and hunched her shoulders while waiting for the entire, uncomfortable interlude to finally end. "Shall I open my mouth so you can inspect my teeth as well, my lord?" Edith snapped when Lord Umberly finally finished his third rotation and returned to stand before her. That time he arched an eyebrow. "Only if you think the sight of them would improve my first impression." With a frown on her lips, Edith hugged herself even more tightly. She needed to find a hearth before she, too, froze to death. She wasn't about to say as much to her betrothed, though. Edith had heard tales of the winters up in Varroa, how they could kill an unprepared person in mere minutes. She knew men well enough to know he would simply mock her for finding the current temperature cold. And she wasn't in the mood. When Lord Umberly suddenly unclasped his Varhound cloak-pin and shrugged out of the heavy-looking fur blanketing his shoulders, though, she but blinked at him. Silent, the man held his cloak out to her instead. Without the fur adding some bulk to his silhouette, he looked even more unimpressive to her eyes. Edith paused, unsure what exactly he was expecting her to do with that cloak. She eyed it as though it had suddenly transformed into a harlequin viper within his grasp. "What is this for?" He shrugged. "You need it more than I. I'm sweating, at any rate." He's sweating. She was too cold to be prideful. Unfolding her arms, Edith snatched the cloak out of Lord Umberly's hands and shrugged her way into it instead. It was still warm from his body heat, and there was a musty quality to the fur that was strangely pleasant. Nestling deeply within the garment, she pulled the fur ruff up to her chin. He waited until she was properly bundled at least, before he started back toward the palace, but he walked with a brisk pace that left her hurrying to keep up, despite the fact she had the longer legs. "You are my responsibility now, Lady Stuart," Lord Umberly informed her in a matter-of-fact tone while they walked, his guard now following behind her rather than him. "I understand this is an unideal situation for us both, but it is our situation all the same." She slanted him a sidelong glance, saying nothing for the moment. He seemed more than happy to speak for them both anyway. "I will escort you to your room, where you will bathe and change. If you need anything, you will send for either me or Sir Leland Araldi here. He is the captain of my guard." Lord Umberly's expression was deadpan, and his tone cool throughout his delivery of those orders. "And then I will be by in the morning to collect you and your maid, so that we might set off for Varroa at once." Edith nipped her bottom lip, biting back her initial protest of, "But I have no maid." He would discover that fact for himself soon enough. More pressing was her question of, "We are leaving so soon?" "Of course," he answered without bothering to spare her a glance. "It is a long journey." "But could we not stay within Goldreach for a few months, at least until Wintertide?" Edith wondered, earning for herself a peculiar look from the man at her side. "My lady, we will be wed before Wintertide," Lord Umberly informed her, speaking slowly as he did, as though she were a simpleton. She set her jaw, disliking his tone at once. "Then we could be wed here, could we not?" she suggested instead, when they finally reached the footpath. Over the sound of the gravel crunching underfoot, she continued with, "Surely you could not deny the opportunity for the King and Queen of Elmoria themselves to bear witness to our union." Lord Umberly immediately wrinkled his nose. "I most certainly can deny such a thing," he contradicted her at once. "We will be married at Snowcrest, my lady, with my father bearing witness." Shooting a look up at her, he added with a renewed splash of his particular flavour of dourness, "It is my father's dying wish. You are wasting your breath in trying to argue the point further, Lady Stuart." Chapter 3. Percival. Red. The true colour of Edith Stuart's hair was red, his favourite colour. Percival discovered that fact for himself the next morning, once he had the woman and her meagre things in his carriage and trundling back northward. Sans maid. "I still cannot believe you don't have a maid," Percival admitted, as he flashed his bride-to-be another glance over the rim of his spectacles. He only needed the blasted things when he was reading, and so had pulled them out of his inner pocket when he first decided to peruse his ledgers while they travelled. The bewildered glance Lady Stuart had given him when he first put them on was forever burned into his mind, though, and yet the woman was thoroughly avoiding his gaze now, in favour of continuing to stare out the window. Her sudden aversion to looking at him didn't stop her from snapping. "And I still cannot believe you refused to let me bring along my horse. It is not as if she would have taken up room within the carriage." Percival frowned and carefully studied the woman across from him. He had been rather certain she was over that particular inconvenience hours ago. "As I have already said, my lady," he slowly reasoned with her, "I will acquire for you a more suitable horse once we arrive at Snowcrest. What horse could possibly be more suitable than one that was gifted to me by the Queen of Elmoria herself?" Lady Stuart hotly wondered when she blazed a look his way at last. Viridian fire smouldered there within the depths of her eyes, threatening to scorch him with each passing moment he allowed himself to sink deeper within its embrace. Clearing his throat, Percival broke eye contact first when he corrected, "A horse more suitable to the dangers of the north, I mean. Not one more suitable for, He trailed off and adjusted the way his spectacles rested upon the bridge of his nose. The intensity of her gaze made him just as uncomfortable as it had the very first moment they met there in the King's Forest. He was sweating again. "More suitable for what?" she demanded to know, wrenching Percival back to the moment with her irritatingly petulant tone. He frowned and twitched his ledger back open within his lap at the sound of it, all too happy to make her wait for his reply. Only once he was busy thumbing through the pages did he finally finish his prior thought with, "Not one more suitable for you." Percival devoted the entirety of his attention to his current task of reacquainting himself with his family's finances, even though his Chamberlain Master Paxton had already seen the books balanced for the month. But he would have done anything, absolutely anything at all, to spare himself from having to glance up at the beautiful woman seated across from him again and risk making a further fool of himself. Instead, he waited until the silence between them had grown to monstrous proportions again, before he finally cleared his throat and remarked, "With any luck, we will arrive in Varroa within the fortnight." More silence on her part served as Lady Stuart's reply. "And then we will be wed," Percival continued in that same matter-of-fact way, while he idly read down the columns of sums which marked all of House Umberly's expenses for the month. "And then, I was considering setting your allowance at 2,000 gold pieces per month, if that sounds agreeable to you, my lady." 2,000? Lady Stuart gasped, her attention back upon him at once. She stared at him openly, her eyes wide. "Did you just say 2,000 gold pieces per month, Lord Umberly?" "Well, Percival shifted in his seat and slid his gaze aside, still unable to meet her eyes for too terribly long, before he felt like a man standing in the middle of the Erathian desert. "I thought it a reasonable allowance myself, but if you feel it is too low a number, I could—" "No," Lady Stuart insisted with such ferocity, he glanced back her way at once to ascertain just why she sounded cross with him now. 2,000 is more than enough, my lord." "Thank you." His eyebrows knitted together. "What's wrong?" "Nothing is wrong," she softly insisted, once more back to her previous antics of avoiding his gaze and staring out the window. "I can plainly see something is wrong," Percival scoffed, while wrenching off his spectacles and returning them to the inner pocket of his doublet. "What have I said now to upset you?" Twisting his lips to the side, he considered for a moment before slowly reassuring, "I was not intending to take the cost of your new horse out of your monthly allowance, if that is what you are worried about." "I am not worried about the horse," his bride-to-be insisted yet again, her tone particularly scathing that time. And yet still she refused to even so much as look at him. Throwing up his hands, Percival admitted defeat. His head thunked against the wall of the carriage behind him. Clearly there was no winning with this woman. Chapter 4. Edith. She was going mad inside that carriage. A week had passed, and yet they felt no closer to Varroa. The scenery beyond the window was still the same flat farmland and rolling hills she had seen all her life, not a single snowy mountain peak in sight. She had nothing to do. The air within the carriage was stale, and apparently she couldn't even open the window to allow in fresh air, because the last time she tried, Lord Umberly squawked about the wind blowing away all his papers until she finally closed it again. Edith slumped against that closed window now, willing herself to sleep. At least then she might wake to find they were at their destination at last. But she couldn't sleep in a moving carriage, especially not with the driver clearly endeavouring to find every pothole. Her husband-to-be had no such issues, though. His snores filled the carriage and set her teeth on edge, while she did her best to ignore his very existence. She failed with each freshly rasped exhalation. Sitting up, Edith reached across the bench to retrieve the one item she brought that deserved a place inside the carriage, rather than one strapped to the top, along with all the other luggage. It was the only thing of any true value she owned. Her father's longbow. Carefully pushing aside the velvet protecting it, Edith revealed just a glimpse of the warm, golden yew wood from which that longbow had first been shaped. It was old, far older than she, a proper antique. Never before had she dared shoot it. The very thought felt almost disrespectful somehow, as if she would be disturbing the dead by wielding it rather than simply safeguarding it as a family heirloom. Her father never gave her leave to shoot it. She had simply inherited it the day he died. That day was branded upon her mind as clearly as the stars carved into the back of her father's bow. Everyone thought she didn't remember. Even dear Sylvie. They just all thought she'd been too young. But she had been 5. Edith clenched her eyes shut and swallowed hard as that day came flooding back to her as it so often did whenever she simply tried to think of her family. The crack of the rope snapping taut, choked screams cut short. They should have been beheaded. They were noble born. Her family deserved the clean, quick death of an axe. But King Hammond XI, Reynard's father, had hanged them. Like common criminals. Her father, her mother, her brother, her uncles, her aunts, her cousins. But at least he had the decency to bury them after. A nice plot of their own within the royal cemetery. She was beyond certain Reynard would have left them draped from the outer walls of the palace for weeks, rotting there in the sun. A reminder, a warning. A lesson to all the other great houses of Elmoria of why they should always serve and obey House de la Croix, no matter how unjust, no matter how cruel. Stop, 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 stop. Edith willed her thoughts even as they continued to careen downward into the darkest recesses of her mind. She didn't want to think about it. She wanted to forget. But it was too late. She saw her father's eyes. Snap. Her mother's smile. Snap. She heard the warmth of her brother's laughter. Snap. "Stop the carriage!" Edith shouted, startling Lord Umberly awake, but still the carriage rumbled on. "I said, stop the carriage!" she screamed again, while slamming a hand against the wall until finally they lurched to a halt. "Lady Stuart?" her jailer questioned while she scrabbled for the handle of the door. The last vestiges of sleep still clung to his voice when he asked, "Are you quite all right?" No, I'm not all right," she wanted to scream at him as the threat of tears misted her vision. How could she possibly be all right? She couldn't breathe. She needed to get out of there. Tumbling out of the carriage at last, Edith gasped for air and stared at Lord Umberly's mounted guards, who were all looking at her as if she had suddenly transformed into a dragon of old. She bolted away from them, making for the faint shadow of a tree line in the distance. "I have to get out of here." The crisp autumn air whipped around her, tugging at the simple wool of her gown as she ran. After a week of being trapped in either the carriage or a too-small room at some no-name inn, stretching her legs was pure bliss. Behind her, Lord Umberly's cries ghosted over the hills, his call of, "Lady Stuart, wait!" growing more and more distant by the moment. She was almost to the tree line now. She had no idea what exactly she was going to do once she made it there, though. Perhaps she would never stop running. Perhaps she would simply just go and be. She would no longer be anyone's burden. She would no longer be anyone's problem at all. Drawing in another deep breath, Edith stretched her legs out all the more and ran that much harder, until she crested the last hill. Finally, she burst past the dark trees. Twilight fell, bringing with it all of her favourite colours, dark plum and moody cobalt. But with it came an even deeper chill, which left her shivering as she ducked beneath the grasping branches and leapt over the thick foliage. Here was a strange forest, its narrow game paths unfamiliar to her. She could have navigated the King's Forest in the dark with no issue. She had hunted its expanse since she was a little girl. But this wood. Her pace flagged when she finally considered how easy it would be for her to tumble into a dark ravine and break a leg. Or worse, she didn't know where she was in the grand scheme of Elmoria, nor did she know just where Lord Umberly and his men were. But they had horses, and she didn't. Another chill raced down her spine, leaving her suddenly wishing she had a cloak. Any cloak would have done. But the only cloak she truly wished for in that moment was Percival Umberly's, the nice, thick fur one with the pleasant, musky smell. She should have snatched it before she leapt out of the carriage, just as she should have snatched her father's bow. Drawn up short with that thought, Edith gasped when she remembered she had simply left it there on the carriage bench when she fled, but she hadn't known she was fleeing when she first burst out into the open air. She had just wanted to catch her breath. But then once she had the open ground beneath her feet and a chance at freedom flirting on the horizon. Edith groaned and slumped against the nearest tree, her face sinking into her hands. She was going to have to go back. She was going to have to go back to Lord Umberly, like a dog with its tail tucked between its legs, and beg for forgiveness. Because she wasn't going anywhere without that bow. Pressing the heels of her hands against her eyes, Edith hunched her shoulders and filled her lungs with another sweet breath of what scant freedom she had left. She didn't want to think about how angry Lord Umberly was going to be at having been disobeyed. He demanded she wait, and instead she ran. Edith had grown up with Reynard de la Croix. She knew all about the foul tempers of men. But it wasn't Lord Umberly's temper she feared in truth. It was the punishment his temper might concoct she truly feared. Reynard had been rather good at coming up with ways to punish her for every minor infraction. He had never touched her, of course. All his torture had been the subtle sort, the insidious sort, the sort that didn't leave any visible marks. Any stray cat she dared adopt went mysteriously missing. Any friend she made suddenly scorned her shortly after. Anything at all that ever seemed to bring her joy was taken away. Until Sylvie. Life within Goldreach improved dramatically when Sylvia Elwine married into the royal family and became Queen of Elmoria. But there had only been so much she could do. Did he tell Lord Umberly? Did he school Lord Umberly in how best to hurt me? The very thought made her blood run cold so it might match the rest of her already shivering form. With her head still bowed, Edith wrapped her arms around her body and squeezed hard to ground herself within the moment. "It's all right," she chanted within the safety of her thoughts in her usual mantra. "He can hurt you, but he can't break you. No man can." When Edith finally opened her eyes, ready to return to the carriage, her father's longbow, and whatever punishment Lord Umberly might think fitting for her disobedience, she realised she wasn't alone. Movement within the growing darkness sent her gaze flashing upward to track a strange man crouched within the branches of a nearby tree. He had a bow drawn and an arrow levelled directly at her. She hadn't even heard him appear. How long had he been watching her? Edith's jaw set, her mind whirred, but just as she flung herself westward, back toward the direction of the road, a hand clamped about her wrist from behind and drew her up short. "Where are you going, sweetheart?" asked the man holding her fast, his breath thick with the stink of one unacquainted with the concept of proper hygiene. "Let me go," she immediately snarled in reply. Heart racing, muscles tensing, Edith braced herself to fight. Long ago she had promised herself she would never be made a damsel in distress. She wasn't about to break that promise now. They might take away her family. They might take away her home. They might take away everything she had ever loved. But no matter what life might throw at her, she, Edith Stuart, would never again be the helpless little girl who simply stood there and watched. "Make me," the vagabond chuckled while flashing her a crooked, yellowed smile. Her own teeth still gritted, Edith offered him a tight smile in reply. And then she punched him square in the face. Chapter 5. Percival. "Lady Stuart, wait!" Percival desperately called after the woman fleeing from him, her fiery hair streaming as she ran. Flinging an exasperated look up at Sir Araldi, he then surged into motion himself on foot, his arms pumping and legs churning up the soft ground as he struggled to give chase. But where Edith Stuarte's long, lean form was clearly made for running, the Lord on high had not similarly blessed him. "Lady, Lady, Stuart," Percival wheezed. A sharp pain stabbed his side after he had only crested a single hill, but either she didn't hear him, or she simply didn't care, because she certainly wasn't stopping. Twilight descended over the hilly county of Ravania, flinging long shadows from the edges of the sable wood looming in the distance. Percival's jaw tightened while he watched the wild young woman dive just beyond the tree line and disappear amongst the trunks of the ancient oaks. Where in the blazes was she even going? "I need my horse," he shouted to his mounted guards trotting alongside him, and one dismounted at once to let him ride that horse instead. His lungs burned, his legs ached, but he ignored it all in favour of spurring the borrowed mount toward the edge of the forest, Sir Araldi keeping pace at his side. "What did you say to her?" the knight called out to him over the rush of the cool wind whistling past. "Me?" he shouted back just as they crashed through the tree line. Percival ducked to keep from being swept clean off his horse from a low-hanging bough. "How is this possibly my fault? I didn't do anything at all." He had been sleeping after all, but then he awoke to the sight of tears in her eyes and a hitch to her breath. She had run away from him before he ever had a moment to ascertain just what had her out of sorts now, though. He didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. His mother had been prone to hiding her tears from him, too. Tightening his grip on the reins, Percival leaned back in the saddle and slowed his horse from that brisk canter to a jagged trot instead. Eyes narrowing, he scoured the growing darkness while asking his men, "Do you see her?" But before anyone could answer, a wordless shout pierced the evening air. Percival immediately swung his horse around in that direction. Lips pursing, he nearly whistled for his two varhounds, Aegis and Lancer, before he grimly reminded himself he hadn't brought them, because he hadn't thought he needed them this far south. The large brutes were quite useful in helping ensure one wasn't mauled to death by one of the dire bears for which his family's duchy was infamous, but there weren't any dire bears outside of Varroa's borders. And yet he still sorely missed the familiar bulk of Aegis and Lancer, surging alongside his horse in those moments. Leaning low over this borrowed mount's neck, Percival flew deeper into the trees to find the source of that shout. It didn't take long. When he burst into the small clearing, his eyes immediately ticked across the entirety of the scene in one quick sweep. There were 10 men to his 5, clearly bandits, poorly armoured but armed. Lady Stuart was barely visible within the growing gloom from her place down on the ground, wrestling with one of them. The set of his jaw immediately hardened at the sight. Reining in his horse, Percival held up his left hand balled into a fist, signalling to his men to hold rank for the moment. While waiting, he shouted to the group of vagabonds, "You will release the lady!" At once. 11 sets of eyes snapped his way. But then Lady Stuart cried out with clear pain when the man who had been pinned beneath her a mere moment ago grabbed a fistful of her hair and hauled them both to their feet. His muscles tensed, and the horse beneath him surged forward in response. "Don't hurt her," he commanded, while hauling the gelding beneath him back to a halt. There was still a chance the bandits would comply with his demands. There was still a chance they could be reasoned with. When the dirty man who had his paws all over his wife-to-be wrenched back Lady Stuart's head and pressed the edge of his dagger against her throat, though, Percival's desire for diplomacy promptly evaporated. "What are you willing to give for her, my lord?" the brute dared ask. Percival calculated the odds of him making it to his fiancée's side before her throat was slit. The numbers were abysmal. "Whatever you want," he decided at once while edging his horse just a little closer. "Just let the lady go." All chance of negotiation ceased immediately when Lady Stuart abruptly slammed the back of her head into her captor's face. The crunch of bone and the sound of the man's wounded scream filled the evening air. Percival took his chance. His left hand dropped back to his reins, that signal for his men to hold, ripped away just as soundly as what fragile peace had existed within that clearing a mere moment ago. Digging in his heels, he let the restless creature blaze forward just as the bandits loosed their arrows. They pierced the patch of air he once occupied. Chaos reigned. Steel clashed against iron. Arrows found purchase in flesh. Horses whinnied and men screamed. But Percival paid none of it any mind. He had eyes only for her as he leaned forward over the neck of his mount and rode straight for her person. And just as she whirled to face her assailant, just as her fingers curled about the bandit's dagger and wrenched it from his hand, Percival bent down and wrapped his right arm around her chest. He hauled Lady Stuart away from the man in the same moment she slashed out with that stolen blade. She missed. Percival grunted from the effort of yanking her up onto the horse with him. But while she thrashed and screamed in her place, draped across the pommel of his saddle like a furious sack of potatoes, he whirled his mount around and rode hard back toward the road. His left hand held the reins secure, while his right remained gripping the back of Lady Stuart's dress. He kept her as steady as he could while they burst back through the tree line and sloped down the now utterly darkened hills. Within the distance, he could just barely make out the silhouette of the carriage. But even when he finally neared the worried-looking driver, he didn't slow. He just barked out an order of "Drive on!" and wheeled his borrowed mount northward to let it continue loping down the road. Now that they were away from any immediate danger, the adrenaline that had been pumping hard through Percival's veins melted away. And with the breaking of that dam came a whole flood of other feeling. A veritable typhoon. "Are you mad?" he snarled to his bride-to-be while hauling her up into a sitting position with his free hand. "You could have been killed." She had stopped struggling long ago, but the moment he perched her before him on the saddle, that struggle began all anew. She nearly sent them both pitching to the ground with her thrashing. Beneath them, their horse whinnied in fear. "Calm down, woman." Percival snaked his arm about her, pinning her against his chest. "I'm trying to help you." "I do not need your help," came Lady Stuart's venomous reply. "I had everything perfectly under control until you interfered." Percival warily eyed that bandit's blade still clasped in her hand. "Ah, yes. No doubt you were just going to kill them all." Her sharp chin lifted, a defiant flash within her eyes when she lowly confirmed, "If I had to." Percival clenched his jaw as his gaze dipped toward her throat. She was bleeding. Without thinking, he dropped the reins so his hand could clasp at her chin. "You're wounded." At least it wasn't too deep. Even in the darkness, he could see how her nostrils flared at his sudden touch, how her eyes flashed with an emotion he couldn't interpret. The staccato thunder of hooves upon the road behind him was all the warning he received before his 5 knights, led by a grim-faced Sir Araldi, drew alongside. Reluctantly, he shifted his attention away from the green-eyed wild woman in his arms. "It's handled, my lord," the captain reported, while another knight nudged his horse in closer to retrieve Percival's reins and hand them back. 10 men were now dead back there in those woods. They didn't have to die. But seeing that blood on his future wife was enough to stir some dark beast to life deep within Percival's soul, a beast which delighted in the idea that at least one of those 10 men would now be nothing more than food for the maggots. In the wake of that thought, though, guilt was swift to follow. Keeping his arm wrapped about Lady Stuart so she couldn't go dashing off in search of fresh danger, Percival prayed aloud. "Lord on high, please forgive us for the needless violence enacted here tonight, and watch over the souls of those who were lost." There were plenty of other things he wanted to pray for in that moment. A calm spirit for the Spitfire perched in front of him, for one. Patience for his own person, for another. But he added those within the privacy of his mind while his men murmured out their own additions to his prayer beneath their breath. The only words Lady Stuart seemed to have to add herself, however, were a vicious, "Take your hands off of me, my lord," while she squirmed within his hold. "Until we reach Varroa," Percival lowly promised, not loosening his grip in the slightest. "I will not be letting you out of my sight. You will stay with the armed escort at all times, even if I have to, chain you to my person." When she jerked her head to the side, suddenly refusing to meet his gaze or even acknowledge his words, a familiar, cold numbness settled over him. Why was this now his burden to bear? After all the loneliness and heartache he had endured in the wake of his mother's death, now he was to be tied to this woman. This woman who could not even bring herself to look at him after he had risked his life to save hers? For a single wild moment, Percival considered leaving her there in Ravania, right there, on the edge of the road. If she wished to be rid of him so badly, he would be more than happy to oblige. But he wouldn't. He couldn't. She was his now, his to marry, his to protect. Whether she wanted to so flippantly fling herself into death's waiting jaws or not, it was still his duty to keep her safe. To his men, Percival abruptly proclaimed, "Ride on. We make for Lyradale for the night." Within his mind, he unfurled a map of Elmoria and traced their route all the way from Goldreach to the Sable Wood, there within the heart of Ravania. They were growing so close to the outer borders of Varroa, and yet they were still several days away. "My lord," Sir Araldi cautiously interjected, "wouldn't it be easier to make camp here for the night? Lyradale is still some ways away, is it not?" "My bride is bleeding," Percival snapped, taking on a tone he hoped would broach no further argument. Nudging that borrowed horse back into a walk, he continued down the road with his bride in his arms, leaving his guards and the carriage driver to trundle behind. Lady Stuart still held her silence, as well as that blade. She clung to it while they rode, like how a child might cling to a beloved comfort object. But at least she had not threatened to use it upon him. Yet, as the silence between them stretched on, Percival's thoughts were given entirely too much leave to wander. And within that freedom, they wandered to the most logical place. The sensation of her form pressed against his own. Heat crawled its way along the back of his neck, leaving him soon burning in the cool night air. Beneath his heavy cloak, he rolled his shoulders, desperate to be rid of the added warmth. But where he burned, Lady Stuart shivered. At the feel of just how cold she was, all the lingering frustration he felt toward her bled away. He sighed, "Take my cloak." Her eyes snapped back to him at last. "What?" she asked, an audible confusion edging its way into her voice. "My cloak," he gruffly repeated. "Unclasp it and wear it." When she hesitated, he added a sharp, "Or don't, and freeze to death. It makes no difference to me." Those words, as equally callous and untrue as they were, at least moved her to action. Tucking that dagger into her belt, she then reached for him and began the careful process of unclasping the Varhound cloak pin at his shoulder. But while her fingers fumbled across him, he stared straight ahead at the road and thought of the most unalluring thing he could possibly think about to keep his mind distracted in that moment. His father. When finally the weight of his cloak swept away from his shoulders, Percival let out a breath. His mind snapped back to the moment, and his eyes returned to the woman before him. All the fight seemed to have fled from her, leaving her looking smaller than usual beneath the drape of the dire bear fur. When she caught him looking at her, she dully observed, "I will probably drip blood all over it." But he didn't care about that. "I have a handkerchief in my sleeve if you have need of it," he matter-of-factly informed her before then asking, "Why did you run?" His eyes searched her face, hunting for the truth, but her own gaze immediately averted when she answered with a mere, "I needed some fresh air." He frowned at that supremely unsatisfactory answer. "Then why were you crying?" "That's none of your concern," she snapped, some of her inner fire sparking back to life with those words. Clenching his jaw, Percival let the matter drop, and the rest of the journey to Lyradale passed in silence. He could only pray the last few days of their trek would pass with a similar sort of peacefulness, and without Lady Stuart seeking to stab anyone else. Chapter 6. Edith. Though she desperately wished to ride outside the carriage on horseback for the rest of their journey, Edith couldn't deny that, within the next day, the air had grown too cold for her to further endure it. The landscape beyond the carriage window swiftly changed as well, from rolling hills to deep, impenetrable forests dusted with snow. Beyond that rose mountains so high that no matter how hard she craned her neck, she couldn't spy the peaks through the clouds. Lord Umberly named the mountain range as Mordoth's Spine, and she recognized the name at once. According to legend, Mordoth had been the last of the living dragons that had once bathed all of Averell in their flame. The day after that, the windows of the carriage frosted over completely, no longer allowing her to see how the world was changing beyond. Gone, too, were their nightly stays within roadside inns. Now, when they needed to pause in their journey for the evening, Lord Umberly called upon his family's nearest bannerlord, and they were received with all the stoic hospitality of the north. At least that hospitality always involved a blazing hearth and a goodly amount of alcohol. But despite the improved quality of their lodgings and food, Edith soon realized she much preferred the inns. At least at the inns she was not a spectacle, regarded either with open curiosity, caution, or a mixture of both. "I had been so very certain our next Duchess would be a lady of the North after what happened to the last Duchess," whispered Lady Winifred Hale one evening over dinner. "One can only imagine how much of a shock this must all be to you." Though Edith hadn't the faintest idea what had happened to the last Duchess of Varroa beyond the simple fact she was dead, she still offered Lady Hale a tight smile and a nod in reply. Lord Umberly was too busy discussing crop yields with Lord Hale to save her from being subjected to any further awkward socialization, though. She couldn't understand how there would be that much to talk about regarding crop yields in the north, given the frigid wind howling just outside the walls of the Hale Manor. "And what happened to your neck?" Lady Hale wondered next, eyes wide. It wasn't a deep cut hidden beneath that linen, and Edith could have gone without binding it. But still, she preferred the sight of the clean bandage to the cut itself. She hardly needed one more thing marring her appearance. Edith answered with a smooth, "A cat scratched me," and that lie upon her lips was finally enough to lure Lord Umberly's attention back her way, fleeting though it was. It had been a long enough glance, though, for her to finally notice there was something vaguely pleasant about the man's mouth when he wasn't using it to scowl at her. On the fourth day of carefully picking their way along the winding roads of Varroa, a call finally came from outside the carriage of, "We've arrived, my lord." "At last," Lord Umberly exclaimed, looking far more animated than she had ever seen him before. Never again do I ever wish to make that journey. It's just—" He shifted forward on his bench, and his knees accidentally bumped against hers. While she recoiled from that touch and buried herself deeper within the folds of the fur cloak he had not once sought to reclaim from her, since that night amongst the hills, he continued on with a hasty, "Entirely too long a trip." Her stomach sank at his words. All the secret hopes she had harboured about one day seeing Sylvie again were dashed in an instant. But she had no time to mourn the loss of her dearest friend all over again. The moment the carriage rumbled to a stop, Lord Umberly himself flung open the door and a gust of frozen air blasted inside, pricking her exposed skin like so many needles. She pressed herself back into the corner of the carriage next to her father's bow and huddled further within her husband-to-be's cloak. Lord Umberly didn't even hesitate before hopping out into that biting wind, though. "Paxton!" he greeted someone she couldn't see. "Where are my boys?" Rapidly blinking, Edith slowly eased herself out of what protection the carriage provided against the harsh northern elements when she hesitantly echoed, "Boys?" No one had ever told her Lord Umberly already had children. But when she turned to look for the sons in question, what she saw instead was two furry monsters loping toward them with such speed she couldn't stop her scream before it had already wrenched itself from her throat. She might have thought they were white wolves, save for the fact they were far larger than any wolf she had ever seen before. Lord Umberly greeted both monsters with a smile and open arms. "Aegis, Lancer!" The one with the single spot of black staining its pristine coat launched itself at the future Duke of Varroa and soon smothered his face in licks. With its enormous paws braced against Lord Umberly's shoulders, the beast was taller than even she. Though a few knights chuckled at her outburst, it was the leader of them, Sir Araldi, who stepped forward to gently observe, "I imagine you've never seen a Varhound in the flesh, have you, my lady?" "That is a Varhound?" Edith couldn't help but ask, while the pure white one ducked its enormous head to snuffle at the hem of her dress. She backed away from the creature until she was pressed against the now closed carriage door with nowhere else to go. She had always just assumed a Varhound would look more like a hound, and less like some creature straight out of a book detailing myths and legends of old. "Yes," Lord Umberly finally answered her, after he had finished ruffling the dark-marked one's fur. "This is Lancer." With a glance toward the pure white, he added, "And that would be Aegis." When he pursed his lips and let loose with a sharp whistle, Lancer fell back to all fours at once. Aegis likewise peeled away from inspecting her hem to return to his master's side. "Master Paxton," Lord Umberly next addressed a middle-aged man lingering close by. The man immediately bowed in reply. "This is Lady Edith Stuarte. Lady Stuarte, this is my chamberlain, Master Paxton." She barely had a moment to breathe out a polite, "It's a pleasure," before Lord Umberly strode off with his varhounds padding at his side and his knights fanning out around in armed escort. Edith hesitated for all of a moment, Sir Araldi still lingering next to her, before she just assumed she should follow. "Paxton, how is my father?" Lord Umberly asked first, his tone just as brisk as his gait while they hurried through the courtyard of what could only be Snowcrest, the ancestral seat of House Umberly. Edith wasn't sure just what she'd been expecting, but Snowcrest looked as cold and uninviting as its name might suggest. It was a fortress of dark stone and frozen parapets, with banners flying the Umberly Varhound, snapping within the frigid wind. Though she could spy the sheen of glass within the windows along the main walls, every single window was barred with iron grates. The towers had no windows, though, only arrow slits. The moment they were through the courtyard and within a long tunnel instead, the grind of metal on metal made her jump. She whirled about to watch as a heavy portcullis lowered behind them. With a great finality it snapped into place, barring the way from whence she had just come. She was trapped. Blinking hard against the stinging wind which still whistled through the iron bars, she tugged Lord Umberly's cloak tighter about her shoulders and heaved out a long sigh. Her breath misted in the air before her. Feeling suddenly heavier and wearier than she ever had before, she turned around to rejoin the group, but startled when she found Sir Araldi waiting for her again. Meanwhile, Lord Umberly, Master Paxton and the others had kept going, seemingly content to leave her behind in this strange new place. She hurried to catch up. "Health is failing rapidly, I'm afraid, my lord," Master Paxton was saying when she finally returned to the party, just as they finished making their way through that stone tunnel. Whatever it was they were discussing saw the smile which had existed on Lord Umberly's features only a few moments before utterly eradicated, leaving him just as stern as he had been the first time they met. "And there is something else, my lord," the chamberlain began to say, though Lord Umberly didn't seem to hear the man, given that he talked straight over him. "Paxton, her ladyship will need a maid. Several maids, I think. Her husband-to-be rattled off in that matter-of-fact way of his. An entirely new wardrobe, a manners mistress, a horse, just—" He reached up to pinch the bridge of his nose. "Everything. Take the initial expenses out of the estate's accounts, but everything beyond that out of her own households. Her allowance is set at 2,000 a month." Master Paxton nodded along with each point, as if he were jotting down a mental note. But all Edith could do was protest one point in particular with an indignant, "Manners mistress." Lord Umberly blinked as he shot her a look as if surprised to find she was still there. "Of course. You are to be the Duchess of Varroa, and you have all the manners of an alley cat." While her steps momentarily faltered and her mouth fell agape at his rudeness, his eyes dropped toward the sight of his cloak still draped around her shoulders. He frowned. "She will also need her own furs," he added to the chamberlain's already enormous list as his attention shifted away from her. "The white fox, I think, will look nice with her hair." Edith ducked her chin down into the dire bear fur, keeping her neck warm at present. "Can I not have dire bear?" she asked out of curiosity more than anything, which earned her a bewildered glance from every man currently within earshot. She frowned at all the sudden attention. "No," Lord Umberly informed her, his tone not leaving any room for argument. "Women do not wear dire bear, my lady." She opened her lips, prepared to point out that she had been wearing dire bear for several days now and had yet to burst into flames, before Sir Araldi cleared his throat and quietly explained. "Within Varroa, my lady, it is tradition that a boy is considered a man after his first dire bear hunt. The pelt of the dire bear he helps bring down is then fashioned into a cloak his father presents to him. A dire bear cloak is a symbol of bravery and courage here in the north." Edith mulled that over for a few moments, her eyes watching the back of Lord Umberly's head, before she finally asked Sir Araldi, "And what about the girls? When are they considered women?" The knight looked lost in the wake of that question, clearly unsure just how to answer. Just then they finally burst through a massive set of double doors so thick she was fairly certain not a weapon known to man could have breached them, and found themselves within a dreary but at least somewhat warm entrance hall. With their entry, Sir Araldi was spared from answering any more of her pressing questions, given how they were immediately set upon by a flurry of further activity. A maid stepped forward at once to unclasp Lord Umberly's cloak from about her shoulders, and before Edith could protest the matter, the dire bear fur was plucked straight from her body and returned to the future Duke. Without its bulk, she felt more naked than ever beneath the weight of so many curious eyes. Folding her arms across her chest, she wished she could simply fold in on herself and disappear, even as a matronly woman with a kind smile stepped forward and bobbed a curtsy. Lord Umberly introduced the woman at once as, "This is Mistress Paxton, wife to Master Paxton naturally. She will be the manager of your household. If you need anything at all, you will direct it to her." "Now, it'll be such a pleasure to have a duchess about again, my lady," Mistress Paxton softly gushed. But those words simply earned another frown from Lord Umberly's lips. Has the duchess's suite been prepared for her already? He wondered of the Paxtons with a glance flicked in between them both. Both the master and mistress exchanged a look before Master Paxton himself answered with a slow, "Well, we weren't sure if you were quite ready for that just yet, my lord, so—" "Never mind all that," Lord Umberly snapped, his voice particularly frigid. His gaze was even colder still when it next landed upon her. "It will have to happen eventually, so we might as well just get it over and done with." The very moment those words were uttered, he forcefully ripped his eyes away from her and strode off again while ordering the Paxtons, "I want her installed in the Duchess's suite before the evening's out." Master Paxton and the knights, minus Sir Araldi, hurried to follow him. But now they were actually at their destination, Edith was supremely unsure of just what she was supposed to be doing with herself. She rocked on her heels and looked in between Sir Araldi and Mistress Paxton, both of whom, most unhelpfully, looked just as uncertain as she felt. Drawing in a deep breath, Edith squared her shoulders and hurried after Lord Umberly. "My lord, wait!" He stopped at once and turned to face her, an eyebrow arching. At the sight of that coldness still lingering upon his visage, she hesitated. The question she wished to ask caught in her throat. Faced with that hesitation, Lord Umberly's lips tugged down into yet another frown. "If you are expecting me to entertain you, my lady, I fear we have had a grave misunderstanding. I hardly have time for such a thing." She recoiled from his words. How arrogant to think she was following him now because she actually desired his company. She wished to see as little of this unpleasant man as was humanly possible. And yet, the realization she was now on her own in this new place saw a great loneliness sweeping over her. Even standing there, surrounded by so many people, she knew she was truly alone. Swallowing hard, Edith lifted her chin and looked down at the arrogant little man before her, when she corrected him with, "For your information, my lord, I am not expecting you to entertain me. I just—" She paused, wetting her lips. "I'm not sure what I'm now supposed to do." Lord Umberly but blinked at her for a time before he slowly voiced, "You are to work with Mistress Paxton to set up your household to your liking, to arrange your new wardrobe, and to plan the wedding, my lady." Edith's breath caught in her throat at that last, but still, her future husband clearly wasn't finished with the already enormous list of things she apparently had to do. "You are also to work with the manners Mistress Master Paxton finds for you, and learn the ways of the North and all your future duties as the Duchess of Varroa. One hopes before my father dies, and we both find ourselves within those weighty roles." His jaw hardened when he then gave her a quick once-over. It was all so clinical, his inspection, just as it always was, but the feel of his eyes skimming across her still made her squirm. "And you are to remain within Snowcrest at all times," he finally finished. "No more running away." But he didn't even give her a chance to respond to all of that before he then about-faced and started back down the hall. While he went, he barked another order to Master Paxton in the way of, "She needs a varhound as well." A varhound? The man was mad if he thought she was going to let a great beast like that pad after her at all hours of the day. But she kept such a thought to herself for the moment, not wishing to force herself to endure one more second of Lord Umberly's dreary company. The moment her future husband was out of sight, Edith turned back around to face Mistress Paxton and Sir Araldie once more. After a brief pause in which no one said anything at all, she did her best to force a smile to her lips. The smile which Mistress Paxton gave her in return was a good deal warmer, though when the other woman promised, "Don't worry, my lady. I'll be here to help you every step of the way." Chapter 7. Percival. "And just when were you going to tell me my cousin is here?" Percival asked Paxton a few short minutes later, when he spotted Lord Umberly's personal valet skittering down the corridor. "I did try, you know," Paxton dryly observed, "but there were so many other things to discuss. Lord Draven arrived shortly after you departed for Goldreach." Of course he did, finally ducking into the Duke's study with Aegis and Lancer still trotting at his side. Percival immediately made for the desk, while Paxton shut the door behind them. His knights had already returned to their usual duties. Now he was back in his usual perch. "I imagine he's here for the wedding," Paxton went on to suggest, but Percival wasn't convinced. "I imagine he's here just on the off chance father tries to name him heir in a final moment of madness," he wagered instead, while slumping into the large leather chair stationed behind the desk. Leaning forward, he dropped his face into his hands and breathed in deep, and tried to ignore the fact his cloak still smelled like her. "Yes, well, we both know the Bannerlords would never support that sort of nonsense," Paxton did his best to reassure. Percival didn't feel at all reassured, though. "And in happier news, you're home now and have safely returned with our new Duchess." At that he simply grunted, but he didn't have the energy to tell even his chamberlain about that bit of business in the Sable Woods. Perhaps it was best no one in Varroa ever knew about that. "She's quite pretty, is she not?" Paxton wondered next, finally luring Percival's head out of his hands. He delivered up to his chamberlain a flat look. The other man gave him a sly smile in reply. Percival refused to play along. "She will suit." Fishing his spectacles out of his inner pocket, he then dragged the stack of paperwork that was waiting atop the desk toward him. "Once we get her cleaned up and properly attired as a duchess should be—" Even without glancing that way, he still heard the frown within Paxton's voice when the man said, "My lord, if you're not yet ready to see your mother's jewels worn by another, we can postpone installing Lady Stuart within the Duchess's suite until after the wedding." "No." Percival stared straight through the words before him, not really seeing them when he pointed out, "It is just jewelry, Paxton, and it will have to happen sooner or later, so we might as well see it done sooner." Despite his insistence, each word still weighed heavily on his tongue. It had been 7 years since last that suite was opened, since last he saw his mother's things. "Very well, my lord," Paxton conceded, dropping the matter at once. "Shall you be visiting your father tonight or tomorrow?" "Tomorrow," Percival decided without a second thought. "Very good. Good night, my lord, and welcome home." Once Paxton left to return to the weighty responsibility of ensuring Snowcrest continued to run smoothly, Percival settled in for a long night spent working behind his desk. With Aegis and Lancer settled at his feet in a mass of muscle and fur, he pored over the reports that had piled up in his absence. The scent of Lady Stuart, which wisped from the thick ruff of dire bear fur clasped about his throat, kept him company into those wee hours, reminding him at every turn of just how vexing a woman she truly was. But Paxton had been right, of course. She was terribly pretty. Percival visited his father the first thing the next morning, with Aegis padding faithfully alongside. Lancer, the lazy brute, was still dozing before the sitting-room hearth. But the very moment he arrived to the Duke's suite, his heart sank when he realized his cousin had gotten there first. "Percy!" Draven cheerfully called from where he was already sitting at the Duke of Varroa's bedside. "So good of you to join us." What false cheer Percival had affixed to his spirit to make entering his father's room even remotely bearable that morning immediately crumbled to ash. Draven Umberly was, and always had been, everything he was not. Tall, broad, and irredeemably idiotic. Clearly sensing his mood, Aegis pricked his ears forward and rumbled a low warning to all those present. The sound failed to impress the elderly Varhound lounging on the bed at the Duke of Varroa's feet, just as it failed to impress the Duke himself. "An Umberly," his father wheezed with more than a hint of scorn. Should always be able to control his varhound. Percival's lips twitched in reply. Good morning, father, he offered in flat greeting while striding further into the room. Ignoring the smirking dullard sitting at the Duke's beside, he fixed his eyes only on the shriveled husk of a man currently buried beneath a pile of furs. What a pleasure to find you in a lucid moment. Lord Umberly, the current Duke of Varroa, had been plagued for some years now by a wasting disease. Countless physicians had tried to stop its spread. Countless physicians had failed. And yet, for all their efforts were ultimately in vain, for all that his father had been bedridden since last Wintertide, here he was, still clinging to life. Simply to spite him. Pausing there on the opposite side of the bed from Draven, Percival added within that growing silence, though I had hoped we might speak alone. There are some matters we need to discuss. A wet cough rattled from his father's throat. Anything you wish to say to me, boy, can be said in front of your cousin? Percival flexed the fingers of his right hand into a fist and squeezed as hard as he could until the count of 5. Only then did he relax his hand once more and force a smile to his lips. Of course, Your Grace. He's the closest thing you have. Another cough. To a brother, after all. After that, mother of yours failed to give me another son. That's quite enough of that, Percival snapped with such force. Surprise actually registered upon his father's withered face. But even though he knew it was unwise to provoke the old man, especially now Draven was inserting himself into their power plays, he could not remain silent. He would endure a great many things from Lord Umberly, but this was most certainly not one of them. I will not stand here and hear another ill word spoken about my mother. You will stand there, his father hissed back, and do as you're told. Have I not? Percival demanded to know. Have I not just wasted over a month's time journeying to Goldreach and back to retrieve this wife you have decreed I must take despite the fact that she is... A humorless breath huffed forth. Enormously ill-suited to the role our society will demand of her. Varroa was going to eat that woman alive and spit out her bones, and there was nothing at all he could do to stop it, aside from keeping her locked within Snowcrest until the end of time. Draven scoffed then, and leaned over to prop an elbow atop the Duke's bed when he suddenly drawled, Well, if you do not want her, dear Percy, I'll be glad to take her off your hands. I've heard she's as tall as one of those desert witches. Every thought that had existed within Percival's mind was immediately extinguished in that moment, leaving only the sound of his own blood pounding through his skull. He swiveled his attention toward his cousin and fixed him with a look. You will stay away from Lady Stuart, Draven, he lowly warned the other man, but that warning clearly fell on deaf ears. Will I? Draven wondered with the sort of smile that made Percival immediately want to punch the expression clean off his cousin's face. But before another word could be exchanged between them, Draven suddenly rolled to his feet and indulged in a theatrical stretch. Well, as exciting as this all is, I must be going. By your leave, uncle, of course. Granted, the Duke rasped, and Draven leaned in to press a kiss to the old man's brow. Percival looked away, feigning interest in the all-too-familiar tapestries adorning the walls. In silence, he waited for Draven to finish making his way out of the room. Only when the door finally snapped shut behind his cousin did he turn his attention back to his father. He matched the old man frown for frown. Well, his father wheezed, now that you are finished with your little fit. The old man was interrupted by another hacking cough which shook the entirety of his feeble form. Thinning his lips, Percival strode around the bed and settled himself into the chair Draven had just occupied. But even once there, he still lingered in silence for a time, just listening to his father's laboured breathing. He wanted to ask, since when has House Umberly allowed itself to be pressured into marriage alliances by the Crown? But what he asked instead was a mere, how much longer do you think you have, father? Lord Umberly erupted in a fresh bout of wet coughs. So eager. For my coronet, are you? Percival's jaw hardened. I am asking for the purposes of the wedding, Your Grace. A tired sigh escaped his father's lips when his coughing finally subsided, long enough for him to draw a proper breath. Sinking back into his pillows, His eyes then fluttered closed, leaving Percival wondering if the Duke was intending to answer the question at all. It was a few minutes more before his father eventually rasped, "It'll be any day now." Percival immediately doubted that. He had certainly heard those exact words before over the last 3 years. "We will plan for a month from now then," he promised while rising from his seat. But before he had even made it a single step, his father's eyes flashed back open to see the old man decreeing with a renewed strength, "You have 1 week." Chapter 8. Edith. She spent her first night at Snowcrest within the Duchess's suite as Lord Umberly demanded, but given how late the hour was when the chambers were finally ready for her, Edith didn't have the energy to explore the suite beyond noting the bed was large and the pillows soft. Sleep claimed her soon after, and morning came too swiftly. "Forgive me, my lady," Mistress Paxton called while flinging open the drapes covering every window. Bright morning light flooded the room. Edith groaned and rolled to her other side. She didn't need to know what time it was to know it was entirely too early. Perhaps she could simply tell Mistress Paxton to go away and come back later. Would that work? Did she have that sort of authority here? "I would let you sleep," Mistress Paxton continued, "but we have a busy day today. First, there is the meeting with the kennel master. Your first etiquette lesson will begin after lunch, and then the seamstress will be by after." Sleep still weighed heavily upon Edith's thoughts when she finally lifted her head and squinted at Mistress Paxton and the small army of maids currently bustling about the room. "Am I your employer, Mistress Paxton, or is Lord Umberly?" The other woman's lips quirked into a little smile. "Well, a bit of both, my lady. For now I must take my orders from Lord Umberly. But once you are Duchess, you will have the authority to send me away and stay in bed all day if that's your wish. That would be her luck, that she'd have to marry the grumpiest man in all Elmoria before she could finally sleep in." Edith groaned again and rubbed the sleep from her eyes before finally chancing a proper look about her bedchamber. It was well over 5 times the size of her room within Goldreach, and decorated in hues of purples and an array of textures. The latter helped soften the cold stone of the walls and floor, and while it lacked the elaborately decorated furnishings she had come to expect within the palace, it was decidedly comfortable and nice. "It's hard to believe this is truly my room," Edith admitted while stroking her fingers through one of the plush furs piled atop the bed. And while the maids continued to work, pulling out articles of clothing from the wardrobe and laying them out on the bed, Mistress Paxton paused and looked toward the portrait positioned above the fireplace. Curious, Edith followed the other woman's gaze. The lady in the portrait was truly lovely, with dark ringlets so black they carried a bluish tint. But there was something sad about her hazel eyes, a weightiness the original painter had been too honest to exclude. "Who was she?" Edith whispered. Mistress Paxton turned back toward her and offered a wan smile. "Odette Umberly, our last Duchess. This was her room, but yes, now it is yours, my lady. These were all her things. Lord Umberly ordered this room closed off, just after his mother's death. Gowns could do with a bit more airing." She frowned down at those dresses. "It'll be a bit too short on you, but it's the best we can manage until we have your new wardrobe." Edith swallowed against the sudden lump in her throat when she asked, "Will I be seeing Lord Umberly today?" A smile quirked the corner of Mistress Paxton's mouth. "Would you like to see Lord Umberly today, my lady?" "No," Edith insisted at once. "I have no desire to see him at all." She had seen more than enough of him during their journey. She had seen enough of him to last a lifetime. Finally taking the plunge into the cold air, she shivered while the maids rushed forward to peel off her nightgown. But not even the frigid temperatures of Varroa could match the ice within Lord Umberly's eyes the last time he had looked at her. While the maids piled layer after layer of clothing onto her bare skin to help stave off the ever-present chill, all Edith could think about was how much she didn't want to see how displeased her future husband would look if he were to spot her dressed in his dead mother's things. When finally her new army of maids finished pulling and prodding at her, Edith turned to glimpse herself in the mirror standing by the wardrobe. At the sight of her reflection, her breath hitched. The gown they had chosen was a deep green wool embroidered about the neckline and hem in a swirl of golden foliage, Black fur trimmed the long bell sleeves. As feared, it was far too short on her, but the heavy cloak draped over it all helped to mask that fact. A simple gold circlet adorned with a single emerald sparkled upon her brow, and a golden sun pendant, the symbol of the Lord on high himself, was clasped about her throat. They had plaited her long hair in a simple braid which stretched down her back, but even that was threaded with chains of gold. "There," Mistress Paxton whispered, while adjusting the cloak's drape across Edith's shoulders. "Now you look like the heir of House Stuart." The heir of House Stuart. No one had ever put it quite like that before. When her eyes began to mist, Edith turned away from her reflection and cleared her throat, though still the lump growing there lingered. "Thank you, Mistress Paxton." "Of course, my lady. Oh." Mistress Paxton hesitated by the vanity, her eyes trained on the dagger resting there. The very dagger Edith had wrenched away from that bandit in the woods, the one who threatened her life. "Did we wish to bring this along?" Mistress Paxton's tone was careful yet inquisitive, as she clearly tried to make sense of just why Edith possessed the crude weapon. Lord Umberly must have said nothing about that night within the forest. Edith wasn't about to either. The rancid stink of that man's body odour still burned within her nose, and the memory of his breath panting against her neck made her skin crawl all over again. But as she looked at that dagger, as she remembered the feel of it pressed to her throat, her fingers within their new, warm gloves trembled. No, Edith decided. She never wanted to see that dagger again. Approaching the vanity, she wrenched open a drawer and promptly shoved the blade within. "Let's not." After a beat, she added, "But perhaps we might have space for a bodice dagger sewn within my new gowns." And then, She frowned. Lord Umberly had given her such an excessive monthly allowance. 2,000 gold pieces? How could she possibly spend 2,000 gold pieces in a month? It still felt strange ordering things for herself, though, even knowing the Umberly estate could clearly afford it. Glancing back to Mistress Paxton, Edith sheepishly wondered, "Could I have a few bodice daggers ordered as well?" Mistress Paxton but smiled and bowed her head. "Of course, my lady. I'll send a message to the blacksmith as soon as we're finished with the kennel master." And then they were off, with Mistress Paxton and 2 of the maids leading the way toward the door. The other 3 remained behind to do whatever it was maids did when they weren't helping a lady dress. Edith wasn't quite sure. She had never had a single lady's maid before, let alone 5. Outside the bedroom stood a sitting room. Mistress Paxton had explained the night before was a part of the Duchess's suite and hers to do with as she liked. A door to the right apparently led into a small dining nook as well. But it was to the largest door, the one which led out into the corridor beyond, Mistress Paxton led their little group. When it swung open to reveal Sir Araldi already waiting outside, Edith blinked at the man. In contrast, he greeted her with a warm smile and a bow of his head. "Are we all ready to visit the kennels, then?" "No," Edith grumped, much to the older knight's delight if the chuckle which followed was any indication. But despite the fact she truly did not want to be anywhere near those monstrous Varhounds again, she still fell into step at Sir Araldi's side. The sooner she got this all over with, the sooner she could get back to bed. Edith's eyes glazed over as the kennel master, Master Slade, paraded another enormous snowy-pelted brute before her. Again, the man rattled off its pedigree, as if the names he was bombarding her with meant anything at all to her. The only information she had retained so far was that, apparently, a pure white coat was considered a sign of a well-bred Varhound. Even a single dark spot was enough to render a dog unsuitable for further inclusion in the Snowcrest breeding program. When she pointed out to Master Slade that Lord Umberly himself possessed a Varhound with a dark spot, though, the man had looked at her with such distaste that one might have thought she had just suggested Snowcrest replace every Varhound within its walls with cats instead. That would have been a decided improvement, though, in her opinion. "What exactly am I supposed to be looking for again?" Edith asked Sir Araldi in an aside, earning an arched eyebrow and a sidelong glance from the older man. This was the 5th Varhound Master Slade had presented to her, but they all looked the same, and all the lofty names like Virtue and Vanguard were bleeding together in her thoughts. "You're supposed to be looking for one that tickles your fancy, my lady," Sir Araldi muttered back, a smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. "But none of them tickle my fancy." Edith stole a quick glance back to Master Slade. He had stepped away just long enough to bring out the 6th Varhound of the day. It looked exactly like the 5 which came before it. Must I have a Varhound? It just seems rather unnecessary if I am to never leave Snowcrest. She knew it wasn't Sir Araldi's decision to make, but perhaps if she made a good enough argument, he would carry that argument all the way back to Lord Umberly for her. Sir Araldi sighed through his nose and gave a quick shake of his head. "It's just for ceremony, mostly," he quietly advised her beneath the sound of Master Slade listing off this latest Varhound's lineage. "And for protection should the worst happen, like an uprising from the Banner Lords or a raid from the mountain tribes." Edith's head snapped back toward the night at once, when she wondered with widening eyes. People live in those mountains. For once, her armoured shadow didn't entertain a smile in response to her lack of understanding when it came to all things Varroa. He simply looked grim, nodded his head the once, and then turned his attention back forward. Edith swallowed and did similarly. "What about those Varhounds over there?" she suddenly asked Master Slade, with a nod toward a kennel placed at the very back of the building. Even from that distance, she spotted a splash of colour which looked a good deal more interesting to her than this sea of white fur. With a glance over his shoulder to see which Varhounds she meant, the kennel master then wrinkled his nose and explained, "Those are the defective ones, my lady. They are unfit for your consideration." She arched an eyebrow at that. "And what do you do with the defective ones, Master Slade?" The man heaved out a sigh and shrugged. "Usually they are gifted to children of the Bannerlords to serve as family pets." "The defective ones are considered suitable enough to serve as gifts for the Bannerlords, but not suitable enough for me to consider?" Edith questioned with a crinkle of her eyebrows. "Well, that doesn't make any sense at all." She didn't give Master Slade time to argue before she set off in that direction. Mistress Paxton, her maids, and Sir Araldi hurried to follow. "My lady, I must insist," Master Slade implored, when she finally paused before the kennel which housed the defective ones so that she might study the dogs within. "As the future Duchess, you will be expected to have the best I have to offer, and these are most certainly not it." Defective? The Varhounds within that kennel were gorgeous, a pretty selection of pups and full-grown dogs, all sporting a medley of different-coloured coats. Some were a soft shade of tawny, one was almost entirely black, but most were some combination of white with dusky accents. There was one in particular seated in the front, though, which seemed smaller than the rest. Its coat was mottled black and white, and only one of its ears stood pointed straight, as she had only just learned a Varhound's should. The other drooped in a terribly charming way that made the creature look rather lopsided, especially when one took into account it had one blue eye in addition to the usual brown. When Edith tilted her head to the side to further consider the petite Varhound, the Varhound tilted its head in reply. Its one floppy ear perked up while it studied her in turn. The very sight of it was more than enough to melt her heart. "That one," she decided. She even pointed at the hound in question, just in case Master Slade tried to play coy. "That is the Varhound I choose." The kennel master's jaw nearly fell to the floor. My lady, you can't be serious." "But I can," Edith insisted, her gaze back upon the little Varhound now rather than the sputtering Master Slade. The blue-eyed pup was lovely and strange, and if Lord Umberly was going to force her to own a dog when she would have much preferred a cat, then by the Lord on high, it was most assuredly going to be the dog of her own choosing. At her side, Mistress Paxton lightly cleared her throat and warned, "It is a little unorthodox, my lady. Lord Umberly will be—" The other woman trailed off, clearly hunting for the right word. "Taken aback." "Let him be taken aback, then," Edith breathed, the bold words not matching with the cold rivulet of trepidation which trickled down her spine at Mistress Paxton's warning. Still, she remembered the sheer fury that had rolled off of him that night immediately after their encounter with the bandits. She had been sure he was going to strike her. He had certainly shouted enough. A heat bloomed within her cheeks when she recalled what he had done instead, crushed her against his body, and let her borrow his cloak yet again while they shared that horse ride all the way to Lyredale. He was certainly a good deal stronger than she had first imagined he would be. Even if she hadn't ascertained that much from the fact he could pick her up from the ground and sling her over his saddle, she certainly would have discovered it from the solid feel of his chest pressed against her while they rode. None of that. Edith lifted her gloved hands to her burning cheeks to try to mask the sight of them from view of her attendants. She wasn't going to stand there and pretend like she suddenly found Percival Umberly handsome just because he was strong and always offered her his cloak when she was cold. The man was unpleasant and moody, and occasional gentlemanly manners certainly didn't absolve him of either of those shortcomings. Drawing in a deep breath, Edith turned to Master Slade and abruptly commanded with all the authority she could muster, "As your future Duchess, I demand you give me that dog." Any decree she made Lord Umberly could simply unmake. She knew that. And just as Reynard had done so many times before, he could also make the blue-eyed Varhound simply disappear one day. All her life, disappointment had been her constant companion. Surely life in Varroa would be no different. But when Master Slade set his jaw, gave her a stiff bow, and opened the kennel, Edith couldn't help the smile which immediately claimed her lips. The mottled pup trotted toward her with its fluffy tail wagging. And even if this ended in tragedy, as so many other moments in her life had, at least this happy moment with the hound immediately snuffling and licking her gloved hands could not be taken from her. "She is wholly untrained, my lady," Master Slade sighed, as if still determined to dissuade her before she left the kennels with her new canine companion, "and too small by half." "She's perfect," Edith insisted while stroking a hand in between the Varhound's mismatched ears. "What's her name?" Master Slade's lips twisted. "Skye." "Skye," Edith whispered, testing that name on her tongue. The sound of it lured another tail wag from the Varhound to which the name belonged. She truly was perfect, that dog. Even her name, simple and unassuming as it was utter perfection. A Skye for the last star of House Stuart. Chapter 9. Percival. A week. That was all the time Lady Stuart had to plan and prepare for their wedding. That was all the time he had before he was to present her before all the banner lords as the future Duchess of Varroa. A month would have been a challenge, but a week? Pacing before the crackling hearth within his study, Percival worried his fingers through his hair while Aegis and Lancer's eyes followed him back and forth, back and forth. Again and again he traversed the length of the room. He had to go tell her. He simply had to go tell her. But the thought of going and doing just that made him feel as though he had a large boulder settled in the pit of his stomach. He didn't need to give the woman yet one more reason to dislike him. She had already fled from him once, clearly preferring to take her chances in the arms of a bandit than simply become his wife. Percival forcefully shoved that memory of the sable woods and the sight of that other man's grubby hands all over Lady Stuart aside, in favour of stalking toward the door. The bandit was already dead. He'd certainly never touch Lady Stuart again. A sharp whistle brought Aegis and Lancer away from the warmth of the fire and back to his side, and together the three of them set off to go find his reluctant bride-to-be. He might as well just get this over and done with. The task would become no easier by postponing it. Given it was mid-afternoon, Lady Stuart should be with the seamstress, having her measurements taken for her new wardrobe and wedding dress. But when he turned down the corridor to make his way to the Duchess's suite, a sudden peal of feminine laughter sounded from further down the hallway in the opposite direction. He turned toward the sound and squinted. Indecision saw him hesitating for a few moments more, until the telltale yips of a young Varhound accompanying the next peal of laughter further piqued his curiosity. On quiet steps, he strode toward the cacophony and away from the Duchess's suite. Pausing just outside the doorway leading to the gallery housing his ancestors' portraits, Percival peeked within to see what all the commotion was about, and what he saw made his heart skip a full beat. Lady Stuart was particularly effervescent when she smiled, a quality he had not truly appreciated the first time they met, given that she had been covered head to toe in mud at the time. But now, she was covered head to toe in gold and fine furs, with one of his mother's circlets twinkling at her brow as she frolicked through the gallery like a much younger woman, while a varhound chased after her heels. Sir Araldi and Mistress Paxton stood nearby, watching her at her play, and for a small time Percival was equally content with but observing, despite the peculiar ache in his chest. Here was the woman who always seemed so miserable in his presence, and yet now he saw how she laughed and made merry in his absence. But then he got a better look at that varhound Lady Stuart was playing with, and that strange ache immediately dissipated. In its place, indignation roared to life. "What in the name of the Lord is that?" Percival demanded while striding within. His eyes narrowed on the mottled mongrel his kennel master had given to his betrothed. The sheer insult of it all was almost too much to bear. Just because she was not northern-born, Master Slade had given her the absolute worst Snowcrest had to offer. Lady Stuart's laughter died when she whirled to face him, her eyes wide and her face blanching. At her feet, the young varhound still frolicked. Utterly mannerless, it pawed and nipped at her skirt, demanding more play. Percival bit back a snarl at the sight. "This is my varhound," Lady Stuart softly claimed, but Percival viciously shook his head in rejection of the very idea. She might not be northern-born, it was true, but she deserved far better than that. "To the underworld it is," Percival snapped. Shooting a look over to Sir Araldi, he glared at the other man. "How could you have let this happen? Was I not clear in my instructions to Master Slade? I specifically said a varhound befitting—" He cut himself off and pinched the bridge of his nose. He didn't have time for this nonsense. He had letters to write. He needed to summon the Bannerlords in time for the wedding. "I will just take care of it myself then," Percival decided, as he leaned forward to hook his fingers beneath the mongrel's collar. He'd just drag it back to the kennels himself and return with something more proper for a future duchess. "Come, No!" Lady Stuart cried, startling him to the point he dropped the mottled varhound's collar at once. The woman's bottom lip quivered, and her viridian eyes shone with a whole medley of emotions he had no hope of understanding. "I will not let you take Skye from me." "Skye?" Percival echoed, his brow furrowing. "My lord," Sir Araldi spoke at last, sending Percival's gaze to immediately snapping that way. "This is the varhound her ladyship chose for herself." Clearing his throat, the knight then added, despite Master Slade's best efforts to dissuade her and offer her a more well-bred option. All of Percival's thoughts ground to a halt. "You chose this varhound?" he slowly repeated back to Lady Stuart with a frown. "She chose the insult for herself? And no one told you how this might look, what this might symbolize to the Bannerlords? Dear Lord, they will all think I despise her." "I don't care what the Bannerlords might think," Lady Stuart flippantly claimed with a lift of her chin. "Well, you should," Percival snapped. His thoughts flew back into motion to swiftly catalogue every tiny thing that was now sure to go wrong over the next week. They didn't have enough time. There simply wasn't enough time. "You will be presented to them in a week as the future Duchess of Varroa." "What?" Lady Stuart whispered, her face as white as the peaks of Mordoth's spine at that news. "A week, my lord?" Mistress Paxton asked next, looking just as shaken. "You are teasing us, surely." Swallowing, Percival dragged his gaze to Lady Stuart's throat. He couldn't bring himself to meet the despair he simply knew would unfurl within her eyes when he confirmed, "I fear not. This is his Grace's will. We will be wed in a week." When his gaze landed upon the necklace his bride-to-be was currently wearing, though everything else ceased to matter, the sight of it immediately shook him to his core. Could it truly be the necklace? He had not seen it in years. Without another word, Percival stepped in close and hooked his fingers within that necklace's delicate chain. The soft intake of breath on Lady Stuart's part he utterly ignored. His attention was wholly devoted to studying the golden sun resting upon his trembling fingers. But he knew it was the necklace even before he flipped it over to confirm. As he had suspected, the back was engraved, just as it had been when he first presented it to his mother as a Wintertide present 13 years ago. "Love, Percy." Even those two words were enough to steal what remained of his breath, standing so close to Edith Stuart. The sight of his mother's favourite necklace now twined around his fiancée's throat left him feeling like a man stepping onto the deck of a ship for the first time. That faint sense of vertigo was simply magnified tenfold when he finally dragged his eyes away from the pendant and glanced up to find her face floating so near. She watched him within that nearness, her brilliant eyes wide and her cheeks flushed. Clearing his throat, Percival immediately dropped his mother's necklace and then retreated, placing a proper amount of distance between them once more. "Keep the mutt," he decreed without further argument, "if it truly makes you happy, but know the Banner Lords will think less of you for it." At his side, Lancer whined and wagged his tail when Lady Stuarte's mutt padded in close to give him a sniff. Aegis seemed supremely uninterested in the younger dog, though, but Percival ignored the Varhounds in favour of snapping a look towards Sir Aroldy and Mistress Paxton. He frowned at the two of them and added one final instruction of, "Ensure she's ready and not further made to look the fool," before he turned and left the gallery. Though Aegis immediately followed, he had to whistle for Lancer, and soon his brisk stride carried him back to the familiar safety of his study. He told himself he was walking so quickly because he simply had so many things to do before the week was out. But even so, he couldn't help but feel as if he was truly fleeing from Lady Stuart and the feel of her eyes burning against his own. Chapter 10. Edith. The next few days were a blur. Every day, Edith rose before dawn to the feel of Sky's cold, wet nose prodding at her cheek. And together, bundled up against the ever-present cold, they crept outside to watch the kennel master training the other dogs of Snowcrest, so that Edith could then teach Sky the whistles in secret. The memory of the way Lord Umberly had looked at poor Sky, as though the pup was less than dirt, left a bitter taste upon Edith's tongue. She would prove him wrong. After the sun fully rose, it was time for her etiquette lessons with Mistress Burke. Those lessons now filled the entirety of her morning, given how much there was to learn before the wedding. After that first day, though, Mistress Burke's curriculum felt less about correcting her alley cat manners, as Lord Umberly had put it, and more about ensuring she knew the entirety of Varroa's history and customs by week's end. Which soon felt quite impossible once Edith realised the people of the North assigned meaning to absolutely everything. The colours she wore meant something, the way she styled her hair meant something else, even the way she stood or sat could convey an insult. Being in Varroa felt like being in another kingdom entirely, the more she learned about its people and their many strange traditions. That feeling was only further driven home the first time Mistress Burke laid eyes on Sky, and the manners Mistress finally explained to Edith what the rest of the North would think about her owning a Varhound with such an unusual colouring. "The Banner Lords will see it as a sign of your husband's disfavour," Mistress Burke sighed, levelling a frown at Sky as she did. "It signals Lord Umberly does not view you as the right choice for Duchess. It suggests he sees you as unworthy of his respect." That news had left Edith's stomach churning, to the point the lunch which followed lost all interest to her. She wished someone had told her that before she chose Sky. Not that it would have affected her decision at all. She loved the strange Varhound at first sight, but she would have liked to have made an informed decision all the same. "At least Sky represents the truth of our situation," Edith sighed to herself, while she tried to forget the way Lord Umberly had nearly ripped his mother's necklace from her throat. Every time they were in the same room together since, the sheer weight of his clear dislike threatened to smother her completely. Blessedly, though, he seemed to be avoiding her at present. But she wished she could say the same about every man currently in residence at Snowcrest, aside from Sir Aroldy, of course. Edith first noticed the strange man who now seemed to be following her on her very first day at the keep, and then every day since. He had yet to muster the courage to actually approach and speak to her, though. The man looked every inch just like she first thought Lord Umberly would, before she actually met him. Tall, broad, and sporting a thick dark beard that matched the shaggy tumble of his hair. He even had a Varhound who followed him about from time to time, but there was something about his eyes that put her ill at ease. The mere weight of them upon her was enough to make her skin crawl. Chapter 11. Percival. From his place hunkered at his side, Paxton hesitantly whispered, "Remind me again what we're doing here, my lord." Percival frowned and shushed his chamberlain mere moments before Lady Stuart passed by their position with her usual entourage in tow. He waited until the sounds of her footsteps were growing quieter in the distance before he finally dared peek around the corner. Within his hands he held the notebook in which he was compiling his notes on all things Edith Stuarte, her likes, her dislikes, and all the rest of it. He wanted to learn all there was to know about her, so he could ensure she was at least somewhat content in her new life at Snowcrest. His father had never made such an effort with his mother, but Percival would not be making a similar mistake. Today, Lady Stuart was wearing purple. He jotted that down. That might be important later. Perhaps it was her favourite colour. "We," Percival softly reminded his chamberlain, "are observing Lady Stuart to gain a better understanding of her." Now that she was far enough ahead of them, he finally crept out from his hiding place and casually strolled down the corridor, trailing in his future wife's wake. There was something terribly pleasant about the way she moved, with a fluid, effortless grace, that he couldn't help but admire while he followed her. She was probably an excellent dancer. He jotted that down too. Paxton reluctantly followed. "Have we considered, perhaps, speaking with her ladyship, my lord? Surely that would be an even better way to get to know her." After a beat, his chamberlain further suggested, "We could invite her to lunch, dinner, afternoon tea." Percival scoffed and slanted Paxton a dubious look. "Don't be ridiculous, Paxton," he muttered, even while returning to the task of monitoring Lady Stuart over the rim of his spectacles. "Women never truly tell you what they're thinking, even when you ask them directly. She'll just say she's fine, and that she desires nothing at all, even though we both know that's a load of—" He cut himself off with a fresh frown, though, when he spotted Lady Stuart suddenly duck into the library. She never visited the library. And then, a mere moment later, he saw Draven as well. His cousin abruptly appeared from one of the side corridors to linger outside the library's open doors, looking within. Percival's mood darkened in an instant. Draven also never visited the library. He was rather certain his cousin had never read a book in his life. Snapping his notebook shut, Percival lengthened his stride and closed the remaining distance between himself and Draven in a matter of heartbeats. "What are you doing here?" he quietly demanded to know the moment he was in earshot of the other man. "Percy!" Draven gifted him an oily smile. "Well, I was just going for a walk." "Really? Because it looked like you were following Lady Stuart." After a moment, Percival sharply added, "And stop calling me Percy." Only his mother had been allowed to call him Percy, but Draven's smile sharpened at those words. Taking another step in closer, his cousin lowered his voice to question, "Now, how would you know I was following Lady Stuart unless you were following her yourself?" Percival's jaw tightened. He refused to answer such a ridiculous question. He could follow his own fiancée in his own home. There was no law against it. Technically, there was no law against Draven doing similarly, of course, but the moment Percival was the Duke of Varroa, he could see that rectified. He would see that rectified. After a time, Draven clearly grew tired of playing the quiet game with him, given the way he rolled his eyes. Draven had never been very good at playing the quiet game, at any rate. "I'm so looking forward to the wedding, Percy, old boy," his cousin drawled, before finally turning about and slinking off. Percival remained there, though, his eyes narrowed until he was sure his cousin had gone. But when he turned around to resume his observation of Lady Stuart, he nearly jumped right out of his skin when he found her, Mistress Paxton, and a trio of maids standing there watching him. Lady Stuart in particular didn't look particularly amused. "What are you doing here?" she demanded the moment their eyes locked. To which Percival could only knit his eyebrows together. "I live here, my lady," he slowly reminded her, earning a scoff and an averted glance from the woman in question. "I meant here right now." Her frown deepened. Are you following me?" Now it was Percival's turn to scoff. "Of course not. He scrambled to think of a good reason for him being there. When Paxton quietly cleared his throat, Percival immediately declared, "I was actually just coming to find you because Master Paxton wished to know if there was anything you needed." He avoided his chamberlain's gaze in the wake of that lie, leaving the other man trying to bore a hole into the side of his face. Percival was much more interested in keeping his attention riveted upon Lady Stuart, so he could watch the way she nibbled on her bottom lip while considering the question. She did that sometimes. Soon, though, the lady insisted, "No, I need nothing." Percival swiveled a slow look toward Paxton and arched an eyebrow at him. His chamberlain presented him with a flat look in reply, but then it was Mistress Paxton herself who interjected, "Actually, her ladyship was wanting a new bow, my lord." Percival's attention was back upon the pair of them at once. "A new bow?" he echoed while frowning again. She already had a rather nice bow, a yew one at that. "What's wrong with your other bow?" he asked Lady Stuart directly. The woman avoided his gaze, though, when she softly explained, "It's my father's bow." But that hardly clarified his current confusion. "Is it broken?" "No." "Well..." Percival waited for her to explain why she needed a new one then. When she did no such thing, he finally shrugged and decreed, "Very well. You'll have a new one. It won't be you, but..." "That's fine," Lady Stuart reassured when she stole another glance back his way. "Thank you, my lord." Her eyes threatened to stop his heart dead in its tracks with that single look. Percival was sweating again. "Of course." He hurriedly took a step back from his fiancée and cleared his throat. "Of course. Yes. Right. A new bow. We'll take care of that. Right now. At this very moment." Without saying another word, Percival about-faced and took off at a brisk clip, leaving Paxton having to jog to catch up. "See, my lord," his chamberlain panted while struggling to keep pace. "That wasn't so hard now, was it?" Percival scowled and walked just that much faster. "Shut up, Paxton." Chapter 12. Edith. On the fourth day of that frantic week leading up to the wedding, Master Paxton arrived at her suite during a rare, quiet moment later in the evening. With him, he brought an invitation which made her heart leap into her throat. "Lord Umberly requests your attendance at dinner tonight, my lady." Edith chewed on the inside of her lip and continued stroking her fingers through Skye's soft fur. With her Varhound asleep in her lap, she was in no mood to get up. "I'm not hungry," she decided, which was apparently the wrong answer given the grimace Master Paxton shared with his wife. "His lordship demands your attendance at dinner tonight, my lady." Master Paxton awkwardly restated the previous invitation with an apologetic smile. Edith sighed beneath her breath and ruffled Skye's fur to wake up the hound. She usually took her dinner in her room, and just assumed Lord Umberly did similarly. Given that, she expected she would now simply be going to wherever it was her husband-to-be stayed while his father still occupied the Duke's suite, so they might dine together for once. But when Mistress Paxton exploded into motion and called for the maid so they could lace her into one of her new gowns and style her hair, Edith's stomach swiftly plummeted to the floor and then beyond. They meant dinner, in the great hall, with all the rest of Snowcrest. "Am I truly making my debut now?" Edith hissed to Mistress Paxton a mere half-hour later, while the two of them hurried down the corridor with Skye happily padding alongside, her tongue lolling. Edith supposed Skye was making her grand debut tonight as well, given that she refused to let the Varhound out of her sight, just in case she went mysteriously missing, as all her pet cats had in Goldreach. "Not officially," Mistress Paxton tried to reassure her, though Edith found nothing at all about that technicality reassuring. "Some of the Banner Lords have already arrived for the wedding, and I suppose his lordship simply wished, to make a fool of me," Edith decided with a frown. She felt like an imposter in her gown of garnet velvet, with gold flashing at her wrists, waist and brow. And despite her latest protests, Mistress Paxton had still clipped the late Adet Umberly's golden sun necklace about her throat while insisting, "It is good for them to see your piety, my lady." At least the white fox fur stole pinned about her shoulders somewhat masked the pendant. Despite the fact she had been living at Snowcrest for half a week already, Edith had done very little exploring. There had been no time, not with the tight schedule Lord Umberly had her keeping. She was familiar enough with the kennels and the stables, and she knew where the archery range was. She was fond of staring at it longingly from the window of the sitting room, where she took her etiquette lessons with Mistress Burke. But that night was her first time entering the Great Hall, Sir Araldi waited for her just outside the open double doors, and the sight of him lured a small smile to her lips. He offered a smile of his own and a bow of his head in reply before he fell in behind her, ready to escort her in. The sound of conversation echoed from beyond the doorway, and when she peeked inside, she could see the room was already packed with a great many people she didn't know. Though most occupied the lower tables, Lord Umberly and a few others sat at the high table upon the dais at the front of the room. Her heart fluttered at the sight of the deep frown already etched onto his face. She was late, and he was clearly displeased about it, as he was always displeased about every little thing she did. But there was no point in turning back now. His displeasure, should she never arrive at all, was sure to be far worse. Drawing in a deep breath, Edith finally stepped into the room, escorted only by Sir Araldi and Skye. The moment she did, all conversation immediately ceased, and all eyes snapped her way. She felt more out of place than ever as she stood there, wearing red of all things, amongst that sea of darker hues. While in the Midlands, red might have been a symbol of love and passion, in the north, red represented danger and blood. But still, for some reason, Mistress Paxton had insisted she wear that particular gown that night. The people of the north were fond of their dark colours. She had never seen Lord Umberly himself wear anything but black, the primary colour of his house. And that night was no different. Seated in one of the two chairs at the very centre of the high table, Percival Umberly looked as dour as he always did. But in addition to the Varhound cloak-pin always shining at his shoulder that night, he also wore a heavy circlet embedded with dark jewels. Gone were his heavy wools, exchanged for velvet to match her own. For once he looked every inch the future Duke of Varroa. But when her eyes locked with his all the way across the hall, the frown which seemed permanently etched into his lips melted away. In its place bloomed another look entirely, a look she had no hope of deciphering. The sheer intensity of his gaze boring into her own left her fighting against an urge to turn right back around and flee for the familiarity and safety of the Duchess's suite. But she refused to humiliate herself before so many people on account of him. Lifting her chin, Edith marched her way further into the room. But the moment she took that first step, Lord Umberly abruptly stood from his seat with a loud scrape of chair legs against the dais, and every other man in the room immediately followed suit. Each subsequent step she took felt like a chore, as if she had great bricks tied to her ankles. She couldn't bring herself to look at the unfamiliar faces she passed. She didn't need to meet their eyes to know they were all judging her. The whispers erupting in her wake, the very moment the people of the north caught sight of Skye, were evidence enough. Lord Umberly, in all his unpleasantness, was the singular point of familiarity for her within that room, and each moment of her journey through the great hall, she kept her eyes rooted upon him, using his gaze as an anchor. His eyes never shifted from her in turn, not even when she finally climbed her way up to the dais and came to stand by his side. Though she hated to admit such a thing even to herself, given how much the man seemed to dislike her, Lord Umberly had fairly pretty eyes. It was hard to not notice them in that moment, with him staring at her for far longer than he ever had before. He clearly had his mother's eyes. His hair wasn't quite as dark, though. Perhaps he had inherited his hair from his father. She wouldn't know. She had still yet to meet the Duke. The silence between them stretched on, ticking its way into the realm of the uncomfortable. Looking down at her future husband, she wondered what she was supposed to do next if he continued to just stand there and didn't pull out her chair as Mistress Burke had instructed he would. At last, though, Lord Umberly seemed to remember his duty. Ripping his eyes away from her face, he stepped over to yank out the chair, positioned just to the left of his. Breathing out a quiet sigh of relief, Edith finally moved to sit. But just as settled herself atop the cushioned seat, his fingers were suddenly upon her own. The feel of his bare skin shushing against hers sent a strange warmth coursing throughout her form. Looking down at her right hand, she studied the sight of Lord Umberly touching her there, as if he had suddenly feared she might trip over the hem of her gown from the simple task of sitting down. She swallowed hard at the implication he didn't trust her enough to even manage sitting down on her own, for she could think of no other reason for his fingers to now be gripping hers. Even worse, though, was the realization she didn't want him to stop touching her. But clearly that wasn't a shared sentiment. The abrupt absence of his hand when he did finally release her left her fingers feeling strangely empty. Her cheeks burned from her foolishness. Why was her stomach fluttering over this man? He had been nothing but cold to her ever since they first met. He had called her a swamp creature. Her stomach had no business fluttering over him, her cheeks had no business burning. And yet they did. Now that she was seated and staring out at the great hall, it was impossible to ignore the curious gleam of so many eyes upon her, especially once every man within the room returned to their seats after Lord Umberly returned to his. It was the women, though, who gave Edith the most pause, given how each and every one of them seemed to be whispering amongst themselves while sneaking glances her way. Setting her jaw, she ignored them in favour of studying the room instead. The great hall of Snowcrest differed vastly from what she had expected, after being raised within the palace at Goldreach. Where the great hall within the palace was enormous and defined by its vaulted ceiling, its crystal chandeliers, and its marble accents at every turn, Snowcrest's was a good deal less. The various banners and tapestries draped upon the walls only minutely softened the dark stone. A single wagon wheel chandelier suspended over the high table struggled to provide enough light by which she might see the food on her plate. Smoking torches and a quartet of hearths illuminated the rest of the room. And then there was the floor. Clean straw and aromatic herbs blanketed it entirely, though the latter only somewhat masked the ever-present scent of dog, which permeated every corner of the keep. Many varhounds were in attendance that night, of course. Lord Umberly's monstrous brutes both lounged beneath the high table, curled at his feet. Some lords at the lower tables seemed to possess varhounds as well, though each was dark-spotted like her sky. Only one other varhound in that room could rival her husband-to-be's pair in both presence and beauty, by Master Slade's standards. Edith's stomach roiled when she realised the snowy hound's owner was a woman, a beautiful petite woman who kept shooting her dark glances from time to time. Dismay gripped her when she noticed the strange man who kept following her about the keep was there as well, and seated further down the high table no less. His own varhound similarly rested at his feet. Though she did her best to ignore his existence, she could still feel his gaze crawling its way across her while she plucked up her glass of mead and took a deep swig. This was going to be a long evening. "You're late," Lord Umberly abruptly rumbled from his place at her side, breaking that tense silence between them at last. "I was beginning to think you weren't coming." Edith pursed her lips and shot back to him sidelong. "I barely had time to dress after your invitation arrived, my lord. Perhaps next time I should just arrive naked." Lord Umberly fumbled his fork and the utensil loudly clattered against his plate. "No," he insisted at once, that customary frown back on his lips. "That won't be necessary." She sat there, waiting for him to apologise for not having given her more time to prepare, but she soon realised she would be waiting all night, given his apology never came. The rest of the meal passed with a weighty silence settled between them, as impenetrable as the fortress of Snowcrest itself, she imagined. He didn't ask her a single question about her lessons nor the wedding preparations, and she could think of nothing pressing she wished to ask him either, beyond why he was making her plan their entire wedding herself. She did not know what it was he did all day to fill his time, so she didn't even know where to start with her questions to learn more about him. When dessert finally arrived, a slice of blackberry pie with yet more mead to wash it all down, Edith just assumed those lord and ladies now rising from their places at the lower tables were about to engage in some after-dinner dancing, as was the custom in Goldreach. She nearly choked on her mouthful of pie when she realised they were making their way directly for her and Lord Umberly, though. "My lord," one grey-haired nobleman boomed the moment he stepped onto the dais, a smile brightening his weathered features. The lack of any identifying marks or colours on his clothing left Edith scrambling to pinpoint just which of the Bannerlords this one was supposed to be. He fixed her with a penetrating stare and a far dimmer smile. "This must be the infamous Lady Stuarte," the Bannerlord offered in way of greeting. "You've given us all a shock, my lord. We were certain you would eventually choose one of our daughters. And yet here we are." The Bannerlord's laughter sounded false within her ears, but Edith kept her own smile pinned to her lips and shifted her attention from the man himself to his wife and daughter. the ebon-eyed beauty with the snowy varhound. While she was busy weighing the other woman and being weighed by her in turn, Lord Umberly declared in that dull, matter-of-fact way of his, "Yes, never before has House Umberly been so blessed as to receive a match arranged by the King of Elmoria himself. But His Grace and I are pleased for this opportunity with an alliance with House Stuart." Lord Umberly certainly didn't sound pleased, but then again he never sounded pleased. All the same, his words lured her traitorous heart into skipping a beat, given that it seemed he was defending her at present. If only he actually meant anything he was currently saying. Lifting her goblet back to her lips, Edith tried to hide her frown in the midst of indulging in another deep swig of mead. She knew, just as this Bannerlord no doubt knew, that Lord Umberly was just trying to save face. No doubt he would have preferred a marriage alliance with the pretty northern woman standing before them. Already, she had probably had too much to drink, and the warmth from that latest sip of honey wine coursed a line of heat down her throat to her belly. There, it sat uneasily alongside the venison and pie she had eaten. But she didn't know what else to do with herself, as she sat there, drowning beneath the Bannerlord's further scrutiny. Suddenly he asked, "Is there still a House Stuart, my lord?" To which Lord Umberly arched an eyebrow. "You are looking at its heir at the moment, Lord Underwood." Lord Underwood. Edith clawed beneath the alcoholic haze clouding her thoughts and desperately hunted for every small detail about Lord Underwood and his family Mistress Burke had attempted to hammer into her skull over the last 4 days. But all she could recall in that moment concerned his daughter, Merowyn, the 21-year-old unwed woman currently making eyes at her betrothed. With a grunt, Lord Underwood bowed his head in acceptance of Lord Umberly's words, clearly choosing to not argue the matter further. Instead, he took a step back, allowing Lady Merowyn and her varhound to approach the high table while he introduced, "I'm sure you remember my daughter, my lord, Lady Merowyn." The woman in question curtsied, attention only for Lord Umberly. Her father continued on to say, "She was particularly enamoured of the varhound pup you sent as a present for her last birthday." With a care, Edith sat down her goblet of mead lest she down the rest of its contents all in one go. Lady Merowyn reminded her of Sylvie in ways that made her heart ache and her stomach ill. Where Edith was too tall, Merowyn was pleasantly short. Where Edith was bony and flat, Merowyn was beautifully plump, and the varhound at her side was blemished only by a single dark spot, as Lord Umberly's lancer was. The message such a gift carried was perfectly plain to her now, just as it had no doubt been to the Underwoods at the time of its presentation. Here stood Lord Umberly's true choice for a wife. Had King Reynard not interfered, it would be Merowyn seated where she was, preparing to become the next Duchess of Varroa. Edith wanted to leave in that moment. She wanted to rush from the room, find a dark corner in which to retch, and then go to bed with Skye bundled in her arms. As if sensing the sudden direction of her thoughts, Skye's dark muzzle found its way into her lap to gift her fingers with a sudden lick. Swallowing hard against the lump in her throat, Edith busied herself with ruffling her varhound's ears. She didn't hear what Lord Umberly said to Lady Merowyn. She refused to listen. She refused to look. She didn't let her attention stray from Skye's mismatched eyes until the next Bannerlord came to pay his respects. For the rest of the evening, she did her best to smile and play the part of the gracious hostess while Lord Umberly did all the speaking for her. But relief was all she felt when it seemed like the last guest had finally come to introduce themselves. Every guest save for the man with the overly eager eyes. She had hoped he was simply not going to approach, given that the hour had grown so late and still he had not done so, but soon she realised how misplaced that hope was. The man rose from his seat at the end of the high table and stalked his way over. The feel of his gaze digging into her during his approach left her stomach churning all anew. She endeavoured to look everywhere but at him, until the moment he left her no choice, given that he moved to stand in front of her rather than Lord Umberly. But where her betrothed had been quick to greet all the other Bannerlords, this one he seemed intent on ignoring. It took the man himself prompting, "Aren't you going to introduce me to your bride, cousin?" before Lord Umberly would even so much as deign to glance his way. "Cousin?" Edith flashed Lord Umberly a sidelong look, frowning at him as she did. She hadn't realised he had relatives other than his bedridden father in residence at Snowcrest. Lord Umberly's response to his cousin was short and clipped, his words nearly a growl when he uttered, "You know good and well who she is, Draven." "Ah, but she doesn't know me." Draven Umberly's smile was a truly unsettling thing when he beamed at her and extended his hand, as if expecting her to mimic the gesture. Such a thing lured an even deeper frown to her lips, though. Mistress Burke had been quite certain to insist to her that within the North it was considered the height of rudeness for a man to kiss the hand of a woman he was not courting or otherwise married to. Is this a test? Perhaps Lord Umberly had put his cousin up to it, to ensure she was actually paying attention in her lessons. Keeping her own hands firmly tucked within her lap, Edith informed the man looming over her, "And now I do, Lord Draven." When more moments ticked by in which she still refused to offer him her hand, Draven finally let his arm fall back to his side. His smile for her cooled by several degrees. Indeed, so. But then his eyes were crawling down her body again, leaving her wishing she could disappear right then and there. He softly uttered to her as if they were the only two people left within the room. Perhaps we might yet come to know each other a little better in the coming weeks. Lord Umberly's voice was as tight as a drawn bowstring when he abruptly snapped, "You are dismissed, Draven." Holding her breath, Edith flickered a glance in between the two Umberly men, so different in looks and yet so similar in that moment as they stared each other down, each with their own brand of dark fire smouldering within their eyes. Blessedly, it was Draven who eventually relented with a shallow dip of his head. He turned to go, but not before he shot her one more quick look sidelong. Relief bloomed in the absence of the second Umberly man, and Edith finally released that breath she had been holding. Even so, some sense of unease still coiled within her stomach. She glanced aside to Lord Umberly and quietly asked, "How long will your cousin be staying at Snowcrest?" "Why?" her husband-to-be asked at once while shooting her a look filled with all the heat he had reserved for Draven mere moments ago. Edith flinched away from the sight of it, but still Lord Umberly did not relent. "Why do you want to know?" he demanded, suddenly angrier than she had ever seen him before. But rather than meet his fire with any flame of her own, her words simply died there in her throat. Like a coward, she shied away from him, not much like a Stuart at all. Her father had never shied away from anything, nor had her mother. She remembered how brave her mother had been. Eleanor Stuart had not shed a single tear on her way to the gallows, and when they had placed that noose about her neck, she had but lifted her chin and gazed out at the crowd, defiant to the very end. But there sat Edith, the last of the Stuartes, fighting against a sudden rush of tears when faced with the reminder that the man she was supposed to marry in just 3 days' time loathed her so terribly. As her silence stretched on, Lord Umberly's gaze shifted from her eyes to her mouth. No doubt he was waiting to see if she would say something, anything at all. But she said nothing. "Sir Araldi," Lord Umberly barked into the lingering silence, his eyes cutting away from her at last. When the knight appeared at his side, her betrothed further commanded, "Escort Lady Stuart back to her suite." He might as well have slapped her across the face with the weight of the dismissal in his tone. Pressing her lips into a thin line, Edith jolted to her feet and made her way toward the doors leading out of the great hall. She didn't bother glancing back to ensure Sir Araldi and Skye were both following her. It wouldn't have mattered, even if she had. She couldn't see much of anything through the tears streaming down her cheeks as she fled, making for her prison cell once more. Chapter 13. Percival. Finally back within his own room, Percival released the guttural scream that had been building in his throat all throughout dinner. Sitting next to Edith Stuart the entirety of the evening had been pure and utter torture. He thought he could manage. He thought he had the self-control to simply sit beside the woman. And he was wrong. His valet Frederick stared at him wide-eyed in the wake of his outburst. "Are you quite all right, my lord?" "No, I'm not quite all right," Percival snarled from his place leaning over the wash-bowl. Dipping his hand back into its depths, he splashed yet more water onto his burning face and let the droplets trickle beneath the already damp collar of his doublet. The water wasn't helping. but at least it gave him something to do. "Go away, Frederick," he then snapped, not wanting anyone to see him like this, spiraling so swiftly out of control. "I can undress myself." He waited until the door to his bedchamber snapped shut behind the fleeing valet before he finally righted himself, and then his hands were tearing at his clothing, trembling fingers fumbling over the buttons and clasps. It took longer than it should have to strip himself from the waist up, but once his cloak, his doublet, and his undershirt all littered the floor, he joined them down there. With a sudden burst of frenetic energy, he busied himself with doing as many push-ups as he possibly could. He needed to tire himself out before he made the mistake of marching straight from that room to go commit murder. Why had Lady Stuart wished to know how long Draven would be in residence at Snowcrest? Did she fancy him? Or worse, was he bothering her? Jealousy, that strange and foreign beast, suddenly snarled to life deep within his heart, and Percival gritted his teeth and pushed himself harder through that sudden spree of exercise. Of course she would fancy Draven of all people. Draven was taller than he. Draven was more handsome. Within his mind's eye, he could see it all so clearly. The sight of his cousin wrapping his fingers through Lady Stuart's beautiful red hair as he tugged her in close to claim a kiss from those soft lips of hers. "No," Percival snarled to himself. He hammered out a dozen more push-ups before his arms finally gave out and he dropped to the cool stone. Sweat dripping down his torso, he rolled to his back and stared at the ceiling while he focused upon his breathing to bring his heart rate back under control. He would murder Draven if his cousin ever dared touch Lady Stuart. She was his bride. His to marry, his to protect. Clenching his eyes shut against the light of the candles burning above him, Percival tried to forget that in a mere 3 days' time he was going to have to kiss his bride before all of his bannerlords, his father and Draven. The probability of her flinching away from his kiss was entirely too high for him to look forward to such a thing with anything other than trepidation. He was about to make a fool of himself in front of them all. 3 days passed too quickly. The day of his wedding, Snowcrest bustled with more activity than the cold fortress had seen in years. All the banner lords and their families flitted about, admiring the decor Lady Stuart had ordered. Having dressed and readied himself hours before he needed to be anywhere near his family's chapel for the ceremony, Percival found himself prowling the halls as well, with Aegis and Lancer faithfully following. Aimless, he had nothing to do other than worry, pray, and then worry some more. Every man in the north still laughed about the time Percival's great-uncle had fainted at the altar on his wedding day. What if he was about to do similarly? What if he was about to go down in Varroa's history as the next Umberly man incapable of remaining conscious when faced with a first kiss with his wife? Though it was still 3 weeks until Wintertide, it seemed Lady Stuart had decorated the keep for their wedding as though she were decorating for that holiday instead. Evergreen boughs within vases decorated every surface, and swaths of red velvet dripped from the walls and off the banisters of the staircases in plush swags. The latter immediately drew his eye and lured forth a thoughtful frown. Had Mistress Paxton told her his favourite colour was red? Was that why she ordered those particular touches? Were those for him? But then that would mean she wore that gown the other night for me as well. The memory of Lady Stuart wrapped in dark red velvet would forever be burned into his mind, her hair a vibrant splash of colour against that deeper hue. His heart raced at the notion she might have worn that particular outfit for him. But he tried to squash the thought immediately. He remembered how he made her cry yet again the other night. She was always crying around him, or looking on the verge of tears, or looking as though she utterly despised him and wished he would just leave. No doubt so she could then cry in peace without him witnessing it. He was beyond certain she would cry at their wedding in just a few hours as well. "Lord Umberly!" someone called, and Percival whirled at once to face the speaker. When his eyes caught sight of Lord Hale striding toward him, he attempted to return the other man's smile. But whatever expression actually wrote itself across his features lured a laugh from the banner lord's throat. "You must be restless," Lord Hale insisted when he clapped a hand against his shoulder. "No doubt eager for tonight, eh?" Tonight? Percival tilted his head to the side and frowned over that. What about tonight was he supposed to be eager about? When he finally realised the other man must be talking about the reception, the ball, His stomach turned several flips all at once. He had nearly forgotten he was not only going to have to kiss Edith Stuarte before all of Varroa, but he was going to have to dance with her too. Another tight smile pulled at Percival's lips when he finally agreed with Lord Hale. One can hardly wait. That answer seemed to just amuse the other man even more, though. Lord Hale chortled, "That's the spirit," and gave him another pat. When his banner lord strode away a few moments later, Percival immediately about-faced and hurried his own way toward the chapel, where he intended to hide with his varhounds until it was time to get this all over and done with. And with each step he took, his heart raced just that much faster, and his breath threatened to hitch within his throat. He reached down to settle a hand atop Aegis's large head, trying to ground himself with that touch. But it didn't help. He didn't think he could do this. Chapter 14. Edith. "I don't think I can do this," Edith whispered to Mistress Paxton's reflection for the third time that day. Even while she protested, though, all 5 of her maids continued to fuss over her appearance. She hardly recognized the bride gazing out at her from the depths of the mirror at this point. "I'm not entirely sure what you expect me to do about it," Mistress Paxton huffed beneath her breath while applying the finishing touches to Edith's ensemble herself. "Push me down a flight of stairs, perhaps." The other woman chuckled at that suggestion and shook her head. "For the last time, my lady, you'll be fine. Lord Umberly is a good man. He will take good care of you." To the underworld he will. When the king first gleefully announced she was to be married off to the heir of House Umberly, Edith had pestered Sylvie with every question she could possibly think to ask about just what she should expect from the wedding night. Recalling her best friend's reluctant answers, now left all the colour draining from her cheeks, despite her maid's best attempts to pinch some life back into them. "It will hurt," Sylvie had warned, refusing to meet her gaze at the time. "He will be rough with you, but it'll be over quickly, I promise." Quickly or not, she wanted nothing to do with it. Perhaps she could feign illness. Perhaps she could simply race back to her own suite and bar the door. She swallowed hard as she remembered the way his eyes had burned with so much anger the last time she saw him. She remembered all the hidden strength he clearly had coiled within his shorter frame as well. She wasn't entirely sure a barred door would stop Lord Umberly if what he truly wanted was on the other side of it. "It's time," Mistress Paxton whispered then, and the other woman's excitement was nearly palpable. It was an excitement her maids all clearly shared as they stepped back to admire their handiwork. But Edith felt nothing aside from the cold weight of dread pooling in her belly while she stared at the reflection of the woman before her. Her wedding gown was a piece of pure artistry, and she wasn't entirely sure how the seamstress had managed so quickly. No doubt the woman in question had employed a small army of assistants. The gown was a deep blue at the top and embroidered with the silver stars of House Stuart across the bodice and down the sleeves. By the time that rich velvet had reached the long, sweeping train, though, it was the deep black of House Umberly. More silver embroidery gleamed upon the skirt of her gown, with stars shifting to snowflakes which tumbled toward the hem. There, the frosty peaks of Mordoth's spine itself shimmered in all its majesty. The finishing touch was 2 varhounds nestled at the very end of the train, their muzzles lifted toward the sky as they brayed as one. And though she was not yet the Duchess of Varroa, and would not be until her father-in-law's passing, still her maids had adorned her with the Umberly jewels for that particular occasion. A gold coronet set with black gems gleamed from its place settled atop her fiery hair. Around her throat was clipped a choker of yet more priceless gems, which made her feel like a collared varhound herself. Skye had a new collar as well. It flashed with a prismatic fire as the varhound pranced along at Edith's side when she and her maids finally departed from her suite. She found Sir Araldi waiting for her at the door, as ever. At the sight of her, the older knight sucked in a breath and bowed low. "Your Grace," he offered in way of greeting, making her throat tighten at the sound of that title that was not yet hers to claim. But she didn't have the energy to correct him, not when the entirety of her thoughts were focused upon simply putting one foot in front of the other. Like that, she marched her way toward the chapel and her unavoidable fate. There was no running away now. There was no turning back. In mere moments she would become Edith Umberly, and the last ember of House Stuart's memory would finally be snuffed out. erased from all of Averell, save for the dark blot it still held upon the pages of Elmoria's tumultuous history. All of Varroa had come to witness this union, Mistress Paxton had told her just that morning, but that news hardly brought her comfort when they finally arrived to the chapel's entrance, and the grey and black liveried guards standing post there flung open the doors before she even had time to collect her thoughts, let alone her breath. The weight of hundreds of eyes fell upon her all at once. She recognised only a few faces within that crowd, the Hales and the Underwoods primarily. Lady Merowyn looked particularly sour when Edith finally stepped into the chapel with Skye padding alongside and Sir Araldi walking just behind. Everyone else was just a blur as she passed. Everyone save for the sight of a shrunken elderly man tucked into a chair beneath a mountain of blankets with Draven perched at his side. The man looked as if he was about to collapse at any moment. The sight of how gravely ill he was nearly brought her steps to a complete halt. That must be the Duke, she could only guess. But when she caught the way Draven was watching her, like how she imagined a varhound might look at a stake, she hurried along and wrenched her gaze forward again so that she might stare at her future husband at last. He looked just as pale as ever, and his all-black attire did nothing but further highlight his utter lack of colour. But his doublet was made from a fine, plush black velvet at the very least, and it sparkled with silver snowflakes embroidered across the sleeves and chest, to match those upon her own skirt. His usual dire bear fur cloak unsurprisingly completed his wedding outfit, but his cloak-pin was different that day. It was a subtle difference, though. So subtle she almost missed it at first glance. His Varhound cloak-pin now had a single star engraved on its chest. The Stuarte star. Her brow furrowed as she flicked a look in between that cloak-pin and Lord Umberly. But he didn't look at her in turn. In fact, he seemed intent on looking everywhere but at her. And when Father Rhodes, the shepherd of Snowcrest, stepped forward and gave them both a smile, the man at her side breathed out a heavy sigh that made her feel even more unwanted than ever. It was a quick ceremony, as Mistress Burke had warned her it would be. The people of the north were not given over to the same pomp and circumstance as she was accustomed to within the Midlands, where weddings usually took place over the course of several days. Which was for the best, really, given that Skye and Lancer started tussling halfway through the shepherd's opening statements, and their playful growls were proving to be quite distracting. But that also meant that before she had finished mentally preparing herself for the inevitable, the moment finally came in which Father Rhodes had them exchange the rings. Her hands shook throughout it all, leaving Lord Umberly struggling to thread her finger through the delicate band she would wear for the rest of her days. When it was her turn to return the gesture, she hopelessly tried for so many moments, her new husband finally just took his ring from her and slammed it onto his own finger. And then Father Rhodes proclaimed those 6 dreaded words which immediately tied Edith's stomach into knots. "You may now kiss the bride." Swallowing hard, Edith turned to look down at Lord Umberly in the midst of her stomach knotting itself all the more. She was so tall, he would have to stand on tiptoe to kiss her. But still, Lord Umberly was not looking at her. He stared straight ahead, as though intent on ignoring her existence now that the ring exchange had been concluded. Behind her someone chuckled. Father Rhodes gifted her another smile, which was no doubt meant to be reassuring, before he looked back to Lord Umberly and cleared his throat. "My lord," he repeated, finally jolting the man from his thoughts. "You may now kiss the bride." Lord Umberly moved like a puppet carved from wood when he turned toward her at last. But even then, he didn't look up enough to meet her eyes. His gaze but hovered in the general vicinity of her mouth, before then flicking away again, as if he couldn't bear to even so much as look at her lips. What dread Edith had experienced just a half-hour earlier returned tenfold to the pit of her stomach. That time, though, it was a dread of a different variety. The dread of a woman who now realized her new husband found her so hideous, he couldn't even bring himself to give her a ceremonial kiss. And now she had a room full of witnesses, eagerly watching her humiliation unfold. Another chuckle sounded from somewhere behind her, when Lord Umberly finally drew in a breath and rose on tiptoe to give the corner of her mouth a quick peck. Not even her mouth itself, but the corner. She blinked down at Lord Umberly, wondering if that even counted. Even Father Rhodes squinted at her new husband in the wake of that pitiful performance. but Edith just drew in a deep breath and lifted her chin. Like that, she turned to face the back of the chapel while the shepherd called out to the room, "I now have the pleasure of presenting Lord and Lady Percival Umberly, the future Duke and Duchess of Varroa." She refused to look at anyone's face in particular as she stood there, praying for this to all be over soon. With her eyes trained on the exit yawning beyond, she waited while Lord Umberly extended his arm to her, as was expected. She knew she was supposed to rest her hand on the back of his, as was tradition. But she refused to do that too, unable to bring herself to touch the man who had just embarrassed her so thoroughly before all the North. She simply rested her fingertips on the back of his wrist, grounding herself with the feel of the embroidery there upon his sleeve. Without uttering a single word to her, or so much as glancing her way, her new husband finally led her out of the room to the sound of scattered applause, and more than a few murmurs. Chapter 15. Percival. He was a married man. He had made it through the ceremony without fainting like a fool or making his new wife cry. Now, he just had to similarly survive the reception, and then he could finally retire for the evening. That thought was his only comfort as he walked to the great hall with Lady Lady Umberly's, hand resting on the back of his wrist. I have a wife. It all felt like a dream, but there she was, his wife, walking at his side while he basked in her perfume. It was a floral sort of scent, chased by a hint of spice. The overall effect was positively maddening. Turning his head toward her so that he might further breathe it in, he just was on the verge of telling her how beautiful she looked, when the current hard set of her jaw saw him swallowing back the words. He knew her moods well enough by now to read that look, though many of her others were still a mystery to him. She was angry. Percival did his best to bury the bitterness threatening to claw its way out of his throat when he uttered to her in a low aside, "Worry not, my lady. It will all be over before you know it." He should have known she would be particularly miserable on this day of all days. How in all of Avirel could he have imagined she might have been even a little bit happy, having been made to marry him? The look she shot him in the wake of his words was even more bewildering, though. There was something almost alarmed about her expression when she abruptly pulled her hand from him the moment they stepped within the great hall. He frowned after her as she hurried away, but he couldn't even begin to guess just what he had done wrong now. The great hall was just as festively decorated as the rest of Snowcrest, with more evergreen boughs and swags of red velvet draped here and there. But all the tables had been pushed to the side, to make room for the dancing that was to follow all the congratulations and gifts they must endure, before the reception could even properly begin. He trailed after his skittish wife, and sighed while taking up a place at her side, standing there on the dais. Together they waited for the rest of their guests to arrive. It would have been within the bounds of propriety for her to still hold his arm throughout this portion of the reception, but clearly she did not wish to touch even his wrist at the moment. He clasped his hands behind his back and did his best to ignore the gulf which seemed to be growing even deeper between them with each passing moment. Lord and Lady Hale were the first to approach and give their congratulations, along with a gift of fine wolf pelts. The new Lady Umberly received that gift, and all the others which came after, with the utmost graciousness. She remembered every Bannerlord and thanked them by name too. Pride made his heart beat that much faster, that and the reminder he still had to dance with her which gnawed at his thoughts. It was yet another hour still before the last guest had been personally greeted and received, though. Finally, he whispered to himself when the first strain of music lifted above the hum of conversation, signalling it was time for the first dance at last. His shoulders tensed when he turned toward his bride and extended his hand. It was almost over. "Now we need only dance the once, my lady," he reassured her, "and then we can retire early for the evening." He thought such an idea might make her happy, at least in a small way. But she flinched as if he had struck her with those words. "Dance?" she whispered back to him, her bright green eyes wide with fear. "We have to dance." Percival blinked, his hand still awkwardly hovering in the air between them. "Yes? Surely Mistress Burke explained that." "No," Lady Umberly hissed at once. "No, she did not." He frowned and canted his head to the side while trying to riddle out the root of her current vicious reaction. "Well, I will speak to her about that, he slowly promised. But when still she did not take his fingers, he insisted a little more sternly, "But it is just the one dance and we must do it." He shot a glance outward toward the rest of the great hall, where all the banner lords were watching with 2 eager eyes. He frowned over that too. "It is expected." Reaching over, Percival simply snatched up her hand, since apparently she would not give it to him willingly. Only then did she finally implore on another frantic whisper, "My lord, please. I can't dance." Those last 3 little words drew him to an abrupt halt. He slanted a dubious look at her. "You are teasing me." But there was no smile on her lips, there was no twinkle in her eyes to suggest she was jesting. She shook her head and clung to his fingers as if he was about to lead her to the edge of a frozen pond and toss her straight through the ice. But the logic simply didn't follow. "You were raised in Goldreach," Percival reasoned while he led Lady Umberly to the centre of the room. "And you are trying to tell me you never learned to dance?" "That is exactly what I am telling you," she hissed yet again, her tone becoming more and more frantic by the moment. But the very idea was simply so absurd. He couldn't help the sharp laugh which burst from his throat. She had to be toying with him. "I don't believe you," he insisted as he finally paused there in the centre of the great hall with his future Duchess at his side. "You cannot expect me to believe that no man, in all your 20 years of living at the palace, ever asked you to dance at one of those flippant balls they are always hosting down there in the Midlands." When he looked back her way and spied the morose expression currently dominating her features, his amusement withered at once. She was being quite serious with him. "Why would they?" she whispered back, her voice so soft he barely heard it over the sound of the music and the murmurs of the banner lords. Percival's jaw clenched in reply. Why would they? That angry beast which seemed to have taken residence within his heart the very moment this woman began to drive him mad, stirred back to life. Why would they? He turned to face the beautiful creature the Lord on high had brought into his life and pulled her into his arms while posing back. Why would they not? He should have chosen a pavane, something nice and Elmorian and polite, for their first dance. But he chose a Drakmori waltz instead. It gave him a reason to hold her in his arms, with a scant sliver of space in between her body and his. And he clung to her in that rare moment of intimacy, as jealously as any warlord clinging to his conquered lands. "My lord!" his wife gasped, her eyes wide as she stared down at him, and for a single intoxicating moment, her gaze was for him, and him alone. But then her attention was all for her feet. When her eyes remained downcast to study their feet while they moved, Percival quietly commanded, "Look at me, Edith, and only me." Fighting to keep his breath steady, he whispered, "I won't let you fall." He would never let her fall. Colour finally returned to his wife's cheeks in the wake of those words, and when her eyes lifted to return to his own, Percival's heart couldn't help but soar. For a small time, perhaps, he could pretend she didn't wholly loathe him. For a small time, perhaps, he could pretend she actually wished to be there, in that moment, with him. But while they danced, while he carefully led her around the great hall before the eyes of all the north, Percival couldn't help but finally entertain the impossible. Perhaps she could learn to be happy here, as his mother never had. Perhaps she could learn to endure his company, awkward though it was. And perhaps one day their union might grow into something more, something beyond merely a marriage driven by duty and honour. He could hardly dare hope that a woman as devastatingly beautiful, clever, and fiery as Edith Umberly could ever hold him in any regard beyond one of friendship. But he would settle for that at the very least. Friendship. For the love of the Lord he would settle for finally being able to make her smile. As ever, being so near Edith was pure agony. His fingers longed to stroke the velvet swathing her back, though he willed them to remain still. His hand, which was wrapped about her own, trembled on more than one occasion, and he cursed his lack of restraint. The scent of her, the warmth of her, it drove him utterly mad all over again. Moment by moment, minute by minute, he knew he was in danger of losing himself completely as he led her in that dance. It was her eyes, though, which held the most threat for him. He would have happily drowned within those eyes for the rest of the evening. Far too soon, though, their dance was at an end. With an effort, Percival wrenched his gaze away from hers and forced his hands to follow. He knew he had to pry his fingers off of her now, lest he never stop touching her again. And while the applause of his bannerlords and their families erupted all around, he murmured in a low aside, "You may leave now, my lady," to absolve her of any further obligations to linger. In truth, he wanted her to linger. He wanted her to tell him no. He wanted her to insist she would remain there by his side. More than anything, though, he wanted her to ask him for another dance. And yet when he turned to catch her reply, she was already hurrying away from him with her mottled varhound loping along in her wake. His heart ached all over again at the sight, but at least he now had that one memory to keep him company in her absence, that one memory of the dance they had just shared, with her cheeks aglow in his favourite colour and her eyes gleaming like jewels. Chapter 16. Edith. He wanted to retire early for the evening. Edith could hardly breathe as she raced from the great hall. When the sound of booted feet upon the stone floor rang out from behind her, though, her heart threatened to stop completely. Blessedly, it was just Sir Araldi. "My lady," he panted when he finally caught her. "What's the matter?" Colour flooded her cheeks as she stared at the knight. Did he truly have to ask her that? When finally she found her tongue again, all she could manage was to repeat the thought currently clanging its way through her mind on a stilted reply of, He wants to retire early." Sir Araldi coughed. An awkward understanding dawned on his features. "Oh, yes, right." The air between them shimmered with a particularly uncomfortable sort of silence as he stepped around her and led the way down the hall and up the flight of stairs to the second floor. But rather than turn left to make his way toward her suite, Sir Araldi turned right. Edith marched behind him in silence, her only comfort the feel of Skye's furry head bumping against her hand with each step. When finally they reached what she could only guess was the appropriate door, Sir Araldi bowed to her and opened it. He didn't say another word, and neither did she as she ducked her way inside. Lord Umberly's rooms were smaller than hers, she soon found, though she supposed that was to be expected, given she resided in the Duchess's suite, and he resided here, wherever this was. There was just that quaint entry room, which seemed to double as both a sitting room and dining nook, and then beyond that a bedchamber. She could only assume the bedchamber had an attached bathing room as hers did. But once she finally mustered up the courage to creep into the bedchamber to check, Edith nearly leapt out of her skin when she found one of her maids already waiting there. She supposed she shouldn't have been surprised. Of course, Mistress Paxton would have had the good sense to think that far ahead. And yet the maid seemed just as startled as she, given the way the other woman stared at her for a time, before finally jumping to her feet and rushing forward to help her undress. The maid was probably surprised to see her so soon, but his lordship wanted to retire early. "I'm going to be sick." That was all Edith could think as her weighty coronet and choker were both removed, as her hair was unpinned, and as her fine wedding dress was finally stripped from her, leaving her only in her chemise. She had never felt so naked, nor so ill. Perhaps she would be excused from this particular duty if she were to throw up all over Lord Umberly the very moment he arrived. When the maid turned to flee, Edith dug her fingers into Skye's soft fur to keep herself from grasping at the other woman and begging her to not go. She didn't want to have to stand there and wait all alone. But then she was alone, just her and Skye, in Lord Umberly's bedroom, waiting. "I can't do this," she whispered to Skye, luring a floppy-eared head tilt from the hound. Each moment which ticked by was utterly maddening. Her heart raced while she watched the door. Her breath hitched at every rattle of the wind against the window and every snap from the firewood crackling in the hearth. But that door never opened. Lord Umberly didn't come. After the first 20 minutes spent just awkwardly standing and waiting, Edith finally crawled into the bed and tucked herself in beneath the heavy blankets. Soon Skye joined her, and together they waited even further, for what soon felt like a small eternity. In reality, it was probably only 2 hours. Did I misunderstand him? Edith asked herself for perhaps the 30th time, while she laid there within Lord Umberly's bed, on the verge of falling asleep. She frowned to herself while stroking her fingers down her now sleeping varhound's back. Again, within her mind, She replayed every sparse word she and her husband had shared that evening. She was quite sure he said they would retire early, and he had even reassured her it would all be over quickly, just as Sylvie had. With a groan, Edith lifted her hands and scrubbed at her suddenly burning cheeks. Had he changed his mind? Had he decided he couldn't go through with this? After that abysmal kiss he had barely deigned to give her, she could certainly understand why he would be avoiding their wedding night now. But then there had been their dance and the way he had looked at her, the way he had demanded she look only at him. When the door to the bedchamber finally swung open, Edith's already fluttering heart raced all anew. Parting her fingers so she could see, she cautiously peeked that way. Perhaps Mistress Paxton had come to fetch her and tell her it had all been a mistake, that her husband had changed his mind and wanted her to return to her own chambers. But no, there he was. With his shoulders slumped and fingers combing through his hair until it was hopelessly mussed, Lord Umberly seemed different in those moments, more vulnerable, perhaps, as he trudged his way into the dimly lit room. Only the flames still dancing within the hearth lent any light at all to the space, but it was more than enough by which she might see the thoughtful frown tugging at his mouth. In silence, he made his way to the desk and promptly hunched over it to scribble something or another within a notebook there. Aegis and Lancer were with him as always, and while their master had yet to acknowledge her, the Varhounds were a good deal more polite. Their bushy tails wagged at the sight of her, and they both padded over to nose at the sheets, though neither hopped up to join her without permission, as Skye was wont to do. When Lord Umberly's quill finally stopped scratching across the page of his notebook, his shoulders slumped all the more when he huffed out a quiet, "What a night." Edith shifted a little and let her hands slide away from her face at last. She barely dared breathe while being afforded this rare chance to observe her usually stoic northerner in his own surroundings, just acting natural and normal rather than moody and taciturn. But when his silence stretched on, she took to chewing on her bottom lip. Was he expecting her to answer? Unsure, she hesitantly opened her mouth to offer some sort of agreement, but before she could, his head suddenly tipped back in the midst of him groaning, "But Edith—" Edith frowned at once when he didn't finish the thought. "But Edith what?" she prompted, truly curious to hear what he was about to say. The scream that suddenly ripped from her husband's throat startled her to such a degree she couldn't help but scream in kind. The noise was enough to lure both Skye and Lancer into barking, the former having been jolted awake by all the sudden excitement. But when Lord Umberly then whirled to face her, his eyes wide, and shouted, "Edith! What are you doing here?" Edith had no answer at all for him other than a wide-eyed stare of her own, her mouth agape. What does he mean, what am I doing here? When she didn't immediately answer him, Lord Umberly scowled and scrubbed his fingers through his hair again, mussing it further. He cast a look about the bedchamber. "Edith, this is—" He shot her another look and spoke to her as if she was a simpleton. "Edith, this is my room." "I know that," she snapped, yet more heat rising within her cheeks at his tone. It was a wonder she hadn't burst into flames yet. "But it's our wedding night." Her eyes searched his face, hunting for any sign that he was teasing her beneath the stark play of the shadows cast by the firelight. But there were no such signs there. He seemed just as confused as she. "Yes, and this is still my room," Lord Umberly insisted, a stubborn set to his jaw. "Surely Mistress Burke explained we will still sleep in separate quarters, my lady. There is no need for you to move in here." He frowned at her while she sat there, feeling as though the world was suddenly tipping topsy-turvy when he went on to observe, "I thought you would have been asleep by now, really." Does he truly not know? But surely he did know. He was a man, and older than her besides. He must be toying with her. That was the only explanation for it. And she was not amused. "I am not here to sleep, Lord Umberly, as you well know," Edith snapped at him. The sudden sensation of his eyes flicking across her shoulders, faintly visible as they were within the wide neckline of her chemise, saw her snatching for the sheets and tugging them all the way up to her chin. "I am here because it is what is expected of us, to... But she just trailed off, losing her nerve in the face of his eyes suddenly flying wide and his cheeks flaring hot. "I know very good and well what we're expected to do, my lady," Lord Umberly suddenly snapped in turn. Despite his claim, though, the man made no move to undress nor walk toward the bed to join her. Instead, he simply stared at her for a few tense moments more, before he then drew in a single ragged breath and bolted for the door. Edith jumped again when the door to the bedchamber slammed shut behind him, leaving her alone on her wedding night in a room full of varhounds. Sans husband. When the shock finally dissipated a few moments later, she didn't know whether she should laugh or cry at the absurdity of it all. Here she had been, worried her husband might handle her roughly, when she should have been worried he wouldn't want to handle her at all. Chapter 17. Percival. He flew from his chambers and burst into the corridor beyond, his mind reeling all the while. Oh no, no. He didn't know where he was going. All he knew was that he had to get out of there. How had he been so stupid? How could he have possibly forgotten the wedding night? The memory of Lord Hale chuckling at him and accusing him of being eager for later that evening roared back to the front of his mind. Percival flinched while he ran. He wished he could claw that memory straight from his thoughts and burn it to ash. He had been so fixated on not making a fool of himself during the ceremony that now he had made himself look the biggest fool of all, and in front of the only person whose opinion truly mattered. He wanted to laugh. He wanted to scream. How had he forgotten the wedding night? When he finally made it to his study, he flung himself within and slammed the door shut behind. His breath heaved from his chest in ragged bursts as he pressed his forehead against the heavy oak door. The cool sensation of the wood against his skin made him worry he might have suddenly become feverish. Edith was in his bed. Edith was in his bed, and he had just run from her like a boy fleeing from his first dire bear. Groaning, Percival thunked his forehead against the door over and over again. He tried to physically smash the mental picture of her sitting there, wide-eyed, and wearing nothing but her underthings straight from his mind. He should go back. He needed to go back. Wasn't this what he had been wanting ever since that shared horse ride? A perfect excuse to hold Edith again? But the very thought left him swallowing against a sudden surge of bile within his throat. More than anything, he wanted Edith in his arms. But not like that. Not for mere duty, not against her will. Lifting his head from the door, Percival wavered between utter exhaustion after all the socializing he had been forced to endure and an overly wakeful state as a seemingly never-ending stream of thoughts roared through his mind. He sighed, remembering his notebook in which he was compiling all his observations about Edith's various likes and dislikes was still within his room, there upon his desk, so he couldn't even consult it now to concoct a plan for how to even remotely begin to redeem himself in her eyes on the morrow. And then he choked, remembering his notebook concerning all things Edith was there in his room. With Edith, what if she looked? What if she found it? What if she thought him a madman for studying her and documenting his findings? But he couldn't exactly race back to his room just to retrieve it now, without having to explain himself. And then he'd have to face her again, her and those large green eyes. Snarling to himself, Percival thunked his head against the door a few more times for good measure, before he finally slumped to the floor and shivered within the chill of the room. The hearth lay cold and empty. No fire had burned there all day since he had been elsewhere, doing other things. Not in the mood to ring for Frederick and have to explain just why he was there on the floor and not in bed with his beautiful wife, he wrapped his dire bear fur cloak tighter about his shoulders and settled in for an uncomfortable doze without even his varhounds for warmth. But no doubt Aegis and Lancer were enjoying their sleepover with Edith and Skye. As his eyelids finally fluttered closed, after a dreadful amount of time spent alone with his thoughts, Percival promised himself he would invite Edith to breakfast first thing the next morning and apologize for his poor manners. He needed to do something to bridge that growing gulf between them before it was all too late. "Your Grace!" Percival jolted awake and immediately groaned. The muscles of his neck twinged from the awkward position in which he had fallen asleep there on the floor. His back braced against the door behind him. Outside the narrow window behind his desk, all he could see was darkness. But still that call of "Your Grace" echoed out again from the corridor, and Percival lurched to his feet with a grim set to his jaw. Though the last vestiges of sleep still shrouded his thoughts, the implications of that shout were impossible to ignore. Flinging open the door, he frowned when he saw standing before him Not only Master Paxton, Sir Araldi, his varhounds, and an assortment of guards, but also Edith wrapped up within the folds of his robe and with her feet stuffed into his spare boots. His wife looked as bleary-eyed as he felt. Heat crept its way up the back of his neck at being face to face with Edith so soon after he had fled from the sight of her in his bed. Aegis and Lancer surged forward, tails wagging while they both greeted him with their wet noses until he gifted them both some absent-minded head-scritches. But his eyes were only for Edith when he abruptly wondered of her, "What are you doing here?" Her lips twisted into a frown at the question. It was Master Paxton who answered with a sombre, "We went to your chambers first, Your Grace, but Her Grace said you had gone for a walk. I had assumed that meant you were here." She told them I had simply gone for a walk. He didn't know whether to feel relieved or guilty all over again. When next he tried to catch her eye, to convey some of his gratitude through that glance, he found she was pointedly avoiding his gaze, as was her wont when she was truly cross. Beneath his heavy fur cloak, his shoulders slumped as he looked back to Master Paxton instead and matched the man's sombre mien. With a sigh, his chamberlain held out to him the Umberly signet ring which Percival accepted at once, but he was simply moving through the motions at this point, while a strange numbness settled over his mind. After Cordell Umberly's horrendous treatment of first his mother, and then him all these years, he thought he would have rejoiced when finally his father passed, as cruel as that thought was. But now the moment had arrived, he found he didn't feel much of anything at all. That ring within his hand was a heavy ancient thing, forged from iron and stamped with the Varhound sigil of his house. He had admired it often as a boy, despite the fact his father had often reminded him he would never be worthy of wearing it. Now that he had it in his possession, though, it felt too weighty, as if he were holding all of Varroa in his palm. Setting his jaw, Percival slid the signet onto the ring finger of his right hand, and every man standing before him immediately bowed. Even Edith bobbed a shallow curtsy, though she still didn't look his way. When she uttered a hoarse, "I'm sorry for your loss, Your Grace," though he reached for her at once and snagged hold of her hand. Her eyes flew wide, and her attention snapped to him even while he used that contact to gently lure her closer. The feel of her fingers within his grasp, as rigid and unyielding as they were, was enough to pierce through the numb veil settling over him at present, if only just. His heart fluttered pitifully within his chest in reply. "I need a moment with the Duchess," Percival decreed to those gathered, and after a moment's hesitation, Edith slowly followed him into his study. The very second she was through the door, he promptly slammed it shut in the faces of Master Paxton, Sir Araldi, and all the guards loitering just outside. "Your Grace," he whispered to her while leading her further away from any potentially prying ears. He nearly tripped over Lancer in the process. Clearly the hound had missed him. "About last night?" "You do not have to explain yourself," Edith softly insisted, while wrenching her fingers from his grasp. His own ached at once to reclaim the warm clasp of hers, but she folded her arms across her chest before he could do any such thing. "I understand completely," she went on to claim, though those words were but a whisper from her lips. He couldn't help but squint up at her, though, while mulling over those words. Did she truly? He began again, but when she looked down at him with those viridian eyes of hers, he very nearly lost his nerve. Wetting his lips, he tried again. "I know. We have obligations." Her eyebrows lifted at that. No. What I mean to say is I don't want you to feel obligated." Now she was frowning. "Dear Lord, why is it so hard for me to talk to this woman? It's just, I want you, Edith." When colour immediately rushed to her cheeks in the wake of those words, Percival's eyes flew wide as he was left stumbling over his tongue with a quick addendum of, "No, I meant to say happy, I want you happy, but also The very idea of admitting to this beautiful woman that he also simply wanted her left Percival coughing into a fist while his mind reeled, scrambling to recover. "I don't understand, Your Grace," Edith slowly admitted, looking more confused now than she had when first they began this conversation. "Percy," he corrected her at once, "and I—" But before he could finish, there was a knock at the door. "Forgive me, Your Grace," Master Paxton called, his words muffled, "but there's much we need to discuss." Biting back a growl of frustration, Percival turned back to Edith to find she was already leaving. "Wait," he implored, and she flashed him another bewildered glance in reply. Now was his chance. He drew in a deep breath, but all that followed on that subsequent exhale was a simple demand of, "Breakfast?" She delivered down to him a slow blink and echoed, "Breakfast?" Clearly she wasn't following. "Yes, with, toast, maybe some fruit and tea. Do you like tea?" Edith frowned at him and then snapped, "I know good and well what breakfast is, Your Grace." His own lips twisted to the side at that. "Yes, and I was hoping you would join me for breakfast." Her expression gentled at once. Now, instead of looking like she was on the verge of swatting him, her features were flirting between the realms of surprise and confusion. "Not now," he swiftly added, just in case that was why she was confused. "It was before dawn, after all. But later, and in my current rooms, not the Duke's suite." He had nearly said, "Because my dead father is still in there," but now was probably not the time for morbid humour. Indecision plainly marred Edith's visage while she considered that invitation. He had to look away, though, when she bit her lip in the midst of her mulling it all over. "Very well," she finally decided after that brief pause, not sounding wholly certain despite the words. But he would take it. It was good enough. "I will see you then," he promised before making for the door with Aegis and Lancer happily trying to trip him again, just as another knock sounded out. But when he had taken but 2 steps, he suddenly remembered just why he had truly lured Edith into his study in the first place. He stopped in his tracks to shoot a look over his shoulder at his desk. But there was no time now. "I will have a gift for you later," Percival promised further as he hurried to open the door so she could escape. "Well, not truly a gift. It is more just... You'll see. I'll explain. Later." And though she flashed him a look which made him suspect that beneath her reserved stares she truly thought him a lunatic, he was just pleased she had accepted his invitation to breakfast in the first place. It would give him something to look forward to, while he dealt with the far less pleasant business of what to do with his father's remains. Chapter 18. Edith. The Duke was acting strange, stranger than normal at the very least, which was saying something. The Duke. Over the course of a single evening, her entire life had changed. She was a married woman, she was the Duchess of Varroa, and yet she felt no different. From a great distance came the deep tolling of the bell set within the chapel's steeple. Its low drone had become mere background noise for her at this point, though. The Duke had warned the bell would ring for his father at least until lunch, but the signal fires burning within the watchtowers would be kept alive for a full week. It was tradition for every banner lord within Varroa to light a similar signal fire at his own keep, out of respect for the dead. But all the banner lords were still at Snowcrest and would remain there until Wintertide had passed. Shifting upon her chair, Edith poked at the stewed apples before her with the tines of her fork. She didn't feel particularly hungry at the moment. What she felt was utterly exhausted after that pitiful amount of sleep she had gotten the night before. Though she had hoped she might steal a nap for herself later, those hopes were dashed the moment she arrived to this breakfast and saw the Duke already sitting at the table, his spectacles perched on the end of his nose, while he pored over a weighty stack of papers. No doubt now that she was the Duchess of Varroa, part of his seemingly never-ending paperwork was to be hers. Why else would he have demanded she join him this morning? Unless this was all just a ruse, a continuation of their great lie, in which they continued to pretend her husband hadn't found the thought of consummating their union so detestable. He had refused to even share a bed with her the night before. Her pride still twinged at the memory of how he had screamed at the sight of her, screamed as if she was some sort of bogeyman. She was used to men ignoring her, she was used to them scorning her, but screaming was certainly new territory. And yet, had that not ultimately been what she wanted? A reason to skip that aspect of a new wife's duties altogether? Drawing in a deep breath, Edith peeked at the man seated across from her, so she might study him while he perused his paperwork. He may have rejected her just last night, but here he was now, enduring her company perfectly well. And he was even being somewhat pleasant about it all. He had yet to yell at her at the very least. He most certainly hadn't insulted her. But most importantly, he had not hurt her last night as Sylvie warned he would. And yet, The man still hadn't said more than a handful of words to her so far that morning, nor had he even properly dressed for their first breakfast together. His hair was still damp from a bath, and several locks were falling into his eyes in a way she might have found charming if she wasn't determined to be just as uninterested in him as he clearly was in her. Beneath the drape of the dressing robe she had left on his bed, once she fled back to her own suite earlier that morning, he seemed to be wearing nothing but an undershirt and a pair of trousers. Edith was ridiculously overdressed in her velvet gown, circlet and jewels, an ensemble Mistress Paxton had gleefully insisted she wear when she heard about the newlyweds' breakfast plans. His father just died, she sternly reminded herself with a frown. No doubt the man didn't have the energy to dress himself further. "I'm so sorry," Edith murmured, breaking the silence between them at last. When the Duke glanced up at her with clear alarm written across his features, she hastily added, "About your father." "Oh, yes, right." He adjusted his spectacles and glanced back at his paperwork while quietly admitting, "It still does not feel real. No doubt it will take some time for it all to set in." No doubt, Edith was happy to agree. Despite the weighty topic at present, still she couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this was, by far, the most normal conversation she had ever had with Percival Umberly since their first meeting in the King's Forest. Perhaps they might yet become friends. "You mentioned you would have a gift for me," Edith went on to delicately prompt, though she did so with a wince. It was a silly, selfish thing to say when she should have been asking him about his father, the funeral arrangements, or any manner of other things. But her curiosity had been eating away at her ever since he first made mention of that gift, back there in his study. "Yes!" The Duke jolted to his feet at once with that reminder. "Yes, of course, though it's not truly a gift. Ah, here." Whatever it was clearly small enough to fit into his trouser pocket. After fishing it out, he awkwardly stood there for a few moments more before finally returning to his seat. But when he extended the not truly a gift to her at last, she blinked when she realized it was a ring. Another ring? She already had her wedding band resting on her left hand, but upon closer inspection, Edith saw it was no ordinary ring, but a signet ring bearing the sigil of House Umberly. Where the Duke's signet ring was heavy and dull, though, the one he was giving her in that moment was a far more refined piece of jewellery. It shone with all the beauty of polished gold. When she reached for it, her husband surprised her yet again by taking her hand within the clasp of his own. His fingers were warm and gentle while he slid this latest ring onto her finger himself. It fit perfectly. "My mother," the Duke solemnly explained, "was quite miserable during her tenure as Duchess, in part because of my father's mistreatment of her, but also in part, I always thought, because she had no true purpose nor authority here at Snowcrest." His touch lingered on, even after he had secured that signet upon her finger, in a prolonged pause which set her silly heart to racing once more. When the Duke finally realized his oversight, though, he cleared his throat and retracted his touch at once. Edith's fingers twitched in the absence of his, aching for yet more attention, and yet she didn't dare try to re-establish that contact between them. Their situation was embarrassing enough, without her husband being forced to hold her hand for the sake of honour alone. "Which is why I had this signet ring forged some years ago, when I first considered seeking a wife," he continued, leaving all thoughts of hand-holding tossed aside as her mind careened back to the sight of Lady Merowyn Underwood and her nearly faultless Varhound. This ring had been made for her. Her stomach twisted at the realization. "I wanted my future Duchess to know she had all the authority to speak in my name should something happen to me, and that I would trust her with Varroa's best interests. I wanted her to know she would have a purpose here, beyond simply being my wife." With her appetite suddenly gone, Edith pushed aside her barely touched breakfast. No doubt Skye would enjoy the scraps later, when the Duke wasn't watching and couldn't accuse her of spoiling her hound. She wanted to tell him he didn't have to do this, that he didn't have to pretend to be happy she was his Duchess instead of Lady Merowyn, that he didn't have to pretend to trust her with all of Varroa. But what she asked instead was, "What happened to your mother?" Everyone always tiptoed about the fate of the last Duchess of Varroa, only speaking about the poor woman in hushed whispers. Edith had never before had the courage to ask why, but now she had to know. At the question, the Duke's features immediately hardened. Even so, he didn't hesitate in answering her with a matter of fact. 7 years ago, my mother left the safety of Snowcrest and walked out into the snow, while I was away in Goldreach swearing our family's allegiance to His Majesty. That hard cast to his features wavered a moment when he added on a quieter note. She waited until I wasn't here to stop her. Those words hung in the air between them as, with horror, Edith realized the full implications of just what her husband was telling her. "Oh, Percy," she whispered, tears already threatening at the edges of her vision. What could she say? What could she possibly say in the wake of that? She knew from her history lessons with Mistress Burke that in the early barbaric days of Varroa, it had been the custom to abandon those deemed no longer worthy of life, to leave them outside the safety of their stone fortresses for the dire bears and the harsh temperatures to claim. The practice had long since been banned, though, and yet Odette Umberly had abandoned herself. Swiftly blinking away her tears, Edith shook her head and whispered, "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked." "No," the Duke insisted while reaching across that space to lay claim to her hand once more. His abrupt touch saw her breath yet again catching within her throat, and with a sudden shyness, Edith hazarded a glance back his way. The intensity of his gaze at present reminded her of the way he had looked at her during their dance just the night before. Had that truly been just last night? So much had happened in the time since then, it was beginning to feel as if that dance had taken place an entire lifetime ago, or been nothing more than a dream. Bowing his head over her hand, the Duke suddenly whispered, "Please don't apologize. I'm the sorry one." The feel of his breath now caressing her fingers made her shiver in a way she immediately hated. There her body went, betraying her again, so easily swayed by the man sitting across from her. But when she opened her lips to protest his sudden apology, he gifted her hand a gentle squeeze as well, before continuing on to say, "I know it's an uncomfortable topic for most. We don't need to speak on it further. It was so long ago, after all." Her husband's lips quirked into a humorless smile with that. "It still hurts, of course, and I think about her often and wish she hadn't, well, you know." With his eyes now boring deeply into her own, he softly added, "And I wish she could have met you, of course. She would have loved you." Those words struck her like a wayward spark from the hearth, and her soul immediately caught flame, warming her all the way through. He wished his mother could have met her? She didn't know what to say. After a long pause, Edith finally wet her lips and whispered back, "I would have liked to meet her too." The Duke smiled at her with that. It was a small smile, but it was still there. She actually made him smile. Here was a man quite different from the one she had married just yesterday, the man who had refused to kiss her and then screamed upon finding her in his bed. This version of Percival Umberly seemed warmer somehow, and perfectly capable of meeting her eyes. And in that moment, captured as she was by the pull of his hazel gaze, Edith was quite out of her element. She still didn't know what to say. She absolutely didn't know where to look. Still, her husband held her hand, and her fingers hovered in the air, so terribly close to his lips. For one wild moment, she desperately wished he'd bring them just that much closer, and gift to them the kiss her mouth was denied just yesterday. But then that precious, fragile moment shattered, when the Duke abruptly whispered, "But look at me, going on about my woes when I was at least a proper adult when my parents died." All the warmth currently flooding her soul slowly drifted away, and she pulled her eyes away from his, no longer able to meet his gaze, when he continued on with, "You were just a child, were you not?" The sudden lump in her throat made it hard to swallow. Yes, I was only 5. Skye's nose was in her lap in the next moment, though the sight of her hound's familiar face was only a blur of black and white through the veil of tears now shrouding Edith's vision. With her free hand, she reached out to her good girl and ruffled her fingers through that soft fur, while she added around trembling lips, "I still remember it, though. Quite vividly." She had never told anyone that before, not even Sylvie. She didn't know why she was telling the Duke now. Drawing in a ragged breath, Edith clenched shut her eyes and bowed her head as the first of her tears fell. She felt so silly, sitting there and crying over a family she barely even remembered in front of a man who had known far greater tragedy over the course of his life. She knew she should apologize for her outburst. She knew she should excuse herself so he would not have to endure the sight of her tears. But before she could do any such thing, there was the sound of a chair scraping against the floor, and the sensation of the Duke releasing her fingers in the split second before he pulled her into an embrace instead. The feel of her husband's strong arms holding her close against his chest melted what remained of the walls surrounding those wounded places of her heart. Never before had she cried within a man's embrace. But she certainly did then. All the tears she had never been allowed to cry in Goldreach, all the mourning she had never had the opportunity to do, poured out of her within those moments to soak the fabric of her husband's undershirt. Within Goldreach, her family's deaths were not a tragedy. There was nothing to mourn. One should only rejoice. Her family were the villains, as far as the history of Elmoria was concerned. But she had still loved them all the same. The Duke didn't speak while he stood there holding her, nor did he pat her back, shush her, or offer any other encouraging touches or sounds she might have expected from someone trying to be comforting. He was rather like a statue, a warm, awkward statue, with her face pillowed against his chest and her fingers tangled up in Sky's fur. Edith eventually found her breath once more, and her composure was soon to follow. "I'm so sorry," she gasped when her tears at last ran dry. "Please forgive me." Her husband released her with all the abruptness of a wooden puppet being jerked by its strings, and in the next moment he had returned to his chair. His features were back to their usual stoicism. What subtle smiles and warmth might have existed some minutes ago were now merely a faint memory, wiped clean by the familiar ice of his gaze and the stern set of his mouth. "After Wintertide," the Duke declared, brusque and matter-of-fact, "we will see a memorial raised to your family here, at Snowcrest." Edith stared at him, wide-eyed yet again, when he went on to suggest, "Perhaps something in the garden, or a mural painted within the gallery." A memorial? Edith hardly knew what to say. To raise a memorial to her traitorous family would be the gravest of insults to the crown, and yet still, the very idea might have seen her crying all over again if she had any more tears to shed. When she didn't immediately answer the Duke, though, he frowned at her. "Or is there something else troubling you, Your Grace?" His intensity stole what remained of her breath when he stared straight into her soul and demanded, "Whatever it is that is troubling you, tell me now and we will make it right." In that moment, Edith was painfully aware of the frenetic rhythm of her own heart as she gazed into her husband's eyes, noticing for the first time the gold flecks shining there. So many silly grievances burbled to the forefront of her mind all at once. Her desire to never see Lady Merowyn nor Draven Umberly ever again. Her wish that the Duke would simply tell her what he truly thought of her, so she would no longer have to guess. Her complaints about his abysmal attempt at kissing her before all of Varroa. But all of that seemed so ridiculous and trivial when placed alongside those intimate details of their lives they had just shared with one another. Forcing a smile to her lips, Edith finally replied, "Nothing is troubling me, but thank you for asking." But that answer didn't seem to satisfy her husband, given the way he narrowed his eyes at her. For a time he sat there, silent, while searching her gaze. Sky still snuffled at her fingers in that silence, probably wondering when she was finally going to start sneaking bites of toast down that way. After a while of enduring that uncomfortable quiet, Edith finally added, "And I would love to see a memorial to my family raised here. Thank you. It's—" She trailed off, her voice giving her away with its traitorous tremble. Her gaze lowered to her lap to study the gleam of that signet ring now shining there upon her right ring finger. It felt heavier than before. Now she knew it held within it all of Percival Umberly's most earnest hopes that the next Duchess of Varroa would not be as miserable within the role as his mother had been. Edith drew in a deep breath and willed herself to stop with all these nonsensical emotions at once. What did all her silly problems amount to, in the grand scheme of things? Nothing. Mere minor grievances. They had a duchy to run, a funeral to plan. people who needed them both at their best. When next she lifted her eyes back to the Duke, she brightened her smile for him and insisted, "It's a lovely idea, Your Grace. After Wintertide, then." For a few moments more, her husband continued to watch her, to weigh her, to study her countenance. But after those moments had passed, he adjusted the perch of his spectacles once more and lowered his gaze to the paperwork still resting before him. As the new Duchess, the Duke started up again as if nothing at all had just passed between them. "You will be responsible for the managing of Snowcrest, with the aid of the Paxtons. They will help you." He paused long enough to take a large bite of toast before he added around that mouthful, "And you will be in charge of planning for the Wintertide celebrations, of course." Edith's eyes widened when she breathed out a surprised, "Me?" Toying with her new signet ring, she slowly wondered, "You are not going to help me?" He paused mid-chew and lifted his eyes back her way. Peering at her over the rims of his spectacles, he admitted, "I just assumed you would want something that was simply yours to command." A furrow knit itself between his eyebrows. "Did you want me to help you?" Edith fidgeted beneath the weight of his gaze, unable to quite meet it when she observed, "It just seems like something we should plan together, does it not?" When she peeked back toward the Duke sidelong, she caught sight of his faint smirk before it dissipated entirely. "Edith, my idea of a fine Wintertide would be to send all the Bannerlords home so that you and I could enjoy a quiet evening in the library, sipping mulled wine and reading separately in utter silence." She had to fight against a smile, a true smile. That did seem like a rather nice way to spend the holiday. "But," he sighed, sitting back further in his chair, "if you tell me what you'd like me to do, I'd be happy to do it." With a frown, Edith was quick to observe, "It is not very helpful if I have to tell you what to do, Your Grace." "Percy," he insisted again with another frown, "and very well." Pursing his lips, he considered for a time before abruptly deciding, "I will take care of ensuring we have gifts for each of the Bannerlords, since I know them better. And I will handle the feast. That way all you have to do is take care of the decorations and any other," he gestured vaguely, "festivities you might like." Narrowing her eyes, Edith observed the Duke for a time in silence before she accused, "You're just going to have Master Paxton do all that, aren't you?" He immediately sputtered, choking on a sip of his tea. "You never said I couldn't delegate." That time, Edith couldn't help but laugh at his sudden protests. It felt strange, laughing so soon after she had just been crying over the loss of her family. But in the wake of those tears, she felt lighter somehow, better, as if a great weight had been removed from her heart. And it was hard to not laugh as she sat there, watching the Duke scowl while mopping tea from his undershirt. She knew she shouldn't become too attached to this man, lest she ultimately end up with her heart broken that much more the next time she saw him and Lady Merowyn together. She knew that. But it was so terribly hard to not feel even a little bit more attached to him in that moment, especially after he had been so vulnerable with her about the fate of his mother, especially after he had held her while she cried over the fate of hers. Chapter 19. Percival. His father's cremation came and went without incident, made notable only by the fact Edith stood by him throughout the ceremony and touched his hand twice. Even dressed in all black, she was absolutely stunning. But he was even more pleased when their week of mourning was at an end and she could return to her usual jewel-toned ensembles. It was strange, living in a Snowcrest where Lord Umberly no longer reigned, where his father's oppressive presence and constant negativity no longer blanketed the keep like a dark cloud. Even the air felt lighter while Percival strode the halls, but his guilt lingered on. Surely, though he had always assumed he would, he should be neither happy nor relieved his father was now dead. And though his new duties as the Duke of Varroa kept him painfully busy, especially with every Bannerlord currently in residence at Snowcrest, he still endeavoured to see Edith once per day, even if it was just in passing, or from a distance without her even knowing he was watching. She spent most of her spare time on the archery range these days, when she wasn't trying to train her mottled Varhound in secret, and she seemed to even be making friends with some of the northern ladies, namely one Lady Towlin, who was just as wild as she. Nevertheless, Her weekly letters to the Queen of Elmoria continued. Percival resisted the urge to have those letters seized and read before sending them on to Goldreach. He knew it wasn't his place to know just what she had to say about him, though he desperately wished he did know. Most days she was utterly impossible for him to read. Other days she was simply impossible. But so far that week she had smiled at him 5 times, so Percival was in high spirits that day when he stepped out of his study with his usual white furred shadows padding alongside. That was until he heard a familiar voice wisping its way toward him on a throaty call of, "Your Grace?" Dread weighed heavily within his stomach when he swiveled to face Lady Merowyn Underwood, who was mincing toward him at present. He frowned when he noticed her current gown looked alarmingly similar to that one red gown Edith had debuted just before their wedding. His wife wore it better, though. "Ah, Lady Underwood, good day," Percival greeted the woman, doing his best to be polite. But not too polite. He had learned the hard way that none of the Underwoods seemed to understand the word no. Clearly it simply wasn't within their vocabularies. Of course, it hadn't helped that the mottled pup he sent to the Underwood household last year seemed to have somehow grown into a properly white varhound as it aged. It was terribly convenient, how the Underwoods had forgotten it was a perfectly fine shade of tawny when it first arrived at their household. "Was there something I could help you with?" Percival further prompted the woman when she but stood there, smiling up at him. But just as she opened her mouth to answer, he caught a whiff of some divine scent floating past, a tantalizing mixture of florals and spice that saw every muscle in his body tensing at once. Edith. Forgetting Lady Underwood in an instant, Percival shot a look after his retreating Duchess and mottled varhound pair. His feet soon followed. "Your Grace," he called out, trying to gain her attention. He frowned, though, when her brisk steps didn't slow. "Your Grace, wait!" Setting off at a jog, he closed that distance between himself and his wife swiftly enough. But when he reached out to touch her arm, she flinched away from his fingers and kept walking as a sharp, "What is it, Your Grace?" escaped her lips. "Edith," he murmured beneath his breath, frowning up at the clearly irate woman. "What is the matter?" "Nothing is the matter," his Duchess insisted in that high-pitched way she often adopted when she was lying to him. "Why would anything at all be the matter? Everything is perfectly fine." His frown deepened. Usually Edith didn't come to this side of the keep, not unless he had invited her. There was nothing at all for her to do within that wing, unless she had suddenly taken up loitering outside his study as a hobby, which could only mean, "You were looking for me?" Percival suddenly hazarded, his heart giving a hopeful lurch. But Edith didn't answer. Huffing out a breath through his nose, he reached over to lay a hand upon her arm. That time, she didn't reject the touch. Instead, she stopped fleeing from him in favor of whirling to face him at last, though her lips remained puckered with her displeasure. "Edith," he breathed, his eyes inevitably lured to the sight of her mouth as they so often were when he was standing this close to the woman. "Tell me what's wrong." "I was coming to ask you if we might go see the lights together before Wintertide is finished." Percival blinked. The spell Edith's lips always cast upon him broke in that moment. He flicked his eyes back up toward hers so that he might search her gaze. "The lights?" he echoed, not comprehending at first. "The Lord's lights? They're perfectly visible here at Snowcrest when they come." Though some within the north who still clung to the old ways referred to them as Mordoth's flame, the accepted name by the church for those strange blue and gold lights which danced across the sky in the north, only around Wintertide, was the Lord's lights. They had quite enamoured him when he was a boy. He and his mother had always looked forward to them every year. After her death they had lost their charm, though. But Edith was still frowning at him, clearly not placated by his answer. "Sir Araldi mentioned there is a watchtower not too far from here that is a better viewing point for the lights, though, and I just thought, perhaps—" Her words trailed off as she slowly pulled away from him, her gaze already elsewhere. The fine velvet of her sleeve slipped through his fingers when she stepped completely out of his grasp and whispered, "Never mind, Your Grace." Percival's heart constricted painfully within his chest. No, wait. Idiot. He was an idiot. Not once had Edith ever invited him anywhere, not to a meal, not to a walk, and most certainly not to an outing. But here she was, asking him to escort her out into the dangers of the frozen north, to view the Lord's lights in an abandoned watchtower, alone, with him. "I'd love to," he insisted at once. "I just need to find the time, of course." With reports of the mountain tribes growing bolder in their raids, the banner lords with holdings closest to the spine were eager to talk strategy, numbers, and just how they were going to finally eradicate the vermin. As if they would ever be able to fully smoke the barbarians out of the hidden mountain passages which they were so fond of utilizing. "There is no need to trouble yourself," Edith softly replied, still refusing to look his way. "It was a silly idea." "No," Percival snarled, finally luring his Duchess's eyes back his way. Drawing in a deep breath, he fought to gentle his tone when he promised, "I will make the time. The lights should be here within the week. We shall go to the watchtower together then, just us." After a beat, he added, "And the hounds." At last, a hint of Edith's true effervescence revealed itself in the smile she gifted to him at that very moment. He might very well have floated away had not his varhounds been braced against his legs, keeping him grounded. "I will look forward to it," Edith breathed, that smile of hers lingering on even when she turned to depart, taking that intoxicating scent of flowers and spice along with her. And yet another small piece of his heart. Chapter 20. Edith. Edith had expected her life to change dramatically after the death of her father-in-law. Now she was truly the Duchess of Varroa, and yet it had not. Aside from the fact Percy now endeavoured to spend more time with her, no doubt for the sake of presenting a united front to their subjects, her life remained much the same. With all the banner lords still visiting, she had to dine in the Great Hall at least a few times a week, though she still preferred taking meals in her room. Every night she played hostess, though. Percy was there too, always ready to escort her in and join her at the high table. Twice a week they would attend Father Rhodes's latest sermon together as well, and sit side by side in the front pew. After, Percy always invited her back to his rooms for breakfast. He still resided in his old chamber, having not yet moved himself into the Duke's suite. She wasn't sure why. Other than all that, her days were just as busy as they had been in the week leading up to her wedding, especially now the preparations for Wintertide were well underway. Although she knew her husband had delegated most of his portion to poor Master Paxton, Edith refused to do similarly to Mistress Paxton. She needed something to do to distract herself from constantly thinking about the more painful details of her situation. And besides, it gave Edith a good excuse to call on Lady Rebecca Towlin daily to assist her with said preparations. Once her early morning etiquette lessons with Mistress Burke had concluded, of course. "We should have an archery competition," Rebecca suggested yet again, while they strode through the halls of Snowcrest together, arm in arm, journeying toward what Edith now knew was the Iron Wing. With a sly glance cast her way sidelong, Rebecca teased, "We could have the servants fashion the targets into the vague likeness of every northerner you don't like, Colour flooded Edith's cheeks while she shushed Rebecca. She had most certainly not revealed her conflicted feelings about one Lady Merowyn Underwood to anyone at all. But Rebecca, with her sharp eyes, had simply noticed the tension between her and Percival Umberly's first choice for a wife, the first time she ever spotted Edith and Lady Merowyn alone in a room together. Edith's stomach twisted itself into knots at the thought others might have noticed too. "We are most certainly not going to have an archery competition," Edith reminded as they rounded the next corner together, accompanied by Skye, Rebecca's Varhound River, Sir Araldi, Mistress Paxton, and 2 maids. "Because we both know you just want me to host one so you can show off and win a prize." "Only if you don't compete," Rebecca complained, blowing out a breath. "Please," Edith laughed, her steps finally slowing now they were approaching the Duke's study. "You know I'm so terribly out of practice." Though she had finally started making the time for a bit of archery down on the range, she was not allowed to actually journey into the woods around Snowcrest to hunt proper game. She and Rebecca had to content themselves with firing arrows at the squirrels, who dared venture into what constituted a garden in the north. It was all rather dull and unsporting. Pausing outside the Duke's study, Edith waited while Mistress Paxton unlocked the door for them with her heavy ring of keys before they all stepped within. Just as Percy had promised, There was a stack of papers waiting for her atop his desk, all of his notes about the various arrangements he had made for Wintertide thus far. Edith slipped her arm out of Rebecca's and scooped up those documents herself. It was silly, but it felt good to hold something the Duke had penned just for her there within her arms, even though it was nothing more than mere matters of business. The very idea Percival Umberly might ever write anything more than mere business to her was just absurd enough. She bit back another laugh while rejoining her entourage there in the corridor. "Have you ever peeked in on their meetings?" Rebecca suddenly wondered, with a nod toward the heavy, iron-banded door looming at the end of the hall. Edith frowned at the question and shook her head. No. She wasn't even sure she could attend those meetings. Percy had never invited her, at the very least, and she knew none of the other ladies ever sat in when the menfolk all convened in the Hall of Lords. Whether out of tradition or a desire to not die of boredom, she didn't have the faintest idea. She assumed it was a bit of both, though. "Well, come on then," Rebecca exclaimed, and before Edith could stop her, there she went, loping down the hall straight for that door. Flashing a wide-eyed look to Sir Araldi and Mistress Paxton, both of whom were clearly struggling to not chuckle, Edith hurried after. The Duke had already sent word earlier that tonight was to be their night to journey to the watchtower and view the Lord's lights, together, alone. She was desperate to not vex him and see him changing his mind at the last moment, but there was Rebecca, clearly keen on getting her in trouble. Now she knew how Sylvie must have felt all those years, chasing after her on a near-daily basis while she bounded off in search of fresh mischief. Edith promised herself she would pen an apology within the next letter she sent to Goldreach. Barely daring to breathe when that heavy door swung open and Rebecca promptly disappeared inside, Edith slowed and craned her head to simply peek within. "I'll just get a quick look and then we'll leave before we're spotted." The chamber was enormous, nearly as big as the Great Hall, and split into 2 levels. Before her stood the second floor, which seemed little more than a viewing balcony. 2 flights of steps led the way down to the first level, where the banner lords all gathered. They sat on layered benches carved into the very walls of the room, like spectators at a theatre production, which meant the Duke himself must have been the entertainment for the day, given how he paced back and forth within the very centre of the room. A dozen voices shouted to him at once, each clearly desperate to be heard over the others. Percy. Despite her better judgment, Edith couldn't help but creep forward just a bit more to steal a better glimpse at her husband. He looked so painfully handsome, dressed in dark blue and black as he was at present. Blue had always been her favourite colour. "I heard the Arathians have a powder that can bring down an entire cliffside when it's lit," one lord shouted, to a great many boos and jeers. Jolting to his feet, he cried out, "Should we not consider all options, Your Grace?" "You propose we bring down the entire mountain, Lord Whiten," another lord called. "Utter madness." "I propose we do something," Lord Whiten snarled back. Another voice cut in with, "Lies. Lies and heresy. The desert witches wield unholy flame, Your Grace, not a powder we might use. We should not stoop to their pagan follies." "Unholy flame. His lordship has been listening to children's stories again." Finally whirling on a heel, the Duke roared to the room, "I will have order in the hall." She had certainly seen Percy at work before, tending to his seemingly endless paperwork, but this was the first time she was seeing him truly in his element, playing the part of the Duke. She chided herself at once for the way the sound of him speaking with such authority to his lords sent a shiver dancing down her spine. "We are men of the North," Percy continued while she watched on, eager to hear his solution for this business of trying to blow up Mordoth's spine, "and we will not—" But he cut off mid-sentence as his eyes abruptly found her and Rebecca loitering there on the second floor. His nostrils flared while he stared up at them, and the intensity of his gaze pinned her in place for a single breathless heartbeat before she managed to shake herself free. Keeping that stack of papers clasped in one arm, she reached for Rebecca with the other, and bodily hauled the other woman back into the corridor. Behind her, she heard Percy finish his interrupted thought with a sharp, "Result to insults," in the moment before Sir Araldi swung the door shut behind them. While Rebecca laughed like a girl at having been caught, her steps light and her tone merry all the way back to the Goldwing where the Duchess's suite resided, Edith focused all her energy on not trembling. What if the Duke refused to take her outside Snowcrest now? She simply had to leave the walls before she went utterly mad. She had spent most of her life in Goldreach out in the forest, flitting amongst the trees. She didn't think she could bear another day being trapped indoors. The rest of the afternoon passed without further incident, aside from a messenger who thundered into the courtyard just before sunset. The man was promptly swept away to the Iron Wing, where the lords still convened, leaving Edith uninformed of the message he bore. Nothing from Goldreach, she was sure. She would have been told if it was a letter from the Queen. After a light dinner in her room, given that she was unable to stomach more than a single bite of bread, Edith found herself staring at her reflection while her maids gathered together warm clothing for her outing with the Duke. She didn't know whether to be giddy with excitement or awash in trepidation. Still, she didn't know if her husband was cross with her for having spied on his meeting earlier. But given she had heard nothing to the contrary, she prepared for their evening together, as if it were going to continue as planned. Layers were important in the north, but her maids weighted her down with so many different socks, stockings, a wool underdress, gown, and then overdress, with a heavy fur cloak on top of all that. She feared her horse might not be able to carry her out into the snow. And though her gloves were so thick she knew trying to fire the new bow her husband had gifted her would be a clumsy affair, still she brought the weapon, already strung so she could sling it over her shoulders. Her quiver she clipped to her belt. Less than 10 minutes later, she was within the courtyard with fresh flakes of snow drifting down from the already illuminated night sky while she waited for the Duke to arrive. Already mounted on her northern mare Moonbeam, she watched Skye prancing about, clearly just as anxious to set out as she was. Sir Araldi waited with her, even though his presence would not be required the moment her husband arrived to take the knight's place as her escort. Assuming he ever would. The moment she spotted Master Paxton jogging toward her through the falling snow, though, she knew he wasn't coming. Before her husband's chamberlain even opened his lips to deliver the news, the sheer weight of her disappointment deflated her mood completely. "Forgive me, Your Grace, but the Duke sends his regrets. He simply can't—" "Of course he can't," Edith bit out at once, the words misting before her. Reining her horse around, she rode off from Master Paxton, so neither he nor Sir Araldi would see the tears welling within her eyes. The one time she asked Percy to set aside an evening that was hers alone, the one time she asked for a bit of time with him, he couldn't even find a spare moment to come tell her himself he was breaking his promise. Setting her jaw, Edith lifted her eyes skyward to watch the dance of the blue and gold lights sweeping across the heavens, as if painted there by a brush only the Lord on high could wield. It was just as breathtaking as she had hoped, and yet utterly spoiled by the sight of towers looming all around and the knowledge her husband should be out here, sharing the moment with her. She was no idiot. There was a small logical voice inside her mind which knew the Duke must be delayed by whatever news the messenger from earlier in the day had brought. But even knowing that did nothing to soothe her wounded feelings. He could have come to tell her himself. He could have taken a small break for their outing before returning to his meeting with the lords. And then there was another voice inside her mind, a louder one which couldn't help but wonder, would he have come for Lady Merowyn? That thought alone was enough to see her glancing over her shoulder to ensure Master Paxton had already disappeared back within the safety of the keep before she nudged Moonbeam forward. The gates of Snowcrest stood open at present to reveal the dark shadow of the courtyard beyond, and then the other gates beyond that. Both portcullises had already been raised in preparation for her and the Duke's departure, and she intended to take full advantage of that fact. Sir Araldi had shown her just where the watchtower was, upon the map of Varroa within the library. It wasn't that far from the keep's walls, and she was no helpless damsel. She was armed. She could surely manage a brief ride there and back again with no issue, but before she even made it to the first gate, Sir Araldi trotted his horse in front of hers to bar her path, a hard set to his jaw. "I can't let you do that, Your Grace. Forgive me." Edith lifted her chin, challenging him at once with a cool, "I am your Duchess, Sir Araldi, and I demand you move. I intend to ride to the watchtower and back again." The knight's frown was plainly visible beneath the stunning glow of the Lord's lights shimmering overhead. "We both know I answer only to the Duke, Your Grace." The fact Sir Araldi was a mere spy her husband had planted amongst her people was a fact that neither she nor the knight had ever acknowledged before, in part because it was so painfully obvious, which was why she didn't know how it could possibly hurt for him to finally admit the quiet part aloud. But it did. "Then you may come with me if you like," Edith snapped at her bodyguard, each word visible upon a fresh puff of vapour. "To protect me, as His Grace no doubt instructed you to do, or you may stay here and not do your duty. Either way, I'm leaving. Your choice, sir." She didn't wait for him to answer before nudging Moonbeam back into a walk, letting the sure-footed mountain pony pick her way around the knight's horse and across the fresh powder blanketing the frozen cobblestones. Tongue lolling, Skye happily bounded ahead, clearly just as excited as she was to be off on their first adventure together. Finally. No more stone walls, no more iron grates barring all the windows, no more portcullises, just the open air, the sky, the snow, and a whole world of unknown awaited. When Sir Araldi finally appeared at her side, clearly having made his decision, he gruffly muttered, "You do know His Grace is going to murder us both when we return, don't you?" But Edith just thinned her lips all the more when she observed back, "That would require him first caring about just where I am and what I'm doing, wouldn't it?" Chapter 21. Percival. Hands clenched behind his back, Percival bounced his right leg while listening to his bannerlords. It was so terribly late. They should have finished hours ago. They would have finished hours ago had it not been for the messenger from Lord Whiten's estate bringing word of a fresh attack by the mountain tribes just 2 days past. Except this time a person was killed, rather than simply the livestock. Percival swallowed hard, trying to shove aside the mental picture of Whiten's groundskeeper being burned alive to serve as a warning, but he had a terribly good imagination. It was hard to dislodge the imagery now it had been planted there. "Snowcrest will devote 24 men," Percival promised the room again, now that the lords had come to some agreement about what was to be done. "I wish we could do more, Lord Whiten," he added on a softer note to the bleary-eyed man before him. "But we can't afford to leave Snowcrest unprotected." Lord Whiten blinked and seemed to look straight through him when he repeated for the 5th time, "I'd known him since I was a lad, Your Grace." He was a gentle soul. He'd never hurt anyone. Percival's jaw hardened at the reminder. "We'll hold a service for him tomorrow, my lord, before you and the others ride out." Lord Whiten, Lord Towlin and Lord Merrin intended to depart the next morning, along with a handful of fighting men from some of the other lords and 24 of Snowcrest's own troops. It was the best he could do on such short notice. He knew Lord Whiten would have preferred he'd join them in their fight against the mountain people, and a few months ago he would have. But now? Now he couldn't leave Edith unprotected. Edith. His stomach churned when he again considered how late it had grown. He should have been with her nearing an hour ago. Heaving out a sigh, Percival bounced his leg even faster. How in the world will I apologise for this? There were no amount of jewels in Varroa's mines nor chocolate imported from the Lothmiran Empire that might make up for a broken promise. "This meeting is now adjourned," Percival abruptly decided, luring tired nods from some lords and surprised blinks from others. "The Lord on high be with you all." To Lord Whiten he added a quiet, "I'll see you at the memorial service, my lord. You and your family will sit beside me and Her Grace." And then he was off. After whistling Aegis and Lancer back to his side, his brisk steps carried him toward the stairs and up to the second landing, where he had spied Edith just a few hours ago, watching him. The mere knowledge she had come to see him had been enough to make his heart race. But now it was racing for a different reason entirely, as he marched his way out of the Hall of Lords and prepared to go and receive his due tongue lashing from the woman for spoiling their planned evening. When he spotted Mistress Paxton sprinting toward him down the hall, though, his heart skipped a full beat. There was only one reason she would look so distressed. "What is it?" he called out, already jogging toward her in turn. "What's happened?" "It's Edith," Mistress Paxton choked out, forgoing all formality in the midst of her distress. And at those 2 simple words, Percival's heart stopped entirely. "I can't find her. I've looked everywhere and no one can find her." "Number." The world spun, the floor tilted and numbers. She wouldn't. She couldn't. Not after he had told her about his mother. Was that why she came to see him, for a last glimpse, to say goodbye? Percival stumbled forward as he watched his world crumbling to ash all around him. He fought to breathe. He fought to speak. Finally, though, he managed to gasp. How long has she been missing? Not again. He was going to be too late again. But it didn't make sense. Was this truly all because he had missed their outing? Had she just walked out into the snow because of that? Or had there been something else? What else had he done wrong? What else had he missed? I don't know, Mistress Paxton sobbed, wringing her hands. I just went to go find her, and she and Skye were just gone. Skye. A single spark of hope flickered to life within Percival's heart at that word. Skye. He took off at a dead sprint down the corridor. Edith loved that stupid dog. She wouldn't do something to intentionally put her in danger. Someone get my horse, Percival shouted to no one in particular while he ran. It was Lord Hale who answered. What is it, Your Grace? The other man asked while loping along at his side. Are we under attack? It's my wife, Percival tried to explain, though his tongue and lips felt numb while he struggled over the words. She's outside the walls, Hale. She's... He didn't have to say more. The blare of Lord Hale's hunting horn reverberated through the halls of Snowcrest and rattled its way into his very bones. Behind him echoed the shouts of his other lords as they answered that call. The thunder of boots soon joined his own, and together they all raced for the courtyard. Cries rang out from every mouth, demands for horses, hounds, and weapons filling the night. From somewhere appeared his valet, Frederick. The man's motions were brisk as he buckled on first Percival's breastplate and then the scabbard holding Lord Umberly's bastard sword. It was a pointless gesture, the lot of it. Blades and breastplates were no use at all against a dire bear. Sir Araldi is missing as well, Your Grace, Frederick hastily informed him, while Percival swung himself up into his stallion's saddle. No doubt his valet wished to gift him some hope with those words, some hope that perhaps Edith hadn't frozen to death or been eaten alive out there amongst the snowdrifts. But all it did was temper Percival's terror into a blind fury instead. When he saw the gates of Snowcrest were still standing wide open as well, just as he had ordered they should be for his planned outing with the Duchess, Percival added the guards manning those gates to his list of people who would be flayed alive should anything at all have happened to Edith tonight. But even as he spurred his horse into a gallop and plunged through the falling snow and out into the dangerous wilds of Varroa beyond, he knew he should be the only person on that list. This was all his fault, and all he could do was pray that this time he wouldn't be too late. Chapter 22. Edith. The way everyone, even Mistress Burke, had warned her just how dangerous the Duchy of Varroa was, Edith had expected dire bears to lurk behind every tree and under every snowdrift. But she soon realized this was not the case. Varroa was beautiful, even beyond her wildest imaginings, crystalline and still beneath the softly falling snow. With the Lord's lights glittering overhead, it was positively magical. Frosted pine needles shivered in the breeze, and the sharp icicles dangling from every bough shone like jewels. All was so terribly quiet, with only the crunch of their horses' hooves and Skye's panting breaths piercing the night. For a time, Edith sat tense atop Moonbeam with her eyes narrowed against the darkness. Like that, she hunted for any sign of danger and flinched at the tinkling of the wind through the trees. But after a while of riding in silence with no dire bears or other predators to be seen, she finally relaxed. After a span of moments more, she even began to enjoy herself. Sir Araldi's back remained rigid throughout the entirety of their ride to the watchtower, though. Not once did he speak, not until they had arrived. And even then it was only to growl, "Let us make this quick and return before His Grace realizes you're missing," while they dismounted from their horses. Edith's lips twisted into a frown when she contradicted, "I'm sure we have time." She imagined it would be some hours still before her husband even bothered looking for her, but the knight clearly wasn't convinced. "I think you're greatly underestimating that man's observational skills," he grumped after having pried open the door to the watchtower so they could carefully pick their way within. Edith hadn't thought ahead to bring a torch for light, an oversight which saw her hesitating at the threshold to the watchtower, but once she realized the arrow slits lining the walls provided enough illumination from the Lord's lights that they wouldn't be in immediate danger of tripping over the stairs and breaking their necks, she finally braved that first step. The tower was narrow and the stone stairs carved into it steep. Edith braced her gloved hands against the walls on either side as she carefully ascended. Skye, padding ahead, forged on courageously with her tongue lolling as ever. Sir Araldi brought up the rear, no doubt determined to catch her should she slip. Thankfully, she didn't. When they finally reached the top of the tower, she shouldered her way through the trapdoor, barring the way forward. And then she was out in the open air and utterly breathless at the sight of the heavens unfolding above her in all of their painted beauty. The tower rose above the treetops, lending her a perfect view of the sky and of the Lord's lights, weaving their way through the clouds there. The way they danced immediately put her in mind of ethereal ribbons, rippling endlessly across all the north. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes when faced with the sheer majesty of it all. "It's beautiful," she whispered to Sir Araldi, though her heart ached at the fact she was sharing the extraordinary view with another man, rather than the one she had truly wanted to share it with. "Yes, it's wonderful," Sir Araldi brusquely agreed. "Now let's get out of here." "Not yet," Edith insisted on another misted breath. She wasn't yet ready to relinquish that view, nor her freedom, but she was only afforded perhaps 10 minutes more of peace and quiet before the low groan of a hunting horn suddenly shattered the stillness of the night. In its wake, the braying of many hounds soon followed. She watched wide-eyed as a whole host of horsemen burst through the trees with varhounds loping alongside, but even from that great height, she immediately recognized the rider at the front of the pack. Even before his shout of "Edith Umberly" roared forth and further disrupted the peacefulness of the dark forest. Edith flinched away from the parapets atop the tower, trying to draw back far enough from the edge so Percy could no longer see her up there. Not that it mattered now. She had already been spotted. Drawing in a ragged breath, she turned to glance at Sir Araldi. The knight's eyes were pinched with an anxiety she felt all too acutely. "Let's get this over with," he muttered. That time, Sir Araldi led the way down the narrow steps and let her walk behind, with Skye threatening to trip her on several different occasions. Each moment which passed in the course of their descent felt like a lifetime, and all the while Edith's thoughts scrambled with everything she might say to the enraged Duke to soothe his temper. "I wanted to come with you. I needed to get out of the keep before I went mad, Percy. Please don't be mad at Sir Araldi." But all those words died upon her tongue the moment they stepped out into the night to find Percy already on foot and waiting for them. His eyes gleamed with a coldness far more profound than any she had yet seen from him. Without a word spoken to either of them, Percy immediately launched himself at the knight and gripped him by the tabard. Edith gasped when her husband then wrenched the larger man forward and tossed him onto the ground, as if he weighed nothing at all. "How dare you!" the Duke shouted at Sir Araldi in the midst of stalking closer to the downed man. Behind him, the bannerlords waited still and silent, watching from atop their horses while their varhounds frolicked in the snow. But Edith couldn't simply watch. Shaking her head, she rushed forward with a scream of, "No, don't hurt him, it's my fault." Percy whirled on her at once. His eyes burned with a frozen fire when he snarled, "And how dare you do this to me?" She flinched from his words, but her husband was far from finished. "Get on your horse at once, we are returning to Snowcrest." When she parted her lips to protest, he simply raised his voice all the louder and barked out, "You will do as I say, Edith Umberly." Now. A hot flush of humiliation scorched its way through Edith at being scolded like a naughty child in front of all their lords. Clenching her fists, she lifted her chin and started toward the Duke, as she let loose with her own shout of, "If you had simply been there when I needed you, Percy, none of this would have happened." He immediately recoiled as if she had just slapped him across the face. She regretted the words at once. They were cruel, they were untrue. But he was acting like such a boor at the moment, and all because he thought her too delicate to survive outside the walls of Snowcrest. Did he truly think she could live the rest of her life as a prisoner in her own home? Even Reynard allowed poor Sylvie some liberties. She opened her mouth again, on the verge of telling him just that, when a sudden roar thundered from the depths of the dark forest, so loud it rattled its way straight through her chest. Standing so close to the Duke, she felt rather than heard the sudden intake of his breath when he whirled to place himself in between her and the source of that roar. But she, being taller, could still easily see over his shoulder to witness the pines in the near distance, shuddering in protest as something crashed through them. Something big, something coming in fast. One lord lifted a hunting horn to his lips and its low wail filled the clearing. The sound immediately whipped the Varhounds into a frenzy. Even Skye suddenly loped away from her side, darting off in a blur of black and white into the night. "Skye!" she screamed, though that call was swiftly lost beneath the boom of a fresh roar. And when the creature from whence those roars were originating finally burst into the forest clearing, Edith completely forgot how to breathe. Already a horrendously large shape in the darkness, still that creature grew even larger as it raised itself from all fours to its hind legs, and then larger still, until it was but a dark blot against the painted sky. Nearby, Moonbeam let loose with a high-pitched whinny, voicing the scream lodged within Edith's own throat. Now, she finally realized why everyone in Varroa was so wary of journeying outside the safety of their stone fortresses. Now she finally realized why Percy had wished to keep her indoors. Because a dire bear was no bear in truth. It was a monster. "The Lord save us," Edith managed to choke out on a quiet prayer before Percy whirled to face her. He grabbed her by the shoulders and gripped her tight. "Go," he growled, holding her for just a moment longer before giving her a shove which sent her staggering back from him. "Araldi, get her back to the keep." Edith reached for him. "Not without you," she wanted to say, but her fingers grasped at mere air. He was already gone, running for his horse. Her eyes desperately tracked him, even while other hands seized her from behind and yanked her further backward. "We need to leave," Sir Araldi shouted into her ear, but even in such close proximity, those words were nearly lost, swallowed within the sheer cacophony which filled the clearing at present. Edith couldn't move. Her body refused. She stood rooted in place, simply watching as Varhounds barked and lunged at that mountain of fur and flesh, hunting for an opening. The dire bear roared in reply and slashed out with a paw as large as Moonbeam herself. One Varhound yelped as it flew through the air and crashed into the forest beyond. Her heart constricted. Was it Skye? She couldn't see from so far away. Wind and snow swirled all around, blurring her vision and seeking to freeze her even through her many layers of wool and fur. The banner lords all shouted where they rode in circles out of range of the beast's massive paws. They clanged their blades against their shields for some purpose she didn't understand. The archers among them rained arrows in a steady stream into the night. Not a single arrow seemed to bother the monster at all, though it was soon as prickled as a porcupine. And then the unthinkable happened. In horror, Edith watched as the dire bear suddenly crashed back to all fours. The sheer force of its impact was enough to shake the very ground beneath her feet. And then it was lumbering forward, making for the easiest target out of all of them, Percy still racing for his horse. "Percy!" That single word ripped from her throat as she lunged forward herself with such ferocity that not even Sir Araldi's grip could keep her in place. Her long legs churned through the fresh snow. Her arms pumped as she ran faster than she had ever run before. Mindlessly, she raced toward the promise of certain death written in the gleam of the dire bear's eyes while it charged toward her husband. She didn't know what she was going to do once she reached them both. She didn't know what she could possibly do against a beast so much larger than she was. She just knew she had to do something. With her longer stride, it was easy enough to overtake the Duke and then pass him completely as she continued to run headlong toward that monster. Percy's screams for her to stop soon melted away behind her, drowned out beneath the pounding of her blood within her ears. Suddenly dropping to a knee, she wrenched her bow off her shoulders and braced one end of it against the ground while she scrabbled for her arrows. But her fingers within her thick gloves were just as clumsy as she had feared. The first arrow she grabbed tumbled from her grasp, lost to the snow. She lifted her right hand to her face and bit down on that glove to wrench it clean off of her hand. The moment her skin was bared to the night, though, the frigid wind pricked her all the way to her bones. Her fingers would be numb and utterly useless before too long. She had mere moments to make her shot, and only one chance to get it right. Snatching up an arrow, Edith knocked it and lifted her bow. The dire bear was close now. So close she could see how its eyes shone with an unnatural malevolence. So close she could smell the familiar mustiness of its fur coupled with the tang of something else. Something strange and ancient and wrong. Each of its strides sent the earth beneath her to trembling. Each of its roars rattled her bones and stole her breath all anew. Fear, like none she had ever known before, gripped her heart. This was it. This was the end. Edith was blind to all else but the gleam of those eyes when she drew her bow at last and couched the fingers of her right hand against the corner of her mouth. The dire bear was too close now. Its rancid breath misted the air before her. She drew in a shaky breath of her own. She sighted down the length of her arrow. Please, Lord. She fired. The moment her arrow whistled away through the darkness, a figure suddenly launched itself in between her and the too close dire bear. Percy. Her heart constricted when she looked up to see the Duke of Varroa's silhouette now filling her vision. He stood between her and her inevitable death like a hero of old, his sword drawn, his stance protective. And when next the monster reared back and let loose with another ear-shattering roar, Percy roared in reply. "Run!" she tried to scream. Did the word even leave her lips? She couldn't tell. She couldn't hear. Her ears were ringing. But Percy wasn't running. Why wasn't he running? He didn't have to die. She did this for him. He didn't have to die too. Varroa needed him. His people needed him. But nobody at all needed her. Time slowed while she knelt there, waiting for them both to die. Would it be quick? A single swipe of an enormous paw? A snap of the dire bear's slathering jaws? But death never came. Wide-eyed, she glanced up past the top of Percy's head to see the dire bear wavering on its hind legs while it viciously swiped at its face. Her arrow. She had shot it through the left eye. And the Varhounds took their opening. Every Varhound leapt as one to sink their fangs into any part of the dire bear's flesh they could manage. Its legs, its arms, the soft flesh of its belly. Some even made it all the way to the monster's throat. She wavered herself, her muscles turning to water while she watched on. Rivulets of foul-smelling blood stained the once pristine snow, and all the light drained from the last strange eye the dire bear had left. It was dead. Too late, though, she realized her mistake. When the monster slumped forward as death fully claimed its body, she saw that she and Percy were in immediate danger of being crushed beneath its bulk. But he clearly saw it too. Tossing aside his sword, the Duke launched himself at her and wrapped her up in his arms. Like that, he gracelessly half-carried, half-dragged her trembling form out of the direct path of danger. But when the defeated monster finally came crashing down, it again shook the very earth with its landing. Edith didn't even have time to scream before her husband lost his footing and tumbled atop her, pinning her there in the snow. In the absence of the dire bear's roars, everything sounded entirely too quiet and muffled, as if she had suddenly been tossed underwater. From far away, she was aware of the men shouting and the Varhounds yipping. Was it over? Was it truly over? A cry of victory suddenly rang out from the banner lords. Only then did she remember how to breathe enough to let loose with a quiet sob of her own. It was over, and they were both alive. When Percy finally lifted his head to look down at her, though, Edith was surprised to find that some of the snow had melted on his face in such a way as to give him the illusion that he had been crying. But she knew it at once for the lie it was. Here was a man who could never cry. The Duke's features were carved from ice itself as he stared at her, with no feeling at all written within his hazel eyes. When he finally stood, he did so in silence. And when he reached down to carelessly wrench her to her feet, that silence lingered on. His silence frightened her far more than his shouting ever had. With the fingers of her right hand now fully numb, she fumbled them into the folds of her cloak, her other glove long since lost, before then stumbling over to retrieve her bow. But when she lifted her head to survey the dead dire bear, the celebrating men and the yipping Varhounds all being congratulated on what good boys and girls they were, Edith's heart stopped yet again that night. She didn't see Skye. "Skye!" She tried to scream, though her throat was hoarse and her voice didn't carry. "Skye!" Edith lurched through the banner lords hunting for her hound. A few of them gently touched her shoulder and congratulated her on her shot, though most didn't seem to see or hear her when she asked them, "Has anyone seen my Varhound? Has anyone seen the black and white Varhound?" When she was just on the verge of screaming in frustration and demanding someone pay attention to her and answer her question, she suddenly saw a small shape limping toward her through the darkness, one of its front legs dangling uselessly. "Skye!" Edith cried out, running the rest of the way toward her good girl, so the injured hound didn't have to come to her. But she swiftly found herself blinded by the threat of tears while doing her best to gently pick up her pup so she didn't hurt her further. Skye was bleeding, and Edith didn't know enough about animals to gauge just how serious her injuries were. When she turned around to hunt for her horse, and Sir Araldi next, she nearly crashed into Percy, who was now standing right behind her, leading both her horse and his by the reins. He was still just as silent and severe as he had been some minutes ago. "Please," she managed to choke out to the emotionless statue who had once been her husband. "Please, Percy." "She's hurt." His frozen eyes ticked from her to the injured Skye within her arms, and then back again before he, without a word, turned and mounted his horse. He tossed aside Moonbeam's reins to another lord whom she didn't recognize through the blur of her unshed tears, before he then bent toward her and grabbed her beneath the arms. Like that, he yanked her up onto his horse just as he had that night in the Sablewood. Except that time he gave her the dignity of immediately sitting, instead of being draped over the pommel of his saddle like a dead deer. Still without speaking, Percy yanked his horse around and kicked it into a hard canter, sending them racing off through the trees and back toward Snowcrest. Tucked against the Duke's unyielding, armoured chest, and with Skye bundled safely within her arms, only then did Edith finally stop fighting against her tears. They were alive. Even if Percival Umberly never spoke to her again, at least he was alive. Chapter 23. Percival. "I nearly lost her. I can't do this again." Chapter 24. Edith. Every night the nightmare came, the forest clearing, the dire bear, and Percy. Except that time her arrow missed. Never had Edith been so miserable this close to Wintertide. And for having grown up alongside Reynard de la Croix, that was truly an accomplishment. Her favourite holiday of the year was but a few days away, and yet she hardly had the energy to drag herself out of bed, let alone be cheerful about it. Percy still refused to speak with her, despite the fact she needed to apologise to him for that night. She hadn't been thinking. She hadn't even considered how her leaving Snowcrest without warning might make him feel, not until he had grown so cold toward her. Nor until Mistress Paxton herself gave her a sound tongue lashing for scaring them all to death. But any time she visited the Iron Wing, he was too busy to speak to her. Master Paxton relayed any messages which needed to be shared between them to ensure Snowcrest continued running smoothly. He no longer joined her for dinner. The invitations to breakfast stopped. She thought she had known loneliness before, but now she knew better. Now loneliness was her constant companion. Even Rebecca was gone. She left the morning after the dire bear incident alongside her husband and several other lords. They journeyed to the northwest, seeking to crush the latest mountain tribe uprising. But at least Edith still had one bright spot, even amidst all the darkness. At least Skye was recovering. "She might be mottled, but she's a fighter," Master Slade begrudgingly admitted when Edith visited the kennels for the third time that day to check in on her little warrior hound and bring her some scraps from lunch. And though the kennel master scoffed a bit about dogs being spoiled these days, while Edith stood there, hand-feeding Skye pieces of bacon and cheese, he ultimately didn't put up too much of a fuss. Word had spread about what had happened that night, out there near the watchtower. Everyone within Snowcrest now knew she had helped fell a dire bear. Some were more impressed about it than others, though. "I still can hardly believe it," Lady Hale gushed to her over tea later that afternoon. With Rebecca now gone, Edith was endeavouring to befriend the other ladies of Varroa, since they were still in residence at Snowcrest through the holidays. At Mistress Paxton's urging, she started inviting them all for tea within the Duchess's suite. Most of the northern ladies were quite pleasant and made for good company, save for the Underwoods, of course. "Yes, it's hard to imagine truly," Lady Underwood murmured, while she sipped at her cup of tea. At her side, Lady Merowyn delicately nibbled on a cookie and did her best to pointedly not look Edith's way. But I suppose one can hardly be too surprised you were able to keep pace with the men, what with your build, your grace. When Lady Hale shot a frown Lady Underwood's way, the latter swiftly amended, I just mean with how tall you are, your grace, of course. Edith presented a brittle smile and a murmur of course, to Lady Underwood in reply. Within her mind, though, she fantasized about tossing her own cup of tea at the other woman's face. But she had already earned enough of her husband's ire without provoking it even further, by sending the mother of his first choice for Duchess to the infirmary. If one could truly call the tundra stretching between herself and the Duke at this point to be ire. Chapter 25. Percival. Sitting behind his desk, Percival watched through the window as Edith trekked across the grounds for the 4th time that day. As ever, she headed for the kennels. Master Slade had reassured him just yesterday little Skye was going to make a full recovery, but even that cheerful news had not pierced the heavy sheet of ice currently encasing his heart. Your Grace. Percival slanted a look at Master Paxton, who still stood beside the desk, a ledger open in his hands. Yes, proceed, he prompted. The next order of business, Paxton. Master Paxton frowned at him for a few moments more before finally reading off next. The dire bear has been skinned, and the pelt is being cut into 15 portions. 16, Percival corrected. Who was the 16th Lord in attendance, Your Grace? I seem to have missed writing down his name. The Duchess. When Master Paxton shot him a dubious look at that, Percival monotoned. Her Grace's arrow was the one who pierced the dire bear's eye, Paxton. She deserves a portion. Yet his chamberlain but shifted his weight, not yet jotting down that addendum. The other lords will be displeased, he hedged instead. But Percival couldn't conjure up the energy to care. Let them, he murmured over the sound of his chair legs screeching against the floor when he abruptly rose to his feet. Breathing out a sigh, he soon added, That's all for today, Paxton. The rest can wait. With his chamberlain thus dismissed, Percival moved back to the window and leaned his forehead against the glass so the cold of the world beyond might soak into his skin. Like that, he watched Edith marching her way back to the keep, her head bowed against the latest snow flurries. I nearly lost her. For just a moment that protective ice around his heart threatened to crack, threatened to melt, threatened to break and flood him with all the previous terror and heartache of that night all over again. In that moment he was back in that clearing, racing toward where Edith knelt in the snow. Except that time he was too slow. That time the dire bear lunged, and swallowed his wife whole. Trembling, Percival slammed his palm against the glass as his breath misted across its surface, obscuring the sight of Edith beyond. Why had she not run when he told her to? Why had she stayed? Why? He wanted to know, he needed to know, but he couldn't see Edith, not now, not when he was like this. He wanted to scream at her. He wanted to hold her. He wanted to lock her in a tower and throw away the key. He wanted to kiss her. By the Lord, he wanted to kiss his wife, but no, he refused to think about it, because he knew what would happen if he thought about it. He would break, and he refused to break, not now, not when his people needed him most. Closing his eyes, he turned away from the window and let that ice settle back over his soul. For the sake of Varroa, and for his own sake too, he buried everything he felt for Edith Stuarte Umberly beneath that fresh layer of numb indifference, leaving it all to hibernate, until he had the strength to awaken it once more. But not now. He didn't have the time nor the energy to dissect his feelings right in that moment. Chapter 26. Edith. On Wintertide Day, Edith oozed out of bed. Wintertide should be the happiest day of the year, what in between the festive cheer, the crisp quality of the air, the sights, the sounds, the flavours. But that morning, as Skye's wet nose prodded her awake, all Edith could think about was how this was her first Wintertide with her husband, and she didn't even know if he wished to see her. Was he still angry? Would he even want to receive the silly little present she had made for him? Edith didn't need to be up and about until after breakfast, when she and Lady Hale had scheduled a story time for the children in the library. But Skye had other ideas. "I'm hurrying!" Edith protested to the yipping varhound while lurching about her bedchamber, hunting for her boots. Though her brave little hound was now back into the Duchess's suite with her, Skye's right front leg was still bound within a cast. It would be some time before it was fully healed from that nasty break. Which meant, until then, Edith was on varhound escort duty. Bundled up against the cold, she yawned and trudged toward the door with an armful of happy varhound, Skye's tail thumping against her hip while she walked. But when her eyes skimmed across the small package resting on her sitting room table, she hesitated a moment before reluctantly plucking it up as well on her way out into the hall. Every corridor within Snowcrest was decorated for the season, and the scents of pine and cinnamon hung heavy in the air. Apparently, cinnamon was Percy's favourite. Once she had learned he kept a steady supply imported in all the way from Arath itself, she demanded the cooks work it into almost every aspect of the menu for the feast that night. The menu for the feast had been one of Percy's tasks, of course, but that hadn't stopped her from making her own additions. Perhaps being smothered by all of his favourite treats would be enough to lure any reaction at all out of the man, even if it was just to chide her for having used so much of that rather expensive spice. At that point, she would settle for more of his shouting over his continued silence. But aside from warm, spicy desserts and every manner of mulled drink, Edith hadn't known what to get her husband for Wintertide. The small package now tucked beneath her arm weighed heavily upon her mind as she made her way down the staircase and finally out into the brisk air of the morning. So few were awake this early, lending the illusion that she and Skye were the only souls left in all of Snowcrest. Normally she would have found such a thought peaceful, albeit in a sad sort of way. But on that particular morning it simply served to further highlight her loneliness. She missed Sylvie, she missed Rebecca. Above all, though, she missed Percy. When she finally stepped back inside after Skye had finished with her business, Edith, freshly burdened with a now snow-dusted dog, squared her shoulders and abruptly veered to the right rather than the left at the top of the staircase to make for Percy's rooms, rather than her own. Her heart frantically fluttered while she crept down the hallway like a thief in her own keep. Given the early hour, she knew she'd have plenty of time to slip within her husband's chambers, leave that package on the table in the sitting room, and then scurry back to her suite before he could catch her. That way, she wouldn't even have to see the look on his face when he finally opened her pitiful excuse for a gift. But what if he liked it? She couldn't help but wonder. And the very idea left her silly, little heart beating all the faster. What if he liked it so much he invited her to breakfast later that morning? What if he forgave her at last? What if he finally spoke to her, or even deigned to look at her? And then, what if he invited her to dance that night after their Wintertide feast? What if he swept her into his arms again and looked up at her as he had on their wedding day, as if he could see no one else but her? A sigh shuddered past Edith's lips as she hurried all the more quickly down the hall, her cheeks burning all the while. Him. That was all she wanted for Wintertide that year. Just Percy, whatever that might look like. When she finally made it to his rooms, she was relieved to find the outer door unlocked, given the fact she had no keys. The one time she had suggested to Mistress Paxton that she could carry the other woman's large ring of keys about, her household manager had nearly choked. "Ladies do not jingle, Your Grace," Mistress Paxton had insisted at the time. "Well, then this lady is not above learning to pick locks," she had wanted to counter. She hadn't, though. It's generally best to not warn other people about those sorts of things. But when she swung open that door so she could then tiptoe inside, Edith nearly screamed when she found herself staring at a very much awake Percy, rather than the empty room she had been expecting. Sitting there on his sofa, with Lancer and Aegis both trying to occupy his lap at the same time, the man frowned at her in his customary greeting before suddenly wrenching off his spectacles and setting them aside. Wide-eyed, Edith loitered in the hallway like the fool she was, her arms full of a very wiggly Skye, who clearly wished to go join the Varhound snuggle pile and that idiotic present she had brought. She had things she needed to say to him. She knew she did, but it was hard to think of much else beyond simply him in that moment when he was sitting there, being so very attractive and rumpled in his current outfit of a mere undershirt and trousers. Snapping shut the book within his hands, The Duke shoved aside his sleepy varhounds so he could jerk to his feet and snatch up the dressing robe neatly draped over a nearby chair. "Are you coming in?" he wondered while twitching that robe closed over his underdressed state. His tone was as cold as the wind swirling outside. Edith frowned and shuffled her way inside before gently depositing Skye on the floor with a groan. The little hound was heavier than she looked, but while Aegis unfurled himself from the sofa to pad over and gift to Skye a greeting sniff, Edith simply shifted her weight from foot to foot beneath the weight of her husband's studious gaze. This had all been a terrible idea. She started, and then immediately stopped so that she could wet at her lips instead. Percy arched a dark eyebrow at her. I made you this for Wintertide," she finally explained, while abruptly holding up the small package for him to see. His eyes immediately lowered to it, a frown back on his own lips. "And I had thought to just leave it for you. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were awake." "You made me a present?" he slowly asked, a note of confusion seeping into his previous coldness. When finally he stepped forward to gingerly accept that present from her, Edith hastily explained, "It's nothing much. I'm afraid I'm not much of a painter. Sylvie is a painter, though, a wonderful painter. I mean Her Majesty, of course. She always tried to teach me, but I was terrible at it. But it seemed like all the ladies were making gifts for their husbands, and I'm not very good at—" She bit her lip. "Embroidery or sewing shirts or anything at all, really. So I just made you this because I wanted to give you something. And also I wanted to apologize to you. I shouldn't have run off into the wilds like that. I didn't mean to worry you. If I did worry you, I mean, not that I'm trying to assume you would be worried. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Percy, if I made you think. I wouldn't, you know. I'm never going to do that. Edith clenched her jaw to keep herself from rambling on further. She probably could have found more words to spout off while Percy was unwrapping his present. Except he had now run out of cloth to unwrap, leaving the small canvas she had painted for him revealed and resting in the palms of his hands. As promised, it wasn't much to look at. She had done her best to capture the sight of the Lord's lights shimmering over Varroa, though it was truly an abysmal attempt. She had even done her best to paint the watchtower with two silhouettes standing on top, looking up at the sky together. It all just sort of looked like sweeps of light blue and yellow against a darker blue sky with blobs of black here and there, though, to represent the tower and silhouettes. And then she had flicked some white across the whole thing to serve as the stars, or the falling snow. Both, perhaps, however he wished to interpret it. For a small eternity, Percy stood there in silence and looked down at that painting. And in that silence, Edith fidgeted with the edge of her cloak and waited for him to say, "Thank you," or "This is dreadful," or laugh at her feeble attempt to play the role of artist, or anything at all. But he didn't. He didn't say anything at all. With her stomach suddenly roiling, Edith prompted her husband with a quiet, "Do you like it, Your Grace?" Percy's response to that prompting, though, was to turn away from her and march toward the door leading to his bedroom. She flinched when he stepped inside and slammed the door shut, leaving her all alone with 3 varhounds again. Though it was more like 2 that time, given that Lancer was still dozing atop the couch. She blinked at the closed door before her and waited for something, anything at all. But when more moments crawled by in which nothing at all happened, neither sounds nor movement to signal he was intending to come back out at some point, a fresh wave of hurt and rejection pierced her straight through her heart. "I should never have come here," she reminded herself while turning to leave. She knew the painting was bad, but she hadn't known it was so dreadful her husband would wish to go hide in his bedroom after having viewed it. "Come on, Skye," Edith managed to choke out through the firm set of her jaw. She would not be crying in this man's sitting room. She was so tired of crying. She refused. Before she could make it fully out into the corridor, though, she heard the door to Percy's bedroom creak back open and a low call of, "Wait!" escape through that small opening. The Duke's voice was huskier than usual, and the odd sound of it made her pause and peek back over her shoulder at once. The door wasn't open enough where she could see him, but she could hear him well enough when he went on to rasp, "Thank you, Edith, for the present. I love it. You will have your present tonight." and then he slammed the door shut again. Rapidly blinking at the expanse of wood which stood in between her and her husband, Edith hesitated for a single moment more before she finally scooped Skye back into her arms and hurried out into the hall before she woke up from that strange dream. Though Percy was acting even more strange than usual, he had a Wintertide gift for her, and beyond that he had loved hers too. Chapter 27. Percival. Traitorous tears. He had nearly made a proper fool of himself in front of his wife, blubbering like an idiot over the fact she had painted for him the night she had truly wanted, the night he had originally promised her. Just the two of them, alone, beneath the Lord's lights. It took some time for him to stitch himself back together, but once he had, Percival was all too eager to finally join the festivities for the day. Wintertide had always been his favourite holiday after all, and yet he couldn't remember a time when Snowcrest had last been so lively and festive on Wintertide Day. Perhaps when Mother was still alive, he mused while striding through the halls with Aegis and Lancer, listening to the sounds of laughter and bright music tinkling all around. The sweet promise of cinnamon threaded through the air at every turn, tempting him to sample the various treats and drinks put out for their guests' enjoyment within every wing. There was hot chocolate brought in from the Holy Lothmiran Empire for the children and mulled cider and wine for the adults. Cookies, cakes, and candies were likewise piled high alongside special treats reserved for their Varhound companions. Edith had truly thought of everything. A quiet pride swelled within him as he stepped out of the way of a gaggle of children loping past, all adorned with holly crowns and squealing with excitement over the gift exchange which was to take place later. Aegis wagged his tail, clearly eager to join in with the merriment, while Lancer was busy snuffling at the refreshment table, hunting for more treats. "Where is the Duchess?" Percival suddenly asked Master Paxton. His chamberlain consulted the itinerary within his hands, lips pursed and eyes narrowing. "According to the schedule, Your Grace, she should be in the library. She and some of the other ladies are reading Wintertide tales to the younger children." Master Paxton slanted him a look. "Did we wish to join them?" "No, no," Percival swiftly insisted, even while his mind screamed, yes. He desperately wished to see her again, her in her oversized cloak, with snow dusting her fiery hair, and cheeks ablaze while she waxed poetic on just what a terrible painter she was. He poured a mug of mulled cider for himself, though he wasn't at all thirsty, and insisted again, "No, I don't wish to disturb her when she is busy." He couldn't face her again, not until he had her Wintertide present and an apology at the ready. There was so much for which he needed to apologize, the shouting for one, the silence for another, but above all he wished to apologize for the fact he never took her to the watchtower to see the Lord's lights as he had promised he would. He had his reasons, but still he wanted to apologize for disappointing her. Next year, he would take her next year, and all the years after that. Every year she wished to go, he would take her himself, no matter what obstacles might stand in his way. "Her Grace's gift will be ready for this evening, yes?" Percival wondered of Master Paxton next, as a sudden hint of worry threaded its way into his thoughts. It was a rush order, but he had paid more than enough to see it done in time, he hoped. Master Paxton let loose with a quiet sigh and nodded his head. "But are you sure you wish to go through with this, Your Grace?" his chamberlain then asked, a clear concern pinching at the corners of his eyes. "It is not too late for us to find another gift for the Duchess, perhaps a nice piece of jewellery." "No," Percival insisted, leaving no room for argument. "Let me know when it's finished, Paxton." When the other man but sighed once more in reply, though, Percival suddenly gestured at all the festive decor with a wave of his free hand. "It's Wintertide, Paxton. Relax. Let me worry about the Banner Lords and you just—" Paxton quipped, "Worry about everything else." But Percival promptly ignored him in favour of pointing at the refreshment table and finishing his thought with, "Eat a cookie." Excitement and apprehension mingled into one beast within Percival's heart later that evening as he hurried to the great hall for the gift exchange. At last, he had Edith's present in hand, and he couldn't wait to see the look on her face when he presented it to her. But in the same breath, he also dreaded seeing the look on her face when he finally arrived to the gift exchange, since he was running late. Terribly late. Hopefully she will not be too cross with us, Percival muttered down to his varhounds as he jogged the final stretch toward the great hall, and the sound of music and laughter lilting forth from its smoky confines. Edith's gift, bundled up within his arms, had arrived just in the nick of time, and despite Master Paxton's reservations, he knew it was going to go over well. His Duchess was going to love it, and that was all that mattered. When finally he burst into the great hall, Percival slowed his steps at once and cleared his throat as all eyes turned his way. And though he nodded his head to those who bowed and wished him a happy wintertide in passing, his eyes were only for the crimson-clad woman standing at the very centre of the room, looking wistful while she played hostess all by her lonesome. His heart raced at the sight of her, just as it always did. But the moment her eyes finally turned his way and hooked upon his own, Percival forgot how to breathe, as the smile she gave him in that moment ripped the last piece of his heart she had yet to claim for her own straight from his chest. He was hers, and all he wanted was to be with her. Varroa didn't need him, not truly. It had been standing long since before he was born, and it would remain standing long after he was gone. But that woman, she needed him, and by the Lord he needed her. "Please forgive me," he blurted out to Edith before she had a chance to say anything at all about his tardiness. "I wanted to be here sooner, but I didn't want to come without your present. I ordered it days ago, but it took longer than expected." "You didn't have to," she protested, but Percival shook his head and stepped forward, that heavy bundle still clasped within his arms. "Don't," he pleaded. "Please, just—" But the words caught within his throat now that he was looking up into those gloriously green eyes of hers yet again. Everything he had wished to say, everything he had been rehearsing in his mind on the way over, dissipated in a moment. What could he possibly say that would ever be enough to encompass all he felt for this woman? She was exquisite, she was wonderful, she was vexing, she was perfectly imperfect in every way. So it was that Percival settled for actions over words. Reaching toward her, he first unclasped that fur stole draped about Edith's shoulders, and though he heard her sharp intake of breath when his fingers accidentally brushed against her throat, his Duchess didn't protest in the slightest when he ripped that white fox fur away and tucked it beneath his arm so he could shake out the bundle he carried and present it to her at last. Edith's eyes widened and her voice was but a whisper when she asked, "Is that—" "Yes," Percival confirmed, breathless himself as he moved to sweep the dire bear cloak he had commissioned just for her over her shoulders. The rich, dark chestnut of the fur complemented the fiery gleam of her own hair so well. And, reaching into the inner pocket of his doublet, he pulled forth a cloak pin, which he then used to secure that cloak upon her in the northern style. It was forged to match his own, a silver varhound with the Stuarte star engraved on its chest. Now they were a matching set. The varhound on his pin had its mate. Smiling up at her, Percival offered a soft, "Happy Wintertide, my wool—" The word love burned upon his tongue, luring a sudden rush of heat to the back of his neck. "Lady wife," he hastily corrected, hoping she hadn't noticed that momentary pause. But Edith seemed far too busy stroking her new fur to notice much of anything else at the moment. Her little smile and those delightfully rosy cheeks of hers didn't last long, though, before she was suddenly questioning. "But I thought only men were allowed to wear dire bear, Your Grace." A clear worry knit itself between her eyebrows when she whispered, "It's tradition." Drawing himself up to his full height, Percival clasped his hands behind his back and cast a look about the room. His gift had garnered quite a bit of attention and more than a few murmurs. He would have many egos to placate later, but for the moment he looked back at Edith and explained, "It is tradition because never before has a woman taken part in a dire bear hunt, but you did take part, and you were a vital factor in that hunt's success." A frown threatened to tug at his lips when he added on a quieter note, "I am still not happy you were out there, Edith, and I would like for us to talk about it further later, but I hope you will accept this present and wear it with pride. You earned it." A host of various emotions played across his wife's countenance then, leaving Percival guessing as to just what it all meant, as ever. But when she finally lifted her eyes to meet his once more, relief washed over him while she murmured, "I love it, Percy. Thank you. I would like to talk about some things with you later as well, if that's all right. But yes." The smile she gave him then sent his heart to leaping when she added a soft, "It's perfect." Percival released his breath and offered to Edith a warm smile. "I'm glad. I'm so very glad. Now—" He glanced around, looking for someone he might pass her fox fur stole off to. When he saw no one, though, he frowned. "Where are your attendants? Where are your guards? Where is your hound?" "Where are yours?" Edith countered, arching a single eyebrow. He pursed his lips in the midst of her, pointing out, "It's Wintertide, Percy. I gave them the night off, and Skye is resting her leg." He huffed out a breath through his nose and glanced about, hunting for where his varhounds had trotted off to, since clearly he had lost them at some point. He soon spotted them lounging before the hearth with a pack of others, though, soaking up the warmth. "Very well," Percival mused. "Let me—" His attention snapped back to Edith, while he vaguely waved about the white fur still clasped in his hand. "Find someone to take this. I will be right back." He paused after taking a single step, though. "Might I get you something to drink?" Edith visibly brightened at the question. "A hot chocolate, please." Percival nodded and set off at once, making for the refreshment table stretching across the far side of the room, near the door. Along the way, he passed off that stole to a passing servant with a decree of, "Please ensure this finds its way back to the Duchess's suite." Edith loved his present. She had smiled at him. Perhaps she might even let him kiss her hand later in the evening. Those were the thoughts ricocheting through his mind, while he asked the attendant working behind the table to pour him 2 hot chocolates. But those thoughts were interrupted by the abrupt sound of a breathy voice unfurling behind him on a greeting of, "Your Grace, I was beginning to fear you weren't coming." Percival fought hard against the sudden urge to wince. "Lady Merowyn," he greeted in turn, while turning to face the woman. Clearly, his wife was setting a trend within their ducal court, given the lady before him was also clad in red. It didn't suit her nearly as well as Edith, though. "Happy Wintertide." Lady Merowyn sank into a curtsy, though her eyes never departed from his own when she murmured in kind, "Happy Wintertide, Your Grace." Percival shifted his weight and flicked a glance back over his shoulder. His and Edith's hot chocolates were ready. "Ah, yes. Right. If you'll just excuse me." "I have a present for you, Your Grace," Lady Merowyn interjected, while holding out to him a tiny box wrapped in gold-painted silk. "Oh." He blanched at the sight of it. "Well, you didn't need to do that." "It was my pleasure, Your Grace." "Yes, but, well—" Percival hesitated. He had no present to give to her in return. Master Paxton had arranged for each family to receive one large gift from House Umberly rather than a flurry of smaller ones for each individual in attendance that night. That would have just been too excessive, even for Wintertide. Percival shook his head again and insisted, "I couldn't possibly." "Please," Lady Merowyn implored, already pressing the box into his hand. "It was made for you." Pasting a tight smile across his lips, Percival finally took the box from Lady Merowyn and ripped free its silk covering with all the hasty energy of one tearing a bandage off of a healing wound. When he opened the box to spy what was inside, though, his brow immediately furrowed. It was yet another Varhound cloak pin, funnily enough, though clearly made from a paler metal than the silver of his own. But where the pin he already wore sported the star of House Stuart etched onto the chest of the House Umberly Varhound, the pin currently nestled within that box had no such addition. It was but all Varhound, and its eyes were studded with some dark jewels. Percival's smile tightened all the more. How nice. Nice was certainly one word for it. "Yes, thank you, Lady Merowyn. I believe your father should have your family's present already." He dipped another nod to her and tacked on a fresh, albeit hasty, "Happy Wintertide." Pocketing the little box, Percival snatched up the hot chocolates from the table behind him and hurried off, eager to be back to Edith's side. But when he skimmed a glance about the great hall, hunting for any sign of his wife, he found none. He frowned when he realized she wasn't where he had left her. In fact, she wasn't anywhere at all that he could see. "Pardon me," he hailed a passing servant bearing a tray of refreshments through the hall, "but have you seen Her Grace?" When the man shook his head and murmured his apologies before hurrying off again, Percival turned in a slow circle and scoured the crowd again. Edith was the tallest woman in all of Varroa, perhaps even in all of Elmoria. She shouldn't be that hard to find. And yet still he didn't see her. He didn't see any sign of her anywhere. Chapter 28. Edith. She kept her smile pinned to her lips until the moment she was finally out of the great hall and away from the press of so many curious eyes. Only then did she finally let that lie melt away. On swift steps, Edith raced down the corridor and ducked back into the familiar confines of the library. The shelves were cast in deep shadow, only the light from the hearth remaining. With everyone celebrating Wintertide within the great hall, there had been no need to keep the lanterns lit within this room after the story reading earlier in the day, making it the perfect place for her to hide while she tried to catch her breath. Why was it that every single time she and the Duke had a moment together, any moment at all, Lady Merowyn then had to interject herself and ruin it all? For a single blissful moment, Edith had actually forgotten her husband's first choice even existed, but that moment certainly hadn't lasted long. Percy had given her a dire bear cloak. A dire bear cloak. He had broken a northern tradition and risked the ire of all his banner lords just for her. Her heart should be winging through the library's rafters. But instead, a humorless laugh escaped past her lips while she pressed her forehead against the row of books before her and breathed in deep of the pleasant, musty scent of their pages. She should have known there was a reason the Duke had been so insistent that he be the one to arrange the gifts for the gift exchange. How else could he have possibly secured a present for Lady Merowyn, had she been the one managing it all? At least he was gentleman enough to give me my present before he gave her hers. She needed to speak to him about all that nonsense. No more promises of later. No more postponing the potentially unpleasant conversation because it was Wintertide. She needed to tell him she would no longer endure being made to feel like his second choice. When Edith heard the doors to the library softly snapping shut behind her, every muscle in her body tightened as she prepared herself to confront her husband at last. It was beyond time they spoke. "Percy," she quietly greeted the Duke while turning to face him. "We need to—" Her breath caught within her throat, though, when she saw it was not her husband standing there within the flickering shadows of the library. It was Draven. "What do you want?" she demanded at once while pressing her back against the bookcase behind her and lifting her right hand to rest it upon her heart. At least, that was what she hoped it looked like to the man before her. In reality, she was ensuring her fingers were a mere few inches away from the hilt of the dagger hidden within her bodice, just in case Draven decided to play the fool. "I've waited a long time for this, Edith," Draven breathed while he prowled toward her, a smile toying at the corner of his mouth all the while. "A chance for us to finally be alone." He sighed, sounding strangely wistful. "You're never alone, you know." "Don't come any closer," she warned him while sliding further away, her back still pressed against the bookcase so that she knew at least that part of her was well protected. But still, the man didn't relent. "There's no need to pretend anymore," he purred, his voice as dark and rich as the hot chocolate she had asked Percy to fetch for her before he became distracted by his other woman instead. "I know exactly what you want, what you need." "I don't know what you mean," Edith insisted, while her heart hammered a staccato rhythm against her ribcage. Her gaze flickered about the room, swiftly taking stock of it. There was only the one exit. It was a gamble, but if she was quick, she could make it. In the next moment, she took that chance. Setting her jaw, Edith pushed off away from the bookcase and darted around Draven. But he was faster. Draven's hands gripped her about the waist and his fingers dug into the velvet there while he swiveled her about within his hold. His touch made her skin crawl. His nearness made her stomach churn. But the sight of his eyes flying wide the moment he saw the dagger now held in a reverse grip within her fingers brought her some small sense of satisfaction. "Let me go!" she screamed while slamming her knee hard into Draven's groin. In the same moment she slashed upward toward his face. Her reward was the sound of his scream and a sweet freedom when his hands immediately fell away from her. He stumbled backward. Doubled over, his hands now gripped his own face. She didn't wait around to see what he planned to do next. "Percy!" Edith screamed while she raced for the door. She heard the thud of Draven's boots against the floor behind her, and her heart constricted as she called out another, "Percy!" "You stupid whore!" Strong fingers gripped her wrist from behind and wrenched her back away from the door, which loomed mere inches away. She had almost made it, and when Draven pressed down hard on her tendons with his iron grip, her fingers involuntarily twitched, sending her dagger clattering uselessly to the floor in between them. Edith's shoulder burned in protest when she suddenly lurched to the right, trying to throw the man off balance with the abruptness of her momentum. She succeeded, yet again he lost his grip on her. But without his weight countering her own, she stumbled forward and crashed into the nearest bookcase. Her cheek throbbed in protest where it slammed into the edge of a shelf. And then there was Draven's hideous face, swimming into view. He dared smile at her, the expression sharp and particularly vulpine in the dim light, when he snaked out a hand to snatch at her chin and grip it tight. How dare he, how dare he? She was the Duchess of Varroa. She was a dire bear-slayer. Edith vowed to herself in that moment that if he drew any closer, she was going to bite him. She was going to bite his blasted face off. But before he could dare make another move, before she could embrace her inner sky and begin rending flesh from bone, there was a sudden voice sounding from the library's doorway. Percy's voice. "What's this, then?" her Duke lowly intoned, his voice threaded through with all the ice for which Varroa was so well known. Relief pooled within Edith's heart at the sound of it, but that relief swiftly turned to ash when Draven spoke first to mock her husband with a declaration of, "I'm so sorry you had to find out this way, cousin, and on Wintertide no less." "No," Edith gasped, fighting to pull her chin free of Draven's grasp while he stroked a thumb against her skin. "Percy, he's lying. I would never—" But Percy wasn't looking at her. He didn't seem to hear. He had eyes only for his cousin as he stalked his way toward them both through the shadowed library, a dark cast to his gaze that she had never yet seen before. "Take your hands. Office my wife," the Duke suddenly roared while he stormed forward, his right hand balled into a fist. The punch he threw caught Draven in the face with such force it snapped the other man's head backward. Bone crunched, blood sprayed. With Draven now reeling, Edith pulled herself free from his grasp yet again and ducked out of the way of immediate danger. But Percy was still in the thick of it, and Draven came up screaming. Blood poured from the man's now broken nose as he flung himself straight at her husband. Tangled up together, they both fell to the floor. But when Draven pinned Percy down, Edith's heart skipped a full beat. Draven was a good head and shoulders taller than her husband. He could kill him. "Percy!" Edith screamed while rushing forward, intent on peeling Draven off of him. But before she could even reach them, Percy had already slipped free of his cousin's grasp and had flipped himself atop. With him now pinning Draven down, Edith stood there wide-eyed, while she watched her husband punch his cousin again and again. And all the while, her Duke screamed with a wordless, guttural rage that soon brought every guard within earshot dashing into the library. "Your Grace!" the guards shouted, clearly unsure just what to do since he was not the one in danger at present. He was the danger, but Edith knew. "Percy!" Hooking her arms about her husband from behind, Edith wrenched him backward, away from Draven. "Percy, you're killing him!" That dark part of her heart told her to let him. That dark part of her heart wanted Percy to beat what despicable life was left straight from his cousin's form. But no, she couldn't let him do that. She couldn't let him darken his soul for her. The Lord would deal with Draven in his own time, in his own way. Percy panted and shook within her hold while she pulled him away, and his voice cracked when he shouted down to the bloody mess that was now Draven's face. "You're banished, do you hear me? Banished! If I ever see you here again, I'll feed you to the hounds, you—" "Percy," Edith whispered, trembling herself while she squeezed her still shaking husband's back against her chest. "Percy, please." But when he shrugged her off and whirled to face her instead, Edith immediately backed away from the sight of the frozen fire still raging within the depths of his hazel eyes. Her mouth went dry, her throat constricted. All she could do was flinch when he reached for her with his bloodied fingers. But Percy's touch was gentle when he cupped her face and stroked his thumb against her sore cheekbone. "Did he hurt you?" he whispered up to her, his eyes frantically searching hers. Edith swallowed hard and shook her head. "No, And then Percy kissed her. Before she could explain further, before she could so much as utter another word, there was her husband standing on tiptoe and crushing his mouth against her own. His touch stole her breath. His nearness burned away every coherent thought. There was nothing but Percival Umberly in that moment, just him and the taste of cinnamon which still lingered on his tongue. Was this truly happening? Was this a dream? If it was a dream, it was a dream from which Edith never wished to awaken. She would just stay there forever with her arms wrapped around Percy and her fingers tangled within his surprisingly soft hair, while he kissed her as if he wished to drown her in the warmth of his mouth, and held her as if he never wished to let her go. She didn't want him to let her go. Not now, not ever. For the very first time in her entire life, Edith finally felt safe, bundled up there in her husband's embrace. But the sound of a sudden cough ringing out from somewhere nearby wrenched her back to the present far too swiftly. This was no dream. They were still in the library. Draven was still bleeding on the floor, and an entire army of guards was still standing there watching them kiss. Edith yanked her mouth away from her husband's and hid her burning face against his shoulder, while Percy himself instructed the guards in a husky voice, "Get him out of here and then leave us, and close the door behind you." It took several moments for the guards to do just that, but when the doors to the library finally snapped shut once more, Edith dared lift her eyes back to Percy's own. The intensity of his stare melted her all over again. Surely she should say something after a first kiss like that, but Edith didn't know what to say. Within her mouth, her tongue lay useless and still. But Percy spoke where her words failed. "I'm so sorry I wasn't here sooner. I didn't know where you had gone. Oh, Edith." Her handsome, wonderful husband trailed off and swallowed visibly as the fingers of his left hand combed through her hair. "I don't even want to think about what might have happened had I not gotten here when I did," he breathed, while still holding her in the warm vice of his right arm, as if suddenly afraid she was going to float away from him at any moment. She almost wished she would start floating away, just so he would hold her that much more tightly. Edith's lips trembled when she found her voice again, and softly quipped, "Well, if you hadn't gotten here when you did, Your Grace, I would have simply gutted him like the pig he is." Surprise wrote itself across Percy's face before he huffed out a quiet laugh into the scant space between them, his cinnamon-scented breath ghosting against her lips. "Right you are," he agreed with her, one of his rare smiles lighting up his entire face. "My brave, beautiful woman. Right you are." Beautiful. Percival Umberly had just called her beautiful. No man had ever before told her she was beautiful. A sudden shyness fluttered through her stomach, while she adjusted to this latest bit of newness, and within the low light cast by the hearth, Percy's eyes took on a strange shine. "Edith," he whispered to her on a shaky breath, "please, you can't keep running away from me. I can't bear it. I can't bear the thought." He swallowed and sank his fingers more deeply into the drape of her hair. "I can't lose you, Edith. I just can't lose you too." Edith's heart ached when she realized they were no longer speaking about Draven. They were speaking about that night. They were speaking about her leaving Snowcrest, and they were speaking about his mother. "Oh, Percy," she breathed while wrapping him up tightly in her arms. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Never did she think she would ever witness Percival Umberly cry. He was far too cold for such things, far too stoic. But there, in that moment, her cold, stoic northerner broke within her arms, and when he ducked his head to tuck his face against her neck, the warmth of his tears soon soaked her gown's collar. "I'll never leave you," Edith softly promised while stroking her fingers through his hair. "I swear it." Blinking rapidly against the threat of her own tears, she swallowed down the lump in her throat and tried to weave a bit of lightness into the heavy moment when she teased, "You're quite stuck with me, I fear." Muffled though the sound was, still Percy choked out a quiet laugh there against her throat before he finally lifted his head. She smiled at him and wiped a tear from his cheek, but even as she smiled, a familiar tension coiled itself within her belly. She had things she needed to say too, promises she needed to hear from his own lips. But that moment between them, as beautiful as it was, felt as fragile as a bubble, and she so desperately didn't wish to see it popped. Clearly, though, he saw through her smile. "What's wrong?" Percy prompted her, while lifting his hand to cup at her cheek once more. What are you thinking? Edith swallowed, guilt pressing on her heart, but she had to say it. I can't stay cooped up here forever, Percy. I need to be able to go out, to go hunting, to ride through the woods. Please, surely we can go together. We can be quiet, we can stay safe. Still, that night with the dire bear haunted her dreams. But the people of Varroa had lived there for centuries without all being killed off by the monsters which prowled the forests. Surely she could too. Percy's mouth worked for a few moments before he reluctantly agreed. We can have outings. Once a week, you and I. We'll ride out together. I promise. His eyebrows furrowed while he continued to gaze up at her, though. Is there anything else wrong? I just want you to be happy, Edith. I've always wanted you to be happy. Edith heaved out a sigh and glanced away from her husband at that. She didn't want to voice her next words either. She needed to, though. But that didn't make the task any easier. Closing her eyes, Edith added on a rush of soft words. And I can't stand to see you with Lady Merowyn any longer, Percy. Her shame threatened to smother her while she stood there, admitting to her own jealousy. I understand she was your first choice for Duchess, but... What? When Edith peeked back Percy's way, it was to find him now staring at her in open confusion. Who told you this? He demanded to know while he wiped dry his own cheeks with the back of his hand. That's not true. That's not the least bit true. You were my first and only choice for Duchess, Edith. His jaw visibly hardened when he questioned next. Was it Lord Underwood? Has he been telling you lies? No, Edith exhaled, her mind a swirl of so many different thoughts, she suddenly found it difficult to breathe. Percy was holding her. They were alone within their dark library. He had just cried over the thought of losing her, and now he was insisting Lady Merowyn was not the woman he had wanted to be his Duchess. It was her. She was his choice. No one told me, Edith further admitted, suddenly feeling very foolish. But her Varhound... Percy growled, sounding like a Varhound himself. That dog was tawny when I gave it to her, but when it lost its puppy coat, it turned white. It wasn't a show of my affection, Edith. It was just an unfortunate... And then she kissed him. Ducking her face down, now it was her turn to crush her mouth against his, and as her hand lifted and fingers wrapped about the back of his head to thread their way through his dark hair once more, she was immediately rewarded by the sound of her husband chanting against her lips in between their frantic kisses. I love you, Edith. I love you. Only you. I've always loved you. He didn't want Merowyn. He didn't love Merowyn. He loved her. He wanted her. But despite her effervescent happiness at that realization, despite the way her heart felt like it might burst straight out of her chest at any moment, still Edith couldn't help but crinkle her nose at his last assertion. Breaking her mouth from his, she softly reminded him in a mildly dubious tone. The first time we met, you called me a swamp monster. Yes, her husband agreed at once. The smile which curved his lips next lent him a decidedly boyish air when he whispered against her mouth. But you're my swamp monster. But just as he pulled her in for another kiss, the door to the library suddenly flung open with a crash that made them both jump. Over Percy's shoulder, Edith spied a wide-eyed Master and Mistress Paxton standing there, staring at them both. Your Grace, I just heard, are you... Close the door, Paxton, Percy bellowed at once, sending Edith to flinching away from that abrupt shout delivered up to her ears within such close proximity. And though the Paxtons still looked utterly bewildered, they promptly disappeared all the same. Soon, the door to the library snapped shut once more. Edith would have to apologize to Mistress Paxton for their rudeness later, but when Percy next returned his attention to her, he frowned and apologized at once with a quiet, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. Edith's lips twisted to the side when she observed, You do that quite often, you know. I know, he sighed. Leaning forward, he pressed his brow against her own and whispered within that nearness, Will you forgive me? Her eyes fluttered closed while she basked in that moment and in the warmth of knowing her husband actually loved her. Their union wasn't one of mere duty or honour, but love. Lord Please never let this moment end." "Only if you forgive me for being an utter fool," she whispered in reply, brushing the tip of her nose against his. "And for always worrying you so. Percy, I'm so sorry." She clung to him all the more tightly when she added another, "I'm so sorry." "Hush now," he soothed her, those two words unfurling against her mouth on another warm puff of air. "I'll always forgive you, dear one," he promised, sending Edith's heart fighting to wing its way right out of her chest all over again. "Always and forever." "Always and forever," Edith swore in return, barely choking out the words as the fresh threat of tears misted her eyes, tears of joy and tears of relief. They mingled with Percy's own when he pulled her in close and wrapped her up within the strength of his embrace, leaving every doubt she had ever felt washed away and replaced with nothing but warmth and love. "I love you, Percy," Edith finally whispered, though the words barely had time to tremble past her lips before her husband was kissing her all over again. He drank down every other declaration that had been lingering there on her tongue, waiting to be voiced. But there would be time for more sweet nothings later. They had all the time in the world, did they not? For so long Edith had been without a home. For so long she had thought she would never again find anyone who might love her. She was the last of the Stuarts after all, the unlovable and unwanted daughter of a traitor. But now she finally realized the truth. Home was not a place, home was a feeling. And there, within Percival Umberly's arms, she had found her way home. At last. Epilogue. It took Percival a year to finally keep his first promise to Edith, but that next wintertide, he stood atop that watchtower with her, their eyes lifted toward the heavens as they watched the Lord's lights playing across the sky together. Bundled up beneath their dire bear furs, Percy stood with his arms wrapped about his wife from behind, holding her close while he stroked a gloved hand over the curve of her stomach. And all the while, Edith hummed a wordless tune beneath her breath, her happiness a palpable, contagious thing. It was difficult to not be nearly giddy in her presence, especially with him now so impatient to meet their daughter, or son. He was secretly hoping for a daughter, of course, but the midwife had warned it would be some months yet. Edith had only just started to show. And what if it is a boy? Edith abruptly wondered of him, as if sensing the direction of his thoughts. Tipping her head back, she nuzzled her cheek against his own. "You already know I want to name her Odette, if she's a girl." He didn't have to think about it for longer than a single heartbeat, though, before he decided. Cynaric. Edith slowly turned to face him. Beneath the golden blue lights rippling above, it was easy enough to see the confusion written across her features. "You would name your son after a traitor?" she whispered to him, her breath unfurling upon a cloud of vapour which caressed against his face. "I would name our son after the man who helped bring you into the world, my love," he gently corrected, while brushing his fingers against her cheek. Her smile in the wake of those words was the most precious of gifts. The kiss which followed was just as sweet. Ever since they had learned within their counselling sessions with Father Rhodes that his language of love was affection, Edith was always giving him those small touches he adored. In contrast, Edith's language of love was the receiving of gifts. Just as he relished the challenge of striving to find new ways to surprise Edith, given her language of love was the receiving of gifts. Some days he brought her cut greenery from the garden, other days a cup of hot chocolate as a late evening snack. For her birthday that year he bought her a kitten, but that night he had an even more special gift. The wooden box tucked inside his doublet had been burning a hole in his pocket since he first hid it there some hours ago. He wasn't supposed to give it to her until tomorrow, but he just couldn't wait. "I have something for you," Percival abruptly announced then, struggling all the while to mask the excitement within his voice. Edith chuckled down at him, all smiles when she reminded, "The gift exchange isn't until tomorrow night, Percy." But he was already reaching beneath the heavy drape of his cloak to fish out that present. It wasn't wrapped, just as last year's hadn't been. He had never been very good at wrapping things. "I hope you will forgive me my eagerness, then," he whispered, while passing over the wide, flat box. He fought to keep from bouncing his leg while he waited for her to open it. The moment she did, though, she gasped at the sight of the necklace nestled within, just as he had hoped she would. Happy Wintertide, Edith, Percival whispered, as his lips pulled into a broad smile. It was a wonder his cheeks weren't always sore these days, given how often he smiled. But she was worth it. By the Lord, she was worth all of it, sore cheeks and all. "Oh, Percy," Edith breathed while admiring her gift. She struggled to lift the necklace free from its box, though, given the thick gloves covering her hands. "Here, let me." But he didn't fare any better until after he wrenched off his own gloves, exposing his fingers to the blistering cold. Percival worked quickly to lift the delicate necklace out of the box at last. The sapphire and diamond pendant glittered in the light, like the very star it represented, the star of House Stuarte. "You, Edith Stuart Umberly," he whispered in the midst of clasping those jewels about his duchess's throat, "will always be my North Star." Tears shone within his wife's beautiful eyes as she leaned in toward him to capture his mouth yet again with hers. But the moment they kissed, 3 cold Varhound noses shoved in between them, desperate to be included in their latest embrace. Percival tried to scowl down at the lot of them with their interruption, while he took that moment to shove his hands back in his gloves. Truly, though, he was fighting against a laugh. Aegis and Lancer, those traitorous brutes, were now Edith's near-constant shadows alongside his wife's own sky. But he supposed that was to be expected, now she was pregnant. It had actually been the hounds who had first alerted them to her condition, when all 3 took to growling, when anyone beyond Percival himself attempted to draw near. He shuddered to think how protective they would be once the baby was born. The baby. They were having a baby. He was going to be a father. "Percy?" his duchess quietly prompted, a curious note to her voice. "Are you all right?" He offered her a tight smile and reassured, "I'm just sweating a little, my love, but I'll be fine." She chuckled and pulled him in all the more tightly. Lancer yipped in protest when he found himself trapped in between their legs in the process. "You'll be a wonderful father." He wasn't so sure about that, but Edith persisted. "If we can take down a whole dire bear together, Percy, then surely we can manage a baby." Percival was quick to remind her, "You took down the dire bear, Edith dear. And I, well, very heroically swept me out of the way before I was crushed to death." He grunted. He supposed that was true, he had done that. With the corner of his mouth quirking, Percival wondered, "Is this your way of telling me I'll be rather good at carrying the baby about?" Edith's smile was radiant when she replied, "This is my way of telling you that you'll be the very best at carrying the baby about." "Come here, you cheeky thing," Percival whispered, though his gloved fingers were already wrapping about the back of Edith's neck to pull her in close. Within that nearness, he happily shared breath with her while the tip of his nose brushed hers. But the siren's call of her mouth was far too strong to ignore for long. He happily fell into another of his wife's breath-stealing kisses, tangled up with Edith beneath the shimmering play of the Lord's lights, with their trio of Varhounds pressed in close against them on all sides. Percival finally knew a taste of paradise. It was right there, with her, always. The end.